What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're all doing well. Let's get it started. We have the Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves in game one, so the players were ready right out of the gates. So no time to mess around. All right, let me get this set up here. That is going to be Ponty, and then on the other side, it's going to be Rogue AI. All right, so yeah, we're getting right into it, man. Normally we got to wait like 10-15 minutes for a match, but in this format, it is a very, very fast and very, very furious, because the players kind of prearrange everything beforehand. It's almost like a regular RTS, which is good. Yes, Ludwig, I have looked into it. I'm going to be doing it soon. Yeah, the dwarf. I'll probably do a dwarf campaign first in Bannerlord. I was thinking about actually recording some of that tomorrow. So yes, I will get on that. The old world calls indeed. I'll play Warriors of Chaos for you, sure, man. Yeah, I got you. I'll play them, 100%. I'm going to be playing in the next best of 3 after this one, so I will do it. No foreplay here, right? I know, just straight to business. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down. Take a look at the armies here. It is going to be the Dark Elves, led by the legendary Ponty, and Ponty going to be coming into the front line of Dreadspears and Bleak Swords. Against Tomb Kings, it's fine. You don't need much to beat skeletons. Now, the core of his heroes here is going to be Double Death Hag. Wow, okay. He's got some powerful 1980s hair metal action going on here with these ladies. And what are they good at against Tomb Kings? I mean, if you're looking at infantry grind, yeah, absolutely. They can grind it out in the infantry fight and live their best life. A little bit vulnerable against like Ushapti and some of the bigger threats, but we'll see how they play out. Up in the sky, Supreme Sorceress of Burning Head, and in the back we do have a couple Shades as well. Now, Shades of dual weapons. What do they bring to the table? Just more skeleton clearing power, really. And they do have good, of course, armor-piercing shots, so they can counter the big stuff from a distance. But very vulnerable to being run down by like Nehekar horsemen, skeleton horsemen, things like that. But if they can be protected by Dark Riders and Coldland Spear Riders, then you're going to be in okay shape. By Sigmar, European friendly stream, I know. What's up, man? All right, so for the Bone Daddies, it's going to be a battle line of Skeleton Warriors and Spears, triple Ushapti as well. So it's going to be a Ushapti rush, which might be kind of hard for Ponty to handle with his current composition. He's invested a lot in anti-infantry and might be a little bit weak against the monster side of things. And then we have Grand Hierophant Katep as well, who's going to be coming in Zarud Sandstorm, as well as the Cursed Blades. And yeah, just like Usirian's very, very good kind of Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma type spell. What's going on? What's cooking, guys? Welcome to the stream. We are in our first match of the day. This one's going out pretty damn quick. And yeah, let's have some fun with it. How you guys been? Life treating you guys well? Sure hope so. All right, so the battle is on. I did fail to mention that one of the Ushaptis is the Chosen of the Gods RORs, which are really good because Dark Elves artillery isn't really good enough to punish them. You can get a Bolt Thrower, but the Bolt Thrower is going to take like 5,000 years to take down an Ushapti Great Bow, so yeah, this thing is gonna be free to shoot most of its ammo, most likely. Unless it gets close and the Shades ambush it. There is a situation where this thing could get like up here and like start shooting downtown, and then like 2 or 3 Shades ambush it right there. That could be pretty big pro gamer plays. We'll see if that ends up happening right now. All right, so the Ushapti are creeping up, so too are the Skeleton Legions, and another very meta piece in this matchup is going to be the Screaming Meme Catapult. Now, this thing is great, really good against lightly armored infantry, and I mean even against armor as well. It does have armor piercing, but it wrecks those type of like units, like Dread Spears, Bleak Swords. It breaks their leadership as well, so not bad at all. At least I'm alive, so life is pretty merciful. There you go, man. Looking at the glass half full. All right, so here comes the battle. The Chosen of the Gods do not see the Shades. We have Trace Shades, 3 of them, hidden right here, right here, and right here. So those guys are waiting in the wings, looking to get a big old ambush right there. But out of the gates, Ponty going to be using his Elven speed, pumping those Elven legs to get up and get the objectives. And he does call it a Bolt Thrower. Now, I know I did kind of, crap on the Bolt Thrower a little bit, but like over the course of a long game, it can take down a Ushapti Great Bow, but it's not something that's going to remove a threat quickly. It's very much a long-term investment, but you do still see people use them. So there's going to be a Bolt Thrower coming up to try and get in range. They have 350 range. The Ushapti Great Bows are just unleashing on some Dread Spears right now. So the Dread Spears just going to be eating it, while the Screaming Skull Catapult shots are now singing in as well, and getting some nice little bombardments here and there. And yeah, not bad. About 5-7% of the HP gone off that Dread Spear right there. And on the other side, didn't anyone just realize that the Skull Catapult doesn't have wheels? Let me go look, actually. How are they pushing that thing? Those might be wheels on the back. Those like little like bone, I think those are wheels. Like the spine of the creature, although it doesn't really have any. Oh, the skeleton actually crawls with its arms in the front. So it's an animated skeleton. Okay, well that explains everything. That explains everything. All right. The important questions have been answered. So interestingly enough, the Dark Elves are the ones taking the initiative on the objectives, but the Tomb Kings are a little bit of a slower army right there. Moving up are the Triple Ushopti, so those three bad boys are ready to rock. We got Skeleton, Skeleton, and Skeleton. That's going to be 6 capture weight. The Dark Elves are going to have the capture weight advantage. The Death Hags will be good at killing skeletons, but Ushopti standing on top of them should be pretty effective as well. And it does look like Rogue AI is going to be calling in Necrotex also. And he does have another Necrotex in the back, both of which are going to be foot-based. This one does have the Vambraces of the Sun. Yeah, so this one will debuff the stats pretty heavily, but yeah, a lot of heals for the Ushopti. There's going to be a total of 4 restores activated on those melee Shopti, but we'll see if they can survive the Shades. And the War Hydra is out. All right, the blessed War Hydra is here, guys. The chosen unit here of Ponti. All right, clashes on. Oblique Swords versus Skeletors in the front. The Hag is also going to be saturating in to help out. The melee Shopti are going to be very quick work. However, there are some shooting pieces in the back. The Shades with dual weapons are going to be unleashing a torrent of fire into the Ushopti, and you can already see the damage is adding up. However, there are going to be some Bone Daddies making their way through, trying to shut that shooting down there. Elsewhere on the battlefield, it's pretty similar. We see the Ushopti lines clashing and doing very good against the infantry, but the Shades are responding well, and if Rogue AI doesn't take down the Shades, if they're allowed to free shoot, I think he would probably lose these engagements and be in a losing position this game. He's going to need to find a way to get to those Shades back there. Now, catapult shooting at them is not a bad idea. Does look like the Supreme Sorceress of Fire did fly back here and get a big burning head on top of the Screaming Skull catapult. Didn't quite finish it, though, which is pretty unfortunate. But she's still being disruptive. I mean, she's on a Manticore. Manticores are more than capable of taking down an Ushopti unit, most likely. And here we have Necropolis Knights called out on the defense. So the Necropolis Knight Halberds are going to be clashing forward, and that is a very dangerous position for Ponti. And remember, Ushopti have pretty good mass too. So if he, oh yeah, Rogue AI is using the Ushopti to try and keep in the Supreme Sorcerers, but it looks like she is going to get away there. But losing about 30-40% of her health is a pretty big win there for the forces of the Bone Daddies. Ushopti diving through the front line, trying to get on top of the Shades, but the crossfire from the Shade homies is very, very effective, and you can see that the Ushopti are going to be crumbling at negative 55 leadership, and they are going to be paying the iron price. So down goes those homies. Whereas on the backside, Sisters of Slaughter are out. Now a grindy, sustainable unit for old Ponti here. The Catapult's doing good work for the Bone Daddies on this side. We do see the Shades paying the Troll Toll, being pushed back by Skeleton Warriors and also by the Catapult Focus Fire. Meanwhile, the Bolt Thrower is slowly wearing down, and with an emphasis on slowly on the Chosen of the Gods wearing down that unit right there. Duel of Fates here, by the way. Really, really good value here for Ponti. He's actually getting the Death Hags to kill the Necrotex. We got a bit of a hero duel, and Necrotex are... they are anti-infantry fighters, but Death Hags are quite a bit better at dueling. They also have poison, and it looks like that Necrotech is going to be defeated by the Death Hag. She does a little bit of a hype shout right there. All right, Flamestorm activated. Looks like it cooks up some Skeleton Warriors, and advancing up are some of the Shades, but eating Ushopti Great Bow Fire and Focus Fire. Rogue AI is doing a pretty good job with that, and he is also going to be summoning Ushopti on them. Very nice summon there by Rogue AI. Going to be tar pitting the Shades, the Sisters of Slaughter, maybe occupying some of the Cold One Knights. Meanwhile, the Necropolis Knights with Halberds are thinking about making their way in, but they're immediately intercepted by the Giga Chad Hydra. So here comes the big Papa Hydra. Solid armor piercing monster. But here we have the Necropolis Knights actually getting a restore. So that's going to make them quite a bit more resilient here in this fight. And the Shades of dual weapons, I mean, we were talking about the applications of the dual weapons. They do have a big bonus for infantry. It's actually going to be +8. So those bad boys are... yep, cutting through the Skeleton Warriors and also cutting through the Spears. And then if they're able to get free, they certainly will do a lot of damage. The Bone Daddies, though, are getting the momentum on the push a little bit. Granted, they haven't been able to get this objective here. Looks like the Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, as well as the Death Hag, able to win this fight against Ushopti and the other Skeleton units. More melee Shopti coming in for the Bone Daddies, while the Bolt Thrower is slowly finishing off the Chosen of the Gods. Now, how do you counterplay that Bolt Thrower? I guess moving up close to it and shooting it is a good idea. And some Skeleton Spearmen have gotten on top of the Bolt Thrower crew as well, and some Light Horsemen. So this is a big win for the Tomb Kings. Now, the Tomb Kings have been able to hold on to their back objective, and during this onslaught, they also managed to take the home objective of the Druki. Very, very close fight, but one of these sides has healing and the other side doesn't. So when the value is close, that can be a bit of a determining factor right there. Although there is healing on the War Hydra, so that is something that needs to be taken into account. So the Shades are going to be cleaning up these skeletons, and there still are 64 of them out of the 80, so their stopping power is still very, very good, and they have a lot of ammo left. One Death Hag fighting in the pits here. Looks like the second melee Shopti did arrive in the fight, and she is most likely going to be trying to take down the Necrotech. I don't know how ravenously Ponti is going to be clicking on that Necrotech, but regardless, that would be a very, very good play. Shades coming in to help out the Hydra, actually. Kind of a cool tech. Yeah, using the dual weapons with the Hydra to clear out these spears, which of course are threatening and poking that Hydra. Hydra's been taking quite a bit of damage, but I would imagine these Skeleton Spearmen, when the Shades get it saturated in combat, will start to break down. So points lead, we can see the point situation does favor the Dark Elves a little bit, but again, the Tomb Kings do have a double cap right now. But will they be able to hold the home objective? There are some very killy units coming in. Remember, we did see these Sisters of Slaughter in action, and now they're finally going to be arriving. And Sisters of Slaughter would probably trade fine into the Necropolis Knights too, since they're halberds and their melee attack is very low, but yep, here comes the killing power from the Sisters of Slaughter. Ponty going to be using all the cool units here as he does get his party whips out and is going to be whipping it here on the old Skeleton Spearmen. All right, on the backside, Coldland Knights versus Skeleton Horsemen, allowing the Dark Shards to be freed up. Do we see a resurgence of the Purple People Eaters, of the Purple Dark Elves here? All right, so the War Hydra and the Shades cleaning out the Skeleton Spearmen. Druki look like they're on the brink of getting their home objective back. They have a bit of power stabilizing here. The Hag is still online, but being attacked by melee Shopti. But once these two Shades get back online for Ponty, they're going to put a lot of hurt down there. A nice Flamestorm activated on the Skeleton Horseman, and the Death Hag appears to be chasing the Chosen of the Gods. It does look like the Dark Elves might be starting to take over the battlefield a little bit. There was like a moment where Tomb Kings had some good momentum, but a lot of the trades back here have been favoring the Druki. And cool to see that the Shades of Dual Weapons against like Skeleton Swarming tactics are not doing badly. Coldland Knight's coming over. Coldland Knight's going to make incredibly effective work against these guys, but they just need to avoid the Spear unit. If the Spear unit gets on top of the Coldland Knights with the Ushapti, it's going to be a terrible fight for the Coldland Knights, but isolated, it's going to be a little bit better. All right, guys, moving on in is the War Hydra. The War Hydra is coming across. It looks like it's going to be setting up a breath attack. Oh, give it to us, Precious. Come on. He's trying to go sideways. See how he's walking down the line here? Very, very good stuff. So he's going to go here and then here. It's tricky when they're moving, but skeletons are pretty damn slow. Oh, is he going to get the timing right? Here he comes. Is he doing the breath attack? I don't think he is. I think he just kind of thought about it, maybe forgot about it. We'll see. But Shades being online is a big problem for the Tomb Kings. And it does look like the home objective of the Tomb Kings was also taken by some just Dread Spears and a Hag. The big man score character hunting down the Ushapti Greatbow units. They've gotten about 1,300 value this game, so certainly not a bad performance. But pretty much everything we're seeing here is kind of chaff-centric here for the Bone Daddies. And we got Coldland Spear Riders coming out and freaking Dread Knights. Okay, Dread Knights are going to be a big, big problem, guys. Moving into the lines, the Hag and the Shades also getting into combat. Shades will be able to cut through skeletons, no problem. Looking very stylish while they do it as well. Coldland Knights versus the Ushapti. The Ushapti actually have bonus first large right now because of the Curse Blades, which is a really, really nice tag. Honestly, I think just leaving the Coldland Knights in combat there would be smart. Like, no need to really run, but yeah, it's not the end of the world. All right, Darut Sandstorm activated here. Gonna be dropping it like it's hot onto the Dread Spears. Not bad at all. Right now, the Dark Elves and Ponty do have a double cap, but they're on the brink of getting a triple cap. However, the Tomb Kings, will they be able to get this taken care of here? A lot of wavering Druki. The Shades are looking a little bit low, but the Tomb Kings here are haggard as well. We see crumbling on the Skeleton Spearmen. The Ushapti are holding firm, but the Death Hag and the Hydra might be able to trade that out, especially if there's a Manticore character coming over to try and salvage that situation. But the Coldland Knights will be very favored versus all the Tomb Kings cav, except Necropolis Knights, which is a bit of an even fight. But the Skeleton Horsemen, Hakar Horsemen, those type of units will really, really pay the price. All right, Coldland Dread Knights chewing up the Ushapti here. And there are going to be Dark Riders coming out for capture weight. Tomb Kings on the backside going to be calling out Skeleton Spearmen out of desperation. But being triple capped here is pretty rough. These are going to be Sepulchral Stalkers, Eyes of the Desert. This is a great choice. They'll be very effective against the Manticore, against the Hydra. And there is a little bit of time for Rogue AI to try and pull this game back. There's a little bit of time, but certainly it's going to take a moment. Hey, Salty Scarab, thank you for the raid, man. I hope you're doing well over in the old Dawn of War realm. Good to see you as always, my friend. And Eyes of the Desert unleashing their snake laser beam eyes into the Hydra. So the Hydra is going to be trying to waddle away, get away from the Spearman units, and maybe go after the Eyes of the Desert. We're going to have to see how they are doing here. Yeah, looking tricky. The Death Hag's still fighting it out. The Supreme Sorceress is most likely going to be cycle charging and or going after Katep here, which makes a little bit more sense, I think. Very isolated, and it looks like some Shades have come back online. Even though it's only a couple of them, 22 Shades can still pack a bit of a punch against those Ushapti. Well, the Hydra is going to be retreating right there and trying to do his thing. All right. How is it looking? Definitely still looking a little bit better for the Druki. I mean, they almost got their opponent triple capped. They're approaching 1,000 points. The value trading is probably even. The value tracker doesn't always track everything properly. And it also doesn't include Undead Crumbling this. So it's not like all the damage that the Dark Elves have done via Crumbling is not really being tracked effectively. Now, the Shades being online versus the Eyes of the Desert is very good. The Hydra is going to be running into the trees, and it is not healing capped yet either. It has a little bit of room before it's healing capped, so Homie's going to be able to come back and put in a little bit of havoc. As the Dark Shard shoot across, unleash some firepower onto the Eyes of the Desert and the Haggard Death Hag. I mean, these hags have been pretty menacing this game. 900 value on this lady is not bad. I mean, I'm pretty sure she only costs like 700 or 800, something in that ballpark. So yeah, pretty good deal from that hag as she is on the hunt, and the Eyes of the Desert are going to be pushed back. And with a little bit of proper micro here, these units should move up on this objective and take that. Meanwhile, the Tomb King's trying to make a valiant fight to get their home objective back. But Bleak Sword's arriving, and just honestly, most of the Dark Elf units out trading the Tomb King's units here. These frickin' Dread Knights. I mean, what the hell is going to kill these Dread Knights? Not a whole lot, right? And there's going to be a Flamestorm right there as well, which is going to be cooking a bunch of Skeleton Horsemen. If that had been used right here, it would have been a little bit better. But again, it's hard to see that when you're in the heat of combat, right? It can always get a little bit messy. So Dread Knights are very dreaded indeed. They're dragging down all the Haggard Skeletons with the Sisters of Slaughter, by the way. A unit that was basically born and bred to deal chaff. This objective is going to be taken, and it does look like Rogue AI is going to be defeated in Game 1 in their Best of 3 series. Well played to Ponti, the Lord of the Druchii. One of the Lords of the Druchii. He's a Dreadlord. Daniken's a Dreadlord. There's a couple Dreadlords in our community, but that is going to be Game 1 going to the Dark Elves and Ponti in this Best of 3 series. All right. Let's go ahead and break it down. See what did good. The Catapults I thought were a good tech. Ushapti Grey Post did nice. But yeah, the Shades were allowed to shoot for a while, I guess. 1700, 900, not bad at all there. And the Death Hags were surprisingly disruptive. And of course, classic Cold One Cav coming in to, really win the armor fight there in the mid game. It's a fun match. I don't know about the double Necrotect. I don't think Necrotects are really worth it if you're just healing melee Shopti. If you have a big monster, they're more worth it. But these guys, I don't know if that's worth it. But even still, very, very fun match, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed that one, and we will get the next one going right now. A dreaded Dreadlord, I dare say. That's right, Pone. Pone knows how it goes. It's going to be the Dark Prince versus Ponti something or other. We don't know what that's going to be. Yeah, stream shouldn't be dead. I didn't see any lag spikes. Very weird. It was only on Twitch, I think, strangely enough. Everything good on YouTube and Twitch? You guys let me know. Everything looks good? You guys back in business? Yes. All right. The hag maxing, yeah. He had a lot of hags. Good again? All right. Sweet. I'm glad to hear it's going. Is the stream actually dead, filter decay, or are you just typing that? You had to refresh? Okay, that's strange. I didn't see any lag spike on my end. Isn't that weird? All right, guys. Oh, it looks like, let me make sure it didn't restart with like a new actual stream. I don't think it did. We're on the same one, right? Okay, looks like we're good. I think we're in the same place. Had to refresh as well, just a bit of lag. It dropped for a sec, but it's back. Okay, cool. Yeah, that is weird. That is very weird. It was spinning. The spinning wheel of doom, eh? Let me just make sure it didn't like fire up a new stream. It does that sometimes. YouTube can be a strange creature. No, looks like we're all good. All right, awesome. So we're all good. Temporary lag, yeah. It wasn't your internet for once. No, apparently that was something over here. Yeah. You had to watch 3 Applebee's ads in a row to get in. Dude, that's serious business. Man, oh man. The dreaded Applebee's ads. For how much we talk about Applebee's, they should really consider sponsoring the stream, I wonder if anybody who has ever watched any videos here during Applebee's discussion has actually acted upon that and gone to Applebee's. That is really the question. That really is the question. No, the internet seems fine today. Yeah, I have the software that shows me when there's drops. It didn't show one there, which is weird. So it could have even been a weird thing on YouTube or Twitch. I don't know. Maybe aliens are invading. Ponti is on. He can't play Dark Elves again unless they're doing some weird agreement or something, which I'm okay with if they want to do that. Is that what they're doing? No, Ponti just hasn't switched yet. Okay, he has his exact same build from before. And it looks like Slaanesh is ready to go as well. Yeah. Modded tournament soon? Yeah, I think so. I'm feeling a modded tournament. I don't know which factions I'll include. I think Araby is fine. I think Southern Realms and Marienburg are probably fine to add into a modded tournament. Some of the modded factions are a little bit OP. I also think like all the human ones are well balanced. Usually it's like the monstrous ones that are a little bit more haggard on the balance department. What was your last sponsor? I don't know. It's been ages. We don't really do, we'll do like videos. Like if a company reaches out and there's like a game that I already like, we'll do like collaborations with them. But typically, I don't think we've ever done any like traditional like sponsors like that. Not to be that guy, but I feel like it's usually shit talk when we discuss Applebee's. Yeah. Oh man, how dare you, dude? Besmirch the good name of Applebee's. Yeah. The extraterrestrials have arrived. I know, they have. We should all go out for some horrid microwave lasagna and a gallon of sugary booze after this trip. Sounds horrible, dude. It sounds horrible. What about... The hung might be alright, too, actually. They don't feel too strong. I think the Famir feel a little bit OP. The Jade-Blooded Vampires are, like, just disgustingly OP. And who else do we have in that run of factions? The Crackerjack Dwarves, I don't think are too bad. They're really good at a couple of things, but they have some glaring weaknesses also. Do you have a favorite faction, Warhammer 3? Yeah, I'm an Empire guy. Empire's my favorite. Yeah. Empire, Nurgle, Chaos Dwarves. Those are my favorite factions. Okay, so it is... They agreed on custom matchups in this best of 3. So instead of doing a traditional pick and ban system, these guys agreed to just basically play a couple matchups that they wanted to play, which is totally fine. All right, guys. So taking a look here at the forces of Ponti, it's going to be him versus the evil Slaanesh. Rogue AI is coming for blood. He wants to win this game bad. That's whenever you know somebody goes on to Slaanesh, that's how you know they want blood. All right, it's going to be Bleak Swords, and in the back we do have the Witch Elves with a Dark Caster who does have the Doombolt to snipe Slaanesh Lords and Bladestorm against like good quality infantry, not bad. And we do have the Chill of Sontar, the Arwar Hydra, with a Manticore character up in the sky. It's going to be Rakarth the Beastmaster, so he only has Beast Slaver. And what else does he have? He does have the Beast Lord's Gaze to stop rampaging, and Whip of Agony as well. Okay, let's get it, man. Should be fun. And for the Slaaneshi army, probably going to be pretty standard stuff. Although, no, it's not. It almost is. But we got Slangors, which are very meta. Forsaken, which are very meta. Both hard-hitting, good capture weight units. Fiends are pretty good against Cav when supported by infantry. And then we do have a Chaos Lord of Slaanesh with Shadows who's going to be rocking Melkoths and Pit of Shades. But more importantly, we do see some devotees with crossbows. Now, this is like an anti-Ponti tech. You know, this thing here basically is designed to shoot against the dreaded SEs, like the Hydras and, you know, the Manticores. Pretty funny to see them in action. On the outside, we got Slangors as well as the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. Yeah, the Chill of Sontar is good. The Chill of Sontar is good. The next campaign we do on the channel is going to be a vanilla campaign. We've done a bunch of modded ones in a row. I saw some of you guys asking about that. We will be doing, I'm thinking of either Tamarcon, Elspeth, or, yeah, some sort of an evil faction. Maybe a Skaven. We could do like Tretch Craventail or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Welcome to our SFD, sponsored by Modelo. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. All right, so advancing up, ladies and gentlemen, we got the Bleak Swords and the Witch Elves in the back. Here we frickin' go. The Harpies. A disruptive unit. You could use Harpies. They do, I think they lose the Furies actually, but you can use Harpies to chase down the Skirmish Cav, or even dive on top of the Devotees. Granted, the Devotees of Slaanesh do have Physres of 20%, and they have an anti-infantry, so they're kind of like shades of dual weapons a little bit. A couple horsemen called in here, guys, and the battle is on. Yeah, Raxus, all of our campaigns we've done have been on Legendary difficulty, so yeah, we will continue to do that. We will continue. All right, Chill of Sontar is moving. Supreme Sorceress of the Dark. Doombolt opportunities. The Slaanesh Sorcerer is armored and very quick, so he might not be the best target for a Doombolt, but still, I guess if he's sitting still in a blob and is vulnerable, maybe you can drop it like it's hot. The Witch Elves going to be preparing to fight against the Slangors. Slangors will probably lose the fight to Witch Elves, especially if they drink their Crump Juice and drink their Witch's Brew. We'll have to see. But it does look like there is going to be a breath attack coming out from Ponti right now, and he's going to be lining it up down the side as the two horsemen do attack the Hydra. Ponti loves doing this, by the way. Sending in his Haggard Hydras and just letting him eat a ton of firepower, and then he just, like, you know, heals them up and cackles. It's very, very funny. I think the Arawar Harpies would beat a Fury, but regular Harpies I'm pretty sure lose. Now, Ravagers of Rakarth, Scourge Runner Chariots are out, providing a little bit of anti-large poke here, and the breath attack from the Chill of Sontar. He's thinking about it. And it tickles the edge of those Slangor units, but is mostly dodged right there. Chariots and Beastlord Rakarth are coming in, and it does look like the Riders of the Mighty Serpent are going to be caught in melee a little bit by the Witch Elves, which are deceivingly fast with their 44 movement speed. But the Druchii going to be getting on this middle objective here. Meanwhile, Rakarth does eat a ton of javelins from these Marauder Horsemen. Certainly doesn't feel good for him, but he has shut down some of the melee. And the Harpies need to fly overhead and try and screen out these Horsemen if they can. Although getting on the Devotees with crossbows here isn't a bad idea either. All right, the Witch Elves are going to be drinking the Crunk Juice, so now they're going to be very killian. They will win that fight for sure. Fiends on their way in, but immediately intercepted by the Chill of Sontar, and retreating back are the Ravagers of Rakarth, the Chariots, and they will be providing Scourge Runner anti-large into that fight right there. Slaanesh is going to be dropping it like it's hot with some sort of shadow magic, so that's going to be a Pit of Shades. It's going to be a very good one on top of the Witch Elves right there, so very, very clean. So they do get ripped up nice and good. Meanwhile, though, Rakarth and company, the Whip of Agony, dude, lowering their melee defense. So right there, look at that. The Hellstriders get obliterated by Rakarth and the Harpies with the Beast Lord's Gaze giving ward save and leadership to those Harpies there. Pretty cool. Pretty cool little combo coming in. Value trading's pretty even. On the backside, Witch Elves have arrived, and the Scourge Hunter Chariots are trying to get away, but Ponti looks like he slipped up in micro and did let them get caught. If you just had kept microing away, they wouldn't have been caught, but, you know, nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes here. So, Rakarth hunting down the Sorcerer, who does get nailed by a Doombolt. The middle objective is owned by the Druchii. And the devotees with the dual weapons now going to be getting attacked by the Witch Elves who did survive the Pit of Shades. So they're going to be surging in, and we have a little bit of a, scantily clad fight here, as the Witch Elves and the devotees of Slaanesh going to be seeing who rules, Kayn or Slaanesh. And I think the Witch Elves will probably, I don't know who wins that fight. Witch Elves are tired. These guys are active, so they're not all piling in to fight, though. So maybe the Witch Elves will have a chance there. All right, Harry Potter are going to be going down to the Hellstriders. Harpies are actually a good attack against Hellstriders because Hellstriders are terrible against infantry-sized units. Beast Lord Rakarth, also an anti-large fighter, and it looks like he is able to help the Harpies win that fight, pushing back the Hellstriders, who are now broken. And a breath attack going to be coming in. Beautiful breath attack there on the Forsaken of Slaanesh. So those guys get melted up. They're not quite going to break, but they are doing some good damage against the Supreme Sorceress. So up on the point, Bleak Swords versus Forsaken. Forsaken does favor the Forsaken. And the Witch Elves here having a very cost-effective trade. We're probably going to be losing the 2v1 now that the Slangors have arrived. And the pit fighting does continue, ladies and gentlemen. Dark Elves have some good quality units coming in. Sisters of Slaughter. Ponti seems to be on a bit of a kick with units right now, and he's using his Sisters and his Hydras. So he's been making pretty good work of them so far. Ponti pulling a bit of a value lead here, as we do see these Sisters advancing up, getting ready to pour in on the objective. The Hydra doing good damage against the Forsaken here. And Rakarth going to be trying to help deal with the Furies here, while the Ravagers of Rakarth come back, and they actually have most of their models, so still going to be able to contribute and do some very, very nice work here. So the middle objective is in flux a little bit. Slaanesh does have a lot of capture weight here, but now that we have these Sisters of Slaughter here, they might be able to push the Slaaneshi army off, especially with the Hydra. And this is the funny thing about the Hydra, man. It's just like, do you invest in taking it down now? I feel like right now it's a bit of a... It's like the principle of the sunken cost fallacy, right? With the Chill of Sontar. But anyways, discussion for another day. Doombolt activated, and it does hit that Chaos Sorcerer Lord, so he's going to be getting Blitzkrieg bopped in the face. The Sisters of Slaughter afflicted by the enfeebling foe, but it looks like it was a pretty short duration there, so it is going to be hanging. Fiends of Slaanesh moving in, Ravagers of Rakarth, and Dark Riders also piling in to hold the objective. But it looks like the Druchii are just barely holding on to this point right here. Rakarth definitely needs to get his hands dirty, though. He needs to get in there and attack that Fiend of Slaanesh if he can. He does use the Whip of Agony, guys, lowering the melee defense of these guys down to 12, and then Big Daddy Rakarth himself is going to be jumping in to try and help out the Chill of Sontar. And the Druchii do look like they managed to hold on to the objective. The Dark Elf Infantry, the Sisters most notably, are winning most of their fights, having a pretty good time of it. But, you know, the objective situation does favor Slaanesh. In the late game, if Ponti does continue to maintain a value lead, he's going to need to find a way to get all the objectives, which is not going to be easy. All right, guys, the battle is on. Hellstriders of Slaanesh and Fiends of Slaanesh collapsing onto the Scourge Runner Chariot. Looks like that is another one. It is not the Ravagers of Rakarth. It is going to be afflicted by Narcissism, which is going to be snaring that bad boy down. And Doombolt is here as well. So Doombolt's going to be getting dropped on the Chaos Sorcerer right there. So he's going to be trying to flee that. That is a spell coming in from the Dark Elves. And he's getting pretty low. He's got about 1,500 HP. One more of those Doombolts, and it is going to be trouble, trouble, trouble. All right, Dark Elves winning the blob fight here, I would say. Rakarth, the Hydra, and the good quality Druchii infantry are grinding through the Forsaken, and now we get Coldwind Riders coming in as well, or Coldwind Knights, I should say. Coldwind Knights are going to be nice here because they have good general armor piercing and good combat stats, so they can take on things like Forsaken, but they can also go fisticuffs with Slaanesh's big units, which are going to be the Fiends of Slaanesh. And the Fiends of Slaanesh can get chewed up. Granted, it's a bit of a atrocious trade between the two of them, but we'll see how it all unfolds here. So looking at the current point situation, we do see 775 for the Forces of Slaanesh, only 272 for the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are going to need to get more objectives. It's going to take some time, but if they keep value trading effectively and get enough of a lead, they're going to be able to most likely easily triple cap there. All right, so big pit fight. Coldwind Knights afflicted by the Soporific Musk, but still seem to be doing well. But the Enfeebling Foe really going to be setting them back pretty hard. Currently, they have one melee defense, which is very, very rough. Another Doombolt's going to be activated right there, and we are going to be seeing Rogue AI try and dodge it. Doombolt is incredibly hard to dodge. You can sometimes if you get lucky, but typically it has really good tracking and is going to hit you. So this guy's at 500 HP right now, -5, which means he's going to be living in the bushes for the rest of the game. So you're going to be seeing this Slaanesh player most likely hide his lord in the trees and try and cook from there. All right, Witch Elves chewing through these Marauder Horsemen in melee. Certainly not what they had in mind. And yeah, they will do well. I mean, they just hit hard in general. They are anti-infantry, but 47 melee attack is 47 melee attack. And we were hitting against like 20 melee defense. It's going to be pretty freaking sweet. So these guys getting chewed up nice and good. And maybe we'll have an opportunity to advance on that outside objective there. In the meantime, Rakarth, the Beastmaster, dude, what a Chad pick. Getting a little bit surrounded here by the Fiends of Slaanesh, and losing Rakarth here could throw the game and give Slaanesh way back in, for sure. He's got about 700 HP here. He's being attacked by a ton of the Fiends, and he's also afflicted by the Enfeebling Foe. So the debuffing magic of Slaanesh has been good. And it looks like the Beastmaster is just going to be dying here. Yeah, so he dove in way too greedily and way too deeply, and Ponti may have thrown the game right there. Because he still had 2,000 HP, he had a lot to contribute, but now suddenly Home Dog is on death's bed, and the Dark Elves are going to potentially be taking a leadership penalty on their army. So very, very sketchy stuff. Eternal Entourage, these guys are going to be very tough to kill. These are the Heartseekers of Slaanesh. These things are no joke. Incredibly hard armor-piercing values, and we'll be able to put a ton of hurt on pretty much all these units down here. We do see some Harpies called in to chase down the Skirmishers. The Witch Elves are going to get run over pretty bad. Although there are some Sisters of Slaughter there and a Chariot, but yeah, I don't think so, man. That is going to be rough indeed. So here comes the Charge of Doom, guys. So it begins. The Witch Elves is going to be scurrying. This is smart. If you're an infantry unit, run into the trees when you're being charged by Cav. Really, really good play right there, because the trees will block the efficiency of the Cav charge, but still they get in. We're going to see how this all unfolds, but the Witch Elves and the Sisters of Slaughter shaken and stirred. But, I mean, they have good leadership, so they're going to fight back a little bit. We'll keep tabs on that fight. So, looking around the battlefield, we do see the middle objective being flipped. Suddenly, we have a close game on our hands. I would say if Rakarth hadn't been blundered there, this would be a game that probably is a big victory for the Dark Elves. I think they have it in the bag, but now that he's out of the picture, it's a whole different beast. And it does look like the Slaanesh Lord is living and clutching his pearls here in the tree as he's sitting there with about 500 HP. The Supreme Sorceress may be out of magic as well. But down here, it looks like it's going to be victory for Slaanesh. Rakarth probably Rakarth dying was too much. I actually think Ponti still might have had a chance in that game, but it was definitely Slaanesh favored at that point. So that's going to be 1-1 right there as we go to game 3, which I'm happy to see. A good game, but a throw at the end. Letting his Lord get karate chopped, I think he lost his momentum, and because Rakarth could have done a lot in terms of supporting those fights. That is for sure. Yeah, fun stuff, guys. GG, well played. And now we will get on to the next game. We will indeed. This is going to be game trace between these two gentlemen here. Okay. Outstanding. And what do we got? One sec here. Adler and potatoes. Perfect, perfect. Here to request a modded tournament. Oh, the dreaded cave troll. He wants his modded tournament. I got you, dude. I got you. Yeah, game 3 is good, man. Happy to see it go to game 3. It's been a while. You know, in the last one we did, I think every single series was a 2-0, which was crazy because we had a ton of good players there. But slightly premature concede, but still I think he was right that he probably was going to lose the game after losing his Lord, especially since Slaanesh, man, twin tongue twister there, kept its Lord alive. Yeah. Wonder what they're going to be playing for this game. How's your old world coming along? Just painting all the ogres. I haven't played Warhammer the Old World in a long time. But I still have my 3 fully painted armies. I got the Empire, Tomb Kings, and Chaos Dwarves. They're doing good, though. They're doing good. I'm playing Trench Crusade mostly now, and I'm absolutely loving it. Trench Crusade is hands down my favorite tabletop game at the moment. It's really, really fun. It's, you know, 40K and Old World are very fun, but when your play group is mostly like, you know, like dads who have young kids who are like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they don't have a ton of time to play, like skirmish games are a little bit better because you get in, it's like 2 hours and you're done, right? It's not something that's like a 3 to 4 hour, you know, beer and pretzel session. Granted, I still do love Old World and 40K. I'll definitely get back to playing some 40K once we get 11th edition. Right now, I'm just not too interested in that as well. Did you see the Warhammer Classics trailer? A bunch of games coming to Steam. No, I didn't. I'll have to check that out. I did not see it. Yes, yes. Let the good times roll. How do I explain to my wife that I'm getting into Warhammer 40,000? You just gotta take the dive, man. You know. You just gotta go for it. Let me get the notepad here and see who we have. After this match, I think I'm going to play against Pope Patty because he didn't have an opponent. Although I could have somebody jump in and play him. Let me see. A rather later slot. Okay. Perfect. Tell her about sexy Slaanesh says Pwn. There you go. That's one way to do it. If we could put it at the end queue, it won't work since I don't want to be... Yeah, copy that. Okay. We'll know soon. Okay, so just doing a little bit of adminning while the players work out their matchup. It's going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings here. All right, very fun. So Rogue AI going to be going back to his beloved Tomb Kings there. All right. And it says you just got to go for brave words for a man who's like, yeah, there you go. Now Anna knows though. Anna likes Warhammer. You know, she digs it. You should see some of the paint jobs. Oh my god, that she's done. I actually think the one of the best ones is the Sphinx. Yeah, the Necro Sphinx she did. It's great. You guys can paint together. Like, yeah, you guys can do some hobbying together. It'll be fun. I know the StarCraft game does look good, actually. It does. All right, so let me see who we got for game 1. This one is good. Okay, and then game 3. So then we're going to do this. And then match 2 is going to be Wildfire versus Ricochet. And then after that, who do we have? We have Martinius versus Gotrek. All right, what do we got here? Mr. Hill versus Darren Dimwits. Blood Penguin versus Attack Speed. Harrison versus Hobo. Okay, I think those are the games for now. Looks all good. And did we get Wildfire in here? Let me see if we got him in there anywhere. Yes, he's going to be playing Ricochet next. Outstanding. Okay, all's good. We got everything taken care of. We are all set. We are all set. Tomb Kings versus Warriors of Chaos is fun. You can see Cetra. Archon is good. You know, having a Spirit Leecher is always nice against Archaon. You know, the Tomb Kings definitely have a little bit of Lord sniping. You can go with, like, you know, Archon the Black and then the Big Sphinx. The Necro Sphinx ROR, for example, is not bad in this matchup. Warriors of Chaos can go a couple different directions. You can go the very meta Forsaken spam. You could do like a Forsaken Troll push, which can be kind of overwhelming, actually. Because Trolls counter Ushapti, and Marauders and your infantry will beat there. So then you just have to find a way to shut down the backfield as well. Yeah, we do have a Gotrek Dowie build coming up soon. It's going to be this, not this next series, but the one after that. So yeah, so far the tail of the tape, it's going to be myself versus Patty next, Wildfire versus Ricochet after that, Martinius versus Gotrek, Mr. Hill versus Darren Dimwits, and then Blood Penguin versus Attack Speed, and Harrison versus Hobo Hunkers. So those are going to be all the best of threes today. So it's going to be a fair amount. It's going to be a fair amount of best of threes. Going to be going about 3 hours. I am a little bit restricted on time. I do got some tabletop sessions going tonight. Okay. No problem. Okay. Copy that. Okay. Potatoes Devil versus... Let me see who this is going to be. Sorry, guys. Just got to redo one of the matchups real quick. All right. Awesome. So we got a replacement right there. Yeah, I got Potatoes Devil. It's great. You guys work on the matchups right now. Do it to it. Do it to it. Do it to it. All right. Rogue AI stands at the ready. So too does the dreaded Ponty on Borderlow Landing here. These guys did not do a traditional best of three pick and ban system. I mean, it is a best of three, but they're just kind of arranging matchups prior, which is fine. Is Turin playing Dwarves again? I'll probably play Chaos Dwarves, yeah. I think I'll do, I'll play some Warriors of Chaos. Do a little something something there, which should be fun. I haven't played WoC in a long time. I really enjoy Warriors of Chaos. They're a very fun faction. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and break it down and take a look at the armies. It is going to be a legion of skeletons, Bone Daddies. So a lot of Bone Daddies backed up by Grand Hero Funkatep, who against Chaos is not bad. You can use Usurians on, Hellstriders or Forsaken, get some good value and slow them down. And Curse Blades is just always a good spell. He does also have Druid Sandstorm, which is a good DPS spell in general. Now, the main core of the army is going to be Melee Shopti, and a Chosen to the Gods Shopti in the back. So it looks like he's doing a very similar build to what he did in the first game. But this time around, Ponti is going to be coming in with a battle line of Chaos Warriors of Khorne, backed up by Marauders, and then we have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Fire with Burning Head, Flaming Sword of Ruin, and Fireball. Aspiring Champions. Is he like, what's he doing with this formation here? This is some weird shit. He's like kind of lining up his guys all funky. We have an Exalted Hero of Khorne on a Bulldog, which is a good assassin character, and even though he does say anti-infantry, he can fight big stuff pretty damn well. With 63 melee attack and almost 500 weapon strength, it is not bad. Not bad. All right, so that's going to be the army there. And ladies and gentlemen, the battle will soon begin. This is very off-meta, I would say. Although an infantry swarm is doable against Tomb Kings. But again, the melee Shopti will trade very well into Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors have a bad time versus melee Shopti. Armor piercing anti-infantry, great. Monstrous infantry, not great for armored infantry. All right. So, how is he going to be dealing with the melee Shopti? That is the question. Are we going to be seeing armored trolls being called in? Are we going to be seeing a hell cannon being used? Marauder horsemen throwing axes? There's a couple different answers that you can utilize here. A couple different answers. All right, folks, the reinforcements have arrived on the backside here. Yeah, somebody called in something already, and it is going to be some skeleton horsemen from Rogue AI, and they're going to go out there and try and get that point quickly, and they should be able to. The Warriors of Chaos are going to be guarding their back point with 2 Marauders, which is smart. It's enough to deter somebody from wanting to go back there, and the fighting is going to be taking place in the middle. Any chance of us seeing Archaon? Yeah, Archaon's very good, actually. He's pretty meta. You see Archaon a lot. He's honestly, Archaon would have been a better pick than this guy, because he is a better assassin, and he also does have Burning Head, too. So you can get that against the Tomb Kings. Granted, this guy's better if you want to go wide. So I guess with a wide style play, or like a very, withy build, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord has a little bit of teeth there as well. All right. Here they come, Chaos Warriors, Marauders, and Chaos Warriors and Chaos Warriors. So a truly OG, this is like, in the early days of Warhammer Fantasy, you look at old pictures and they were just like lines of armored Chaos Warriors marching basically. And yeah, they are coming. So Tomb King's going to be getting a double cap out of the gates. Meanwhile, the Exalted Hero of Khorne awaits in the shadows. And now oh man, Ponti's just going for an armored Chaos build, guys. I mean, what a Chad. Chaos Knights, yeah, they're not terrible against Tomb Kings, although Necropolis Knights can give them the business pretty freaking badly, but they can trade into most of the chaff units. They're kind of like a bully unit. They're really good at bullying weaker units and not really taking damage while doing it. That's their big forte for sure. But they're going to have to avoid those Great Bows, man. Those Great Bows are going to be a bit of a problem, and I would imagine that Rogue AI will call in either Sepulchral Stalkers or Necropolis Knights with Halberds to try and fight them, and he does. So in the back, we do see the Sepulchral Stalkers being called in here, and those guys are going to be cruising up and getting ready to shut down those Chaos Knights. So the battle is on to the point. The Warriors of Chaos, they need to just advance and get this party started, get some fat burning heads, and push through the lines, and I would imagine that will be going on rather quickly here. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord hiding in the trees with his 4,200 HP. And why are the Warriors of Chaos not advancing? They're like sitting here, but they're not contesting the objective either. It's very strange. Druid Sandstorm activated, and that will be able to tear through some warriors, but these are Khorne warriors, so they actually have spell resist of 35%. So it would have been a little bit better used on some of the non-Khornate warriors, but not the worst play in the world, honestly. So Shopti Greatbow shooting at the Chaos Warriors here, and for some reason Ponti is waiting to charge. Maybe he's going to be calling out a couple of Hellstriders and just trying to use that for a momentum play. Although, do we see the order to charge? No, the Chaos Warriors are using the Wimplo face-to-foot style, and he calls out another Chaos Knight. So Homie was waiting for his second Chaos Knight to come out before he charges. Now, Chaos Knights are like really, I would say, feast or famine unit. They do really, really well when they're in their bully situation, but if they're fighting another strong unit, they tend to struggle a little bit there. All right, so it begins. We do see the Marauders advancing up, Chaos Warriors as well, and now the battle is on in earnest. All right, Aspiring Champions clashing. They're almost as big as the Ushabti, but they will lose that fight. The Ushabti have the bonus for infantry and the armor piercing, and the Chaos Knights are going to be surging around from the flanks. His Flaming Sword of Ruin activated. That's a lot of buffs right there. That's really going to cut through that Tomb King's position right here. But here comes the Chaos Warriors, engaging from all sides, but eating a lot of Ushabti fire. How will the fighting go in the middle? Now, Chaos Knights taking a charge for Skeleton Warriors, and to no surprise, the Chaos Knights we'll be able to get a very devastating amount of damage here. We do see Osirians activated on the Chaos Knights. That's a good choice, but these skeletons will lose the fight pretty quickly here. Although the Aspiring Champions and the Marauders doing pretty good against the melee Shopti, and that's largely due to the Flaming Sword of Ruin, which is giving a big damage buff right there, and apparently lasts 5,000 years as well. So the Chaos Warriors and the Chaos Warriors of Khorne grinding it out, while these Chaos Knights will do well because Ushopti are absolute trash against large targets, and Chaos Knights are large targets. So they move in. The Armored Core of Chaos is here, a very fun playstyle. They do arrive, and the melee Shopti are going to be in a losing position. So the Warriors of Chaos actually getting some decent grinds. Granted, the Chaos Knights over here kind of got bullied. What do you want to do with them? Probably wheel them about face and use them on the weak side to try and find some opportune fights. But the Warriors of Chaos have been able to grind down the middle here using the Flaming Sword of Ruin and the Exalted Hero of Khorne with his armor-piercing attacks to punch through the Ushopti. And the Chaos Lord himself is not a slouch of a fighter. He's okay. You know, Chaos Wizards, just like in Tabletop, are pretty decent fighters as well. But, yep, they are on that grind. Sepulchral Stalker's going to be lining up on the side. They're going to be going bowling for some Chaos Marauders. A little bit line-of-sighted, but they can still shoot down the pipe and nail some of these guys there. So you can see the Chaos Marauders certainly not living their best life. All right, so Exalted Hero and Marauders fighting it out here. Chaos Knights having a very favored fight. With the Marauder support, the Spears aren't really that effective against them, and they were able to drag down and get the Ushopti crumbling. However, Rogue AI getting very effective focus fire here. He does have another Sepulchral Stalker being called out, and the dreaded Ushopti Grapos are just melting these Chaos Knights. They've been taking big casualties, and have only gotten about 400 value so far. So a little bit unfortunate for those guys, but Tomb Kings do have some really good anti-kind of armored cav tech with their shooting, and also Necropolis Knights aren't bad either. Burning Head coming in from the Chaos Sorcerer, going to be going down the pipe onto the Skeleton Warriors right there, so critical binding, that is for sure. And on the backside, Chaos Warriors with great weapons are on their way out, more Chaos Warriors, and the Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Fire, he waits in the wings and just wants to get another fat Burning Head, that is for sure. Yeah, the infantry spam could be good though. Here's the thing, right? If you keep spamming out Chaos Infantry, that's hard to kill, and your opponent is indexing really hard into the anti-large, like from these units, the infantry might be able to eventually overwhelm the Tomb Kings. We'll have to see. When the melee Shopti are gone, the Chaos Warrior infantry will perform much better. You can still see, though, they are grinding down some of the Aspiring Champions and the Marauders here. Advancing in the back, it is going to be some Chaos Warriors with Great Weapons, which will make quick-ish work of these skeletons. I mean, Great Weapons aren't the best at clearing chaff, but they're not terrible. I mean, Halberds are one of the worst chaff-clearing units in the game, but these guys are, okay. They're somewhere in that middle ground there. Exalted Hero versus Ushopti. Chaos Warriors are fighting here as well, and these Chaos Warriors need to start surging into the backfield and causing havoc where they can. Value trading very even here. A little bit of an advantage for the Tomb Kings, but I would say it's pretty negligible if you incorporate the crumbling, but also you have to factor in the realms of the realm of souls, the healing. I would say it's pretty even though. Maybe a little bit Tomb Kings favored, but we'll have to see. Oh, look at this. Champions of Slaanesh being called in by Ponti. Now, Champions of Slaanesh are awesome, but they're very weak against like anti-large units, right? They're going to be in Struggle City right now. They do have a couple infantry helping them, Marauders and whatnot, but they are losing that fight. You can see the Jaff's Cursed Blades activated on the Sepulchral Stalkers, which is going to be giving them a nice little extra bonus versus large. But yeah, these Chosen of Slaanesh should be rear-charging skeletons and using their mobility. You don't want them in sustained combat versus freaking Sepulchral Stalkers, right? That is just not a good fight for them at all. All right. Another Flaming Sword of Ruin activated here. Going to be putting these Chaos Warriors up a little bit of a bracket in terms of their damage. A little 30% damage increase is certainly not bad. And yeah, it helps, but I think there might be too many melee Shopti here, which are going to counter those guys. Value trading being held close, about an 1,800 value difference. But the Champions of Slaanesh might be a bit of a throw from old Ponzi, getting those guys in the mix. And yeah, they are going to be on the run. Hellstriders, though, do arrive, and they are going to be attempting to surround old Kotep. And if Kotep gets surrounded and killed by a bunch of Hellstriders, I mean, that's a pretty disastrous engagement for Rogue AI. He's going to need to send some units in. He needs to get the Halberds in there, the Ushopti in there, and try and peel it. Because right now, guys, Kotep is getting worked on a little bit. The Champions of Slaanesh are broken, and it looks like they're going to be coming back. So Ponti should get them over here to have them help if he can. We'll see how quick his reaction is. But Grand Hierophant Kotep sitting at about 1,600 HP, the anti-large bonus of the Hellstriders, adding up 1,565 on him right now, as Chaos is going to be calling in more Marauders. The Great Weapons are a tech basically against the Ushopti armor. It's still not probably the best tech, but it is what it is. It tries. 1,400 HP right here. Chaos Warriors with Great Weapons are on their way in. The Champions of Slaanesh are returning to try and pack some punch on these Nehekara Horsemen. Now, Kotep does get away. A bit of a dangerous game, but the Hellstrider unit that was pursuing him is going to be dispatched. Objective belongs to the Tomb Kings in the middle. Great Weapons on their way up. And how are we looking on the melee Shopti for old Rogue AI? I think he's got 1 or 2 left. I think just the 1, actually. Now, Burning Head activated here. Going to be cooking up some skeletons, which are now going to be crumbling, taking very little damage. And the Chaos Sorcerer, yeah, Tormentor Sword on Kotep would be really, really good if he has it. And this is where Archeon would be a little bit better. Like, if this is Archeon, this Kotep would be 100% dead. We'll see if the Chaos Sorcerer is going to be able to get him done. All right, guys, Chaos Warriors and Champions of Slaanesh grinding it up right here while more Grey Weapons are on the way in. Could the Tomb Kings be running out of anti-large tools? We'll find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Tormentor Sword is gone. Chaos Lord does make contact, and here comes the Bulldog chat. And he misses. Very fortunate for Kotep, and Kotep is going to be weaseling away. His horse is actually slower than the Chaos Steeds, I think, or similar speed. The Bulldog man charging, trying to get an intercept right there, but Kotep is going to be able to weasel away right there. While the Chaos Sorcerer Fire is going to be getting Last Samurai and charged by the Halberds of the Sepulchral Stalkers. I've always been sad that they're not better. Sepulchral Stalkers, they're really, excuse me, in tabletop. Because in this game, they're very good. They're a staple of the Tomb Kings. But in the tabletop game, Sepulchral Stalkers are just like one of the worst units. They're so bad. Oh, damn, he just got baptized, dude. He got taken down. That Tomb King's Lord taken to Pound Town. And I think that's going to be closing out the series for Rogue AI 2-1. As we do see the Exalted Hero of Khorne going in the old trash. The rest of the Chaos Army looking very, very flimsy here. He needed something to fight the melee Shopti. I mean, a cheeky Lord Snipe maybe could have gotten him back in the game, but not only did he not have enough to fight the melee Shopti, the Chaos Knights were a bit lackluster against the Sepulchral Stalkers and the Ushopti Greatbow. The Champions of Slaanesh also really, I think, a bad pick in this matchup by Ponti. Because they are designed to, there's not good targets for them. Like, what are they going to kill? They're going to lose to, like, they're only there to kill skeleton infantry. That's not worth it for them. All right, guys, GG, well played, good game. Thank you for resubscribing, Crestfallen. And yeah, we're just having a good time tonight, man. Yeah, really cool build by Ponti though. It was fun. It wasn't the strongest build, but it was a very Chadley build. All right, so values, you guys wanted to see him. Nothing too crazy, really. And nothing on the Warriors of Chaos got a lot of value. Now for the melee Shopti, about 900, 1900 on the Great Bows. No surprises there. And the Sepulchral Stalkers did very well also. Chaos Knights aren't always lackluster, but in that case, they were. So that's going to be a 2-1 victory for Rogue AI. GG, well played. And now we're going to be getting the next series going. All right, all right. Give me 1 second. We're going to get this set up right now. And let's do this. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get you. We're up. Okay, so doing that, let me do a little bit of admin stuff. Check, check. Let's see what we got here. So I want to just arrange some. I want to play. Walk. Okay, cool. Arranging the matchup here. I'm going to go ahead and get in, and we will now update this. So let's get these scores off. 0-0, and this is going to be Perfect versus Patty. I'm doing really good, yeah. Doing real good, thank you. Is the Chaos Cannon good against... Yeah, Hell Cannons are good in that matchup. They're very good. I'll do walk first. Pick anything you want. So we're doing a very casual pick and ban here with Pope Patty. I just told him what I want to play, and he could just pick whatever he wants. Like it's cool. So we're gonna do Warriors of Chaos in the first game. I promise you guys, aces. Let's do Imperial Road. So we got Bretonia versus Warriors of Chaos. Imperial Road is gonna be the map, and cool. So that is that. Let's get the Wookiee blocker up. Oh no, where did he go? Hold on. Yeah, Anna will give you the Wookiee. Well, Anna's got all the Wookiee lore. She does. Let's get the Majestic Creature as a blocker here. Give me 1 second. All right, so there's our screen blocker, so we can keep our build secret and safe. Champions of Slaanesh are really good at their one particular role, but yeah. Is the Chaos... Yeah, there's a bunch of... You have a handful of options here against Bretonia. That is for sure. Trying to think of something fun, though. What would be the correct choice? Okay, and then... No, Enden. Okay, looking good. What up, what up? Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we're gonna cut you, get rid of this, and that looks fine. All right. So now we need to figure out the rest of the build here. I think we do 3 of these. And then... I think that could be a fun pick, actually. I do like that. It seems kind of annoying. Okay. So he's already got his build ready. Homie stands at the ready. We could do a couple of these. I think that's fine. Hellstriders are very good in this matchup. Obviously, you're gonna wanna mess around with them a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Armored Chaos Trolls I do like as well. If they get caught by Knights of the Realm in open field, it can be precarious. But aside from that, they do pretty well, I think. And what else do we want to do? What's my least favorite faction to play? I think my least favorite faction is... Ooh, I'm not a big enjoyer of Grand Cathay. Let me think about that, actually. Wood Elves, maybe. I just don't like the playstyle of, like, just like the cheesiness of them, of the faction. I don't know. I feel like Wood Elves are very cheesy. I love Wood Elves' flavor. Like, I love their aesthetic and the way they look, but I don't like playing Wood Elves very much. I am not a big enjoyer of Grand Cathay. Probably aside from that, that would mainly be it. Yeah. Rotting Riders are good. Yeah, you want to keep them in reserve in this matchup. Yeah. All right. And then we get 2 of you guys. And what else do we want to mix in? Poison Hounds are useful enough. Marauder Bearmen were really oppressive in this matchup, actually, when they were on the roster. Those guys were a bit of a problem. I like playing Beastmen. Calling it the kite. No, it's not even kiting. It's just like you get into a game against Wood Elves, and they just like you miss micro for 1 second, and then like 3 Way Watchers just one shot you, and it's not even a kiting thing. It's just like, yeah, the way I guess it's more so the Way Watchers that like I find annoying. We can do a banner that looks different, although that one has a blue hue. We need to pick a banner that looks red. Okay, good. So we've gotten that one unlocked. All right. So aside from that, we got about 650 left. I think that's going to be okay. And what can we mix in as our last piece here? We're going to try and have some good micro. We'll see if my potato hands can handle it. Yes and yes. Oh, such an awkward amount of money. Can we give you Mark of Nurgle? Oh, we don't have enough curses. No, we are already capped out of marks, actually. Okay. Hound units there. Great opens here. Sure, we can put a little bit of Chevron on them. Why not? All right. Yeah, I think this is all right. I think it's a build. We'll try and make it work. We will try. Weight Watchers. Weight Watchers are certainly really good at cutting the fat out of the enemy army, aka their lord, or their most important centerpiece. Yeah, that was Wookiee. He was Anna's minion for sure. I mean, he was my dog out of the gates. I got him in college, but he always kind of like had a wary eye towards me. And then when I married my lovely wife and she came out to the United States, he pretty much abandoned me for her. I was just like a piece of trash in the house, and although I was happy to see it, you know, they had a cool relationship. The old Wookiee. I like lizard men. Yeah, I like playing lizards. They're fun. Evil. Slaughter Guard will come. They're in reserves. So out of the gates, I just have a couple Marauders, and the mainline army is going to be Marauders. Cool, cool, and cool. All right. And we have a Trouser Snake just because they're very annoying, and they can actually rip up Bretonnian infantry positions somewhat well, too. Two, and then 3 on you guys on the Marauder Horseman there. Hell Cannon in the back is going to be Chillaxin. And, yeah, we can put you in 5 and 4. Yeah, but no, like, if Way Watchers weren't so obnoxiously good at sniping enemy lords and heroes, I probably wouldn't mind Wood Elves. I just, like, that, like, style of play to me is just, like, so unfun. And it is a very strong part of their roster, and it is meta in a lot of matchups. Yeah. But, you know, it also makes sense, though, because Wood Elves should have the most elite assassin archers. Like, it's their thing, you know. Yeah, Warp Chicken. All right, so we got Sarthurl, the Everwatcher. And it is time. Let's get it. I played this matchup a bit. I played this one against Blood Penguin a bit, so I'm a little bit practiced on this one. Granted, my build is probably outdated by now. I've been realizing that a little bit lately. He's got 15 units. I don't know what he's going to do. Okay, fairly standard build, which is nice. Let's move you up. You guys go get the point here, go there, and we're going to get the Trouser Snake going, and you're going to move up this way and get ready to drop it like it's hot. So we got Alberic, very, very meta. Yeah, pretty standard build, actually. Foot Squires, yeah, just all the things we love. Trouser Snake should be good against them. All right, so we do have the Yeoman Archers too. We're going to move the Hell Cannon up ever so slightly. For the next call-in, we'll see how we want to play it. The Yeoman, I can try and skirmish with them, but it's a little bit troll. We're going to get some Hell Cannons and just shoot into them a little bit. And yeah, we can just like dodge with you guys. He's going to get the objective, but it's not going to be for long, so all is good. All right, Alberic is a decent target too. So we can switch some of the firepower back and forth. He sees the dreaded Trouser Snake, and he fears it, you know? He does indeed fear it. The Trouser Snake could pop up, but he sees it now, so he knows we have it. As far as call-ins go, I think I want to save for something big and scary. I'm not sure what. I think just like, yeah, is that going to be Grail Knights? Knights of the Realm, okay. Alberic actually eats a freaking cannon to the face. All right, so the Marauders are up on the point. We're going to keep our chicken nearby. Bretonia doesn't have any... I guess, stealth units to mess around with us on. And Alberic is going to be dodging the shot. So now we just start sitting on Foot Squires the entire game, basically. All right, so we can call in one Chaos Warrior Grey Weapon to help us sustain the fighting in the middle. We're going to run away from you, get him with the Marauder Horseman. If he wants to play this game, he's going to take a shit ton of damage right there. And yeah, we're going to get the Dreadmaw to pop up in a second. So we're going to do the Emergence. We're going to chase you back here. Just keep following him. And yeah, he's playing a very dangerous game, though. He is. So the Dreadmaw's there. It's causing some havoc, and we can do the deep burrowing on you guys to try and get some nice burst damage. And it looks like a little bit of a play on my back point, which is cute. I don't hate it. We'll do this, we'll do this. We're going to come over this way. Chaos Warriors are on their way out, and the Dreadmaw is causing a bit of disruption, and then we're just going to burrow it again. And throwing weapons, and Knights of the Realm are on their way in. Yes, yes. Let's get some Armored Chaos Trolls to move up. Cool, and then we can do a little bit of a Searing Doom on those guys. Nah, damn, he dodged it. Yeah, clever girl. All right, so let's go ahead and get here, attack her like so. Keep that chicken grinding, back and back, and I did just get myself, unfortunately, with that. So we'll get the Armored Trolls to go fight there. In the meantime, you guys go here, keep that chicken moving, and the Dreadmaw is going to need to come around this way. Okay, so how are we looking? It's a little bit messy, but I think we're all right. And the big man is hunting us down pretty hard. Now we need to come back this way. The Hell Cannon, we can switch on to the other Foot Squire unit, and the Dreadmaw here is going to come and get on these guys. All right, great. So Chaos Warriors, he's overextending pretty hard there, potentially going to get punished. We'll see. But we need to maybe think about taking on Alberic here. I can't click on his damn portrait. All right, so we're going to do this. We're going to do that, and then we're going to chase him down there. We do have a Final Transmutation to the books also. That's going to be very effective if we want to. And the Chaos Warriors can move up. Let's do this, and the Dreadmaw can pop up and just start fighting now. And we do get Alberic down a little bit lower as well. So let's get some more Armored Chaos Trolls out. They're pretty good in this matchup. I'm a big enjoyer of the Armored Chaos Troll. The humble Armored Chaos Troll. Chaos Warriors can grind there, and we will see what Alberic decides that he's going to do. Okay. So, yep, Cav Charge coming in. Let's get you guys here. And Sartorial, the Everwatcher, can do a big Final Transmutation on Alberic right now. So we're just going to get him with that because he's super in the mix. And we have you guys coming out with some Hellstriders too. All right, so Hellstriders can come fight the Knights. We get him with a big Final Transmutation there, which is going to be very brutal. It's going to hit a lot of his stuff. Chaos Warrior Grey Weapons, let's move them over. And the Trolls and the Hellstriders should be able to hunt down those Knights Errant. And Alberic did get a regrowth. So he was kind of chilling there a little bit, and we have the burrow, but I'm going to save up for the deep burrowing. So let's save ammo. Hellstriders and Trolls going to go here. Sartorial, the Everwatcher, can peel away this way also. And now we can do the deep burrowing. We're going to go ahead and do it right over there. Perfect. So Big Chicken's going to land here. Pull you guys in, and let's get one more Hellstrider out. All right, so the Hellstriders are coming. Alberic is a little bit smashed up, and now we have some Pegasus Knights coming in, which is going to be something. The pit fight here, I think we win it. I don't know. Do we have a Searing Doom? We do. So we can drop a Searing Doom right on their face right there. Should be pretty disruptive, and we can hunt the Knights of the Realm here. Let's get the Big Chicken to do that, and perfect. All right, so I don't know how we're doing on value. I feel like we're winning, but you never friggin' know. Those Knights hopefully will get folded up back here. A couple Marauders waiting in the wings. I might need some good quality Halberd units. Let's go ahead and do the boom. All right, folding up those Knights. The Armored Chaos Chads are doing well. Yeah, you can see, but the Terror Route is going to be a problem with the Pegasus Knights rear charging there. That's a little bit Thunderbolts and Lightning. Very, very frightening. Let's get some Marauder support down there. The Dreadmaw is still just ripping up Foot Squires, basically. And those guys get eviscerated, so let's come in here, go help out, and let's get those Horsemen over there. And, yeah, we need to get the Rock of Inevitability over there. Yeah. Because the trolls are in a bit of a precarious position. Granted, I do feel like I'm winning on value. Here, we're going to save probably for Rotting Riders. So let's get you here. See if we can get him in a pit fight there. Maybe we'll be able to. Let's get you guys down. Throwing axes here. And yeah, good. The fight is on. The fight is on. So the Marauder Horseman sitting comfortably. Let's unsummon some of you guys or get you in. And we're going to do the deep tunneling right now to make sure we win this fight over here. Yeah, he's going for my back point, which is cheeky. We can get some Poison Hounds to come over here and try and disrupt that if we can. Trolls have returned. Let's get the trolls in there. And we're going to get a final transmutation right here. Yeah, and that's going to be pretty devastating. All right, let's get all you guys up. Hellstrider's up as well. We can't afford to lose the back point. I mean, we could, but it's not ideal, obviously. Rock of Inevitability also going to be dropping it like it's hot. And, yeah, should be able to gremlin him off the high ground point right there. Okay, so how are we looking? Alberic's a little bit beat up. Some of the trolls need to rally here, and we can shoot into the Knights of the Realm right there. Outstanding. Poison Hounds have caught their prey to an extent. So there you go. Armored Chaos Trolls can come here. Alberic is getting a good hunt on us, and we need to burrow the Dreadmaw right now. All right, back you go, back you go. Armored Chaos Trolls, let's get him over here. Poison Hounds trying their best. And do we have any ammo left on these guys? We do have a little bit of ammo. Let's see if we can get cooking here just a little bit. So we're going to do a Searing Doom right there, because I suspect that's where he's going to go. The Dreadmaw needs to come over here and unburrow on you. And then what do we call out? Rotting Riders. I mean, man, it's an expensive save. It's really, really an expensive save. All right, we're going to jump on the chicken there. The Searing Doom ended up missing a little bit, and the Dreadmaw is going to pop up right over here. Do this, and let's call out something slow now so we don't have to worry about it later. Yeah, so we got the Slaughter Guard. Alberic is fighting there. Armored Chaos Trolls in the mix, and let's get all of you guys fighting together. Got to watch out for those damn yeomen. They are a bit of a problem. But Alberic is taking a lot of damage, actually. Taking a hell of a lot of damage. All right, let's get the Horsemen back. Retreat you guys. And these are going to be Knights of the Realm. Okay. So the Ever Chicken is on his way. Armored Chaos Trolls fighting the good fight. I'm going to probably sacrifice you into these Knights of the Realm here, just to blob them up. We do see Alberic coming, and I should have had the Slaughter Guard out early. I could actually have put myself in a dangerous situation here, but I think we're doing okay. I think we're doing okay. All right, let's get you back. Hell Cannon can shoot into the big man. We're going to retreat him back here. And, yeah, we're probably going to get triple capped here, which is very bad, actually. Do I have anything I can call out that'd be helpful? And it's a great weapon or something. Okay, so you guys move. Hell Cannon shot coming from the big man. It's going to be hitting your boy, Alberic. The Chosen Halberds should be very effective. You can see how my opponent's army is very, very raggedy right now. That is for sure. All right, so the great weapons are in the mix. Let's pull you guys around the outside. And we're going to regenerate our shields and just keep poking. We still have some good sustainability over here as well. It's not terrible. The great weapons can move up to the center. And the Hell Cannon can shoot at the Pegasus Knights. Let's go ahead and use this. Do a little bit of this. All right, let's do that and that. Think about doing an Alpha Strike here. And just go for it. Yeah, so Slaughter Guard are going to get that point back. And Alberic is low. Pegasus Knights are there. Is he going to go after the Dreadmaw? I wonder if that's going to be the case. All right, so we need to reclaim our point to stop the bleeding a little bit. And, yeah, that's still going nicely. Let's see if we can get a big charge right there. So you guys are all here. Great. And we can call in some base Marauders just to hold that back objective, I think is going to be the play. And it does look like a heal is going to be activated, although the big chicken does make contact pretty freaking hard. All right, deep tunneling. Let's do that right here. And then we're going to drop a final transmutation right there as well. All right, that's going to do some big damage. And we can get the Hell Cannon to switch over here. Onto that. Perfect. And Rock of Inevitability also. If we can take him down right now, that's pretty massive. He's going to be trying to win on points for sure. I think we might be able to get Alberic here. He's at very, very low leadership. Thankfully, he forgot about his Pegasus Knights for a second. That could have been bad. All right, unsummon. Yeah, perfect. You guys do your thing. Let's get you burrowing again. You guys are going to move up. And now we just got to break the lines. Alberic should get Hell Cannon off the battlefield. We'll have to see. Now the Slaughter Guard can move over there. And we are going to need to get some infantry, probably. Yeah, just infantry and infantry. We don't have a ton of time. My opponent is at 1,000 points. Granted, I have a lot of capture weight from a couple different sources, so we'll see how it goes. All right, so we're going to engage here. Chicken's going to engage there. We're going to get you burrowing over as well. And, yeah, and that is that. We do see some back pressure coming in. Alberic is broken and running. Are we going to be able to break through the lines is the question. Close game, for sure. I think he has a slight favor right now, like a slight one, but yeah, we'll have to see. All right, so these are going to be you guys. Let's get you guys charging right there. And we can call it a Hellstrider to engage here also. And maybe keep some of the infantry here as well. I don't know, we'll see. So you're here. Let's go ahead and get you up. like so. You can pop up. And I don't know how this backfight's going to go, honestly. Maybe a bit of a blunder for him? I don't know. We'll have to see. So we got a big position fighting it out in the middle. Granted, these units are going to be tough to drag down. Sartorial, the Ever-Chicken's got to be careful. Marauder Horseman, we can put Fire at Will on just to keep him shooting. And unsummoning the Hell Cannon would be a good choice too. But yeah, he's anchoring in there, man. He doesn't need to hold for too much longer. That is a problem. All right, we're winning this fight. I mean, the middle is going to get won eventually. Alberic is a non-factor, but I feel like we're struggling to get the ground, that's for sure. All right, let's do another Marauder here. Just get him up to make sure we don't lose the point. And the Chaos Trolls are chasing. They're trolling. I mean, they're trolling pretty good. All right, Sartorial, the Ever-Chicken, how we looking? Let's boink it out. We have the Slaughter Guard, hopefully slaughtering a lot of units here. We can do the Deep Burrowing just to try and get a leadership break on them. See how that all goes. And yeah, everybody just kind of screams forward. And we're going to need to send Marauders even to his back point right now. We got to go like all sides being played, yeah. Not going to be easy, man. Not going to be easy. We do manage to break that Harry Potter there. And on the back point, we're looking okay. Yeah, it's cute. Not bad. So you and you, you're going to stay right there. And let's get all these units to continue chasing there. All right, so the middle objective does start to flip to us, which is good. Let's get over here. Dreadma's got to burrow again and pop out under the ground. Marauders and company are going, and we got to just get all hands on deck. Anything fast and furious we can summon, we need to, basically. Yeah, so you're going to come to the middle, and we're going to get you onto the Foot Squires there, and they should die pretty quickly. All right, so we just keep one dude on the back objective. You're coming here. You're coming here. Hell Cannon needs to be unsummoned because it's out of ammo right now. I think we're a little bit late to the party, guys. I think we're a little bit late. Granted, he is haggard as hell right now. Holy shit. Yeah. He's real raggedy. The middle's going to flip in a second. We're going to get all these guys. You just sit on the back. You sit on the back here. Looking good. And then I think the only thing we can really afford to call out, I think, are like Hellstriders and stuff. We can't call out anything slow, you know? It has to be fast. All right, so we're going to go engage against the Knights of the Realm. This objective's going to be ours, so they're going to go there. And yeah, the Marauders just kind of bashing off whatever they can. Yeah, you go here. Let's get you guys all the way across there. And great. So now we are just all hands on deck towards that back objective. That is all we got to do. All right. And yeah, if we had finished Alberic, it might have been a game we could win. I don't think he's going to make it here in time, but we'll try. We will try. And Hellstrider's coming around the outside. Good thing I sent those Marauders 5,000 years ago. Sartorial, the Ever-Chicken, is on his way over. We can go chase Alberic, try and get a break, see if we can get a little something going there. Hellstriders are coming. It's going to be Spearmen. The Dreadmaw can go underneath these guys. If we could just boink Alberic, that's going to be pretty freaking nice. I don't think we're going to be able to, though. So you get up here. You guys get up here. Chase Alberic a little bit. Yeah, get the Hellstriders around the back. You guys come right there. And you are going to pop up and get these guys. Great. And Alberic is running for the hills, which is awesome. But unfortunately, we're going to lose these guys. They're going to have a bad time. All right, Marauders are coming. Yeah, we were just a little bit too slow on the objective game. A little bit negligent of the objective game. And it kind of makes me think that maybe the Dreadmaw was to blame. Let's get a troll. You can come guard this just in case we miraculously capture this. I don't know how it's going to happen, but we got to just spam click everybody in right now. All right, so in we go. I mean, we have a fair amount of capture weight coming, but is it going to be enough? I certainly don't think so. You guys go here. You horsemen can go there. The chicken is grinding. Marauders have gotten in, and the Slaughter Guard have now gotten up to the objective. I think I just needed to get Slaughter Guard in the middle early. That was a mistake for sure. I don't have the capture weight. I'm too weak, Anakin. I'm too weak. Couple units are coming here. Trolls will be able to keep that in check, but not going to matter. If we had another, like, 30 seconds, maybe. I don't know how the Dreadmaw's done, by the way, too. I'm not sure about his performance. Yep. Very, very close game, guys. Very, very well played. He played a great game, dude. Really, really scrappy. Holding on to the middle objective, he did a great job of that. I should have called out Slaughter Guard early or Rotting Riders or something. G-Dog. Fun one. Okay, for next game, I'll play... Do we want to do... What do we want to play for the next game? The Hell Cannon did really good. Yeah, it got a shit ton of value. It's always been a beast. It was. For next game, I'll play... Who do we want to play for the next game, guys? So value, 3,300 on Sartorial, 2,200 there. The Dreadmaw also did very good, too. Slaughter Guard we needed earlier. Yeah, we needed Slaughter Guard earlier. They didn't have enough time to grind, unfortunately. Yeah, good stuff, man. Fun game. And who do we play next? We can do a little chore faction. Let me try. Sounds good. I'll go... Maybe we'll do a Nurgle game. There's been a build I've been wanting to experiment on. Okay, which map? We're going to do his Norska versus my Nurgle, so this could lead me to an early grave, but it could also be very fun. Yeah, it could also be very fun. All right. Let's see. So Norska versus Nurgle. We can do... Let's do that. What else do we want to pick? Yeah, the Rotting Riders would have been good. Honestly, though, I think a big MVP would have been the Slaughter Guard. We needed more good infantry. Queen Bess in our future. Yeah, maybe a little bit of Queen Bessie. Could be fun. Lake. We can do... Or... I'm giving him 3 maps to choose from. So you can pick this for the game. What's another good map here? What is another good map? Oh, the Arena. The Arena is a classic one. Sword in the Lake. All right. Vineyards is the water map, which is very funny, but I think we can do one of those. Arbiter's Grounds. We're gonna play Big Daddy Nurgle. Maybe you should really think. Oh yeah, Miguel for sure, for sure. Crystal Lake is fine. Okay, which one you want, G? So it's going to be Nurgle versus Norska. A matchup I really like playing. It's super fun, actually. Nurgle is going to be the map, or the faction, not the map. Yeah. I wonder if my old builds are still up to date here. I don't know how well they would work nowadays. We're going to do Celestial Lake is going to be the map. Do it. And here we are. All right. Let's have some fun. So we're going to do that. No, Slaughter Guard are pretty Chad. Yeah, no, Chorfs would be the last game. We'll do Chorf's last game if we do get to the last game. Yeah, this is definitely Norska favored, but I just like the matchup a lot. It's very fun, so I wanted to play it. Yeah, that's a build. That is a build and a half. What the hell does... Yeah, so what do they have now? They have Bearmen now or something we see. Marauder Bearmen. Evil men that also happen to be bears. Don't ask questions. All right, so let's do this and this. Get rid of that, and we're going to throw you in the mix. All right, I think I like this one. This looks like a fun little build. I think it's got most of the essentials. What do we lose badly to, though? Let me think here. Let me think. Who doesn't love a good Nurgle match? I know. Nurgle's just so fun to play. They are very, very fun to play. Uh-huh. And then, yes, and yes. All right, so that's going to be our build for now. And then in the mainline army, that's going to put us at a decent amount of money. And let's get you guys in the mix. Okay, I think this is something that could work. It's a little bit of a risky gambit, but it's what dreams are made of, you know? It's what it's all about. Dude, Hobo Honker's build versus Warriors of Chaos worked really well in Epidemius. I know. It could work, Lucas. It could work. Yeah. It absolutely could. Yeah, so from here, we want to get these guys. I think it's going to be good. And then... Yeah, I think those ones are just objectively better. And what do these guys bring to the table? Yeah, I think they're a fun choice. Okay, good luck, have fun to my opponent. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how it freaking goes. Old man stretching sounds. Oh, God. It is time. Let the boy watch. Yeah, we got to worry about like the flying man scores and stuff. Those things are super annoying. The chimeras, yeah, they got the breath attacks. They definitely do a lot. But they do give up a bit of agency on the ground. That is one thing to consider also. I don't think we need you guys for any reason, so we'll probably switch you to a horseman. It's going to be better. Although, maybe we do this. Yeah, that looks actually a little bit stronger. Yeah, there we go. All right, that build's a little bit tighter there. Don't know what he's gonna bring. He could bring some big stuff if he wants to. I think I have adequate anti-large though. I think I'm mostly covered in that category. That is for sure. Flying stuff can be problematic, but I think we're okay. I always wonder about like rot flies, like using rot flies, how effective they would be, like regular ones at just like tar pitting stuff. And the Norscan matchup probably not super good, but yeah. We got the Tallyman of Pestilence. He probably will be considering going Mass Berserker spam. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. The old Berserkers coming out in numbers. Are Mammoths? Yeah, Mammoths are good in this matchup, probably, Miguel. I think so. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and hide the blocker, guys. Thank you for joining. And yes. Okay, so next up on the docket, let me get the next players ready. It's going to be Potato versus Ricochet. You're up next. Then Gotrek. Okay, so just coordinating with the players a little bit. Let's see what's cooking here. Hope Norska brings their battle sneeze guards. I know. We'll find out if they do. Chosen one. I did bring some Chosen. I can't resist. He knows I'm going to bring Chosen too. That's the problem. I'm so predictable with my builds. People know I like artillery and elite infantry, so it's like you're usually going to be getting some amalgamation of those things, right? All right, so you guys can go over there. Here we got Festus, which is going to get escorted off the battlefield, I'm sure, which is going to be hilarious. Kazak, Festering Stooges for their unholy hand grenades and durability, and then the big old scary Noxbringer just to cause some havoc against Marauder Horseman spam. That is going to be the idea. Good luck, have fun. 11 units, you know, not too surprising for Nurgle, I would say. Some elite infantry, though. The elite infantry are here. Okay, we do see javelins, and it is going to be a line of javelins. Okay, so that's actually going to be pretty good for the Noxbringer then. Yeah, we just like shoot at the javelin units. We have Sail the Faithless with Chain Lightning. Very good, actually. He's very, very good. And for our mainline army, what do we call in next? They do have some Chosen with the Great Weapons. He's got a lot of Marauder Bearmen with their hammers. You're coming out. Let's get Kazak the Befouled to run up there and make sure nobody can stop me here. And we're going to take our first shot at these Marauder Hunter Javelins. Yeah, just scoot and shoot a little bit. All right, so the first stinky payload has been bombarded. He's going to try and dodge it, but, I mean, he shouldn't be able to dodge it. Man, it's like so inaccurate at long range. All right, so we're going to get the reload going. And aside from that, the boys are back in town. So we want to get, like, closer range. And then we are going to go ahead and shoot you guys. Although there's a little bit of a funky hill right here. Let's see if we can hit him. Is it going to hit? Yes, it is. Great. That was a nice little direct hit right there. Okay. So you guys get back, and we're going to go ahead and move over here and do this. So we're going to send you like so. Put you in group 7. Have you guys grab that. And I feel like he's just going to push right down the lane here. So let's go get Kazak to go after you. Wow, that was a really good shot with that Noxbringer. Holy shit. We're going to shoot downtown at you this time. Kazak the Befouled on the hunt. And, yeah. The trolls are coming for me, but I'm going to save up for the Rotting Riders, like, first thing. Oh, what the hell is that? Are those freaking the Miststalkers? That's interesting. Okay. So he's got a little sneaky going on over there. We do get a big shot downtown there. And now you guys need to come this way and this way. And yeah, we definitely want to get the Rotting Riders like ASAP. That's going to be pretty nice there. All right, so you guys get back. You're going to Sail the Faithless with your grenades. We're going to do a little bit of this. And Festus is going to do a little bit of this too. All right, so he might have just blundered the game here. We're going to see. He's busy microing a lot of stuff. So we're going to get you with the Rancid Visitations, put on the Healing Elixirs, and if we could just get Sail off the battlefield, that's going to be pretty freaking sweet. All right, so Colin is going to be Rotting Riders, so let's get him in. Sail the Faithless did manage to weasel his way out of that, and let's get another Javelin unit. Yeah, you can see he's very low. He might break. we're on the hunt again, so we're going to hunt him down, see if we can get cooking there. Have you fight, and that's going to be a really nice chain lightning. Ooh, he shouldn't have come back for that. Okay, we just knifed his lord pretty hard. Yeah. People forget Nurgle's got hands sometimes, man. He does. And that's going to be his lord in the trash can. All right, so aside from that, we can save ammunition on these guys, or we could just shoot at the Marauder Bearmen to the front. Rotting Riders are going to come in and fold up these Famir, and you're going to go here, you're going to go here, and his lord is down for the count. All right, so that is nice. And yeah, now he's going to lose the Miststalkers. It's going to be pretty bad news bears for him. Let's take off Fire at Will. Festus is going to waddle up, and he might do a full court press on my back objective, but even if he does, it's fine. Yeah, Sale got boinked in the face. He did. Yeah, he got boinked pretty bad. But Nurgle with Rancid Visitation has hands. He does. Yeah, as the kids say. All right, so those guys get folded, and I think we're in good shape now, for sure. Let's call in some Forsaken just to bolster our lines a little bit. Rotting Riders getting those units too, and we're going to get these freaking Famir Grey opens also. So what's going to happen is we're going to get them with the grenades. We're going to turn here, and Kazek is going to go there, and then we're going to get you on these guys too. All right, so all the boys are back in town. We will for sure have a good time there. We just need to keep an eye on his javelins. So let's stop shooting for now. We can get the Chosen to go engage against Berserkers and get you guys back. Festering Stooges and company feasting. And the Rot Knights are all up on these Famir Grey opens. They are. Okay. Well, he wanted to come back and get a Chain Lightning. It was greedy. It was very greedy. The greed overtook him a little bit. Let's get the Noxbringer over here. Chosen chasing back the Cowardly Berserkers while the Rotting Riders continue to feast. Unholy Hand Grenades on the Famir looking pretty good also. He's going to be resummoning Sale though, for sure. All right, we're going to shoot in the trees there. I think it's worth it. And yeah, so we pull back. Let's get you guys up. Let's get you guys up. Get these Chosen back as well. We're going to call in some Furies just to disrupt the Kurgans a little bit and hope for the best. All right, so the Noxbringer did hit and is destroying the ammunition to those guys, which is what we want. And now we want to get the Plague Bearers on those units, and the Chosen can get on the other ones, while the Kurgans, we're going to intercept them with the Furies a little bit. All right, so ammunition being destroyed. Festus can go ahead and do... I don't know if I need to heal those guys. They are pretty good there. We got the Chosen on the Berserkers, so we end up getting all the favored fights in that particular exchange. Sale is back in business. We'll see if it's going to be enough to bring Homie back. He is value trading well, you know, aside from that. We're going to go ahead and jump the Kurgans, and then we're going to jump them there with the Marauders also. Man, these freaking guys are no joke. I'm actually going to heal the Rot Knights. I don't want to lose them. That is for sure. Let's get the Forsaken coming in. Let's get you over there. And do I want to pull back from this fight? How are these guys not dead yet? My goodness. So the infantry blob fight should favor us. We do have some javelins poking us there, but with the healing elixirs and the other goodies, we should be fine. Get some horsemen in the mix, and we are going to get a big chain lightning here. That's going to hurt pretty bad. So we're going to try and dodge it to the best of our abilities, but yeah, he's going to get us regardless. All right, so Chosen, get back in there and fight. We do manage to break those guys open, and now we can do a full surround and just stay on top of those guys. It's going to be okay. All right, Furies overhead. Infantry and infantry in the grind. It looks like the Miststalkers did come back, and there is going to be another Kurgan coming in. So Kurgans will be annoying. Okay, Festus and company. Let's get him over here. What do we got? Marauder Champions right there, and these are Marauder Bearmen. Okay, so we'll just keep focusing on the Marauder Bearmen. While you guys, I think we need to get back. We're kind of like greedily overextended into enemy territory here, and I'm not loving it. Festus needs to come and get his healing elixirs on that main blob. So Bearmen and Bearmen, going to be fighting it out, and Kazek the Befouled can fight these Kurgans with dual weapons. All right, so you guys have gotten back a little bit. Now we can turn and fight. Festus, I would like to get him on the infantry blob over there if at all possible. The Noxbringer, I think we were just going to use it to fight against the Famir Warriors right there, and you guys are going to throw at the Famir Warriors also. Now Colin's in the back. We do have some Chosen. I'm going to bring them in to make sure we don't lose our home point, because that's going to be how we potentially lose this game. And this game's still close, guys. It's a hard matchup for Nurgle, so like we needed that little gimme in the beginning. That's for sure. All right, we're going to go ahead and do the Rancid AoE Mortis magic. Yes, the Noxbringer is fighting in melee here. It looks like we can shut down these Marauder Hunter Javelins and call in another Horseman of our own in a second. The Bearmen are going to beat us in the back point for sure. And now Big Pimpin' Festus is going to be attacking, and we might be able to get his Lord again, actually. Yeah, we're going to try. We got his Lord a little bit surrounded, actually, so we're going to do a surround on him. The Furies are all up on his business. A couple elite units are on their way in. Let's go ahead and get these Chosen back to fight these Berserkers, if at all possible. And I don't have a lot to call in. I'm going to have to do some unsummons here in a minute, guys. Yeah, his Lord is in the danger zone, though. We do have him in the danger zone again. Kazek is trying. Why do I feel like this is a little sketchy? You know, I feel like this is a little bit Shady McGrady, and we might actually lose this. We're going to do another Rancid just to kind of really drive the message home, and Kazak is going to keep fighting. Noxbringer might need to get away. We might need to reroute our fight a little bit. And let's get you guys out here. Yeah, and Kazak the Befouled is going to keep hunting. We're going to get our SEs and go jump on you guys, and then jump on you guys there. Kazak is fighting a bunch of Skin Wolves, which obviously isn't ideal. And we're going to get these Nurglings to come push there. Horsemen are going to charge. Festus is Mortis engineering stuff down, but it is kind of cursed. It is a little bit cursed here. All right, so the Noxbringer needs to live. We need to unsummon you guys and unsummon you guys. Get those units out. Noxbringer needs to flee the scene, and we need to start getting ready to run away with you guys. Kazak has gotten away. I'm going to keep hunting his lord here if we can. Okay, so Festus can drain. You guys can drain here a little bit, and we have the Chosen with the great weapons. I'm glad we unsummoned a little bit right there. We need to keep weaseling away there while we can. We do manage to get those javelins down, which is excellent. So let's do this. We're going to do a little bit of slowing on those Premier Warriors, and you guys are going to come here, and we can make a play for his home objective a little bit, actually, which is going to be kind of cheeky. All right, so you guys run all the way back to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, just all the way back there. And then we can call out you guys. All right, we're going to get Angels of Decay. Not a bad little unit, that's for sure. Famir are coming. You guys keep waddling away. Kazak is going to keep taking you guys all the way down to the party town. And these are going to be chosen with great weapons, so they shouldn't have any problems with these Kurgans, I don't think. Yeah, you guys go here, you guys go here. And we're going to try and grab his home objective. The dreaded Festus kiting is on, guys. It is. All right. Yeah, well, Norska typically does very well in a lot of those trades, so it's a little bit sketchy. All right, I think the Chosen great weapons can hold that back objective. I don't think we need to worry about that. And you guys need to run right now. We need to just get away. Yeah, because he's got a lot of mobility here, so we need to run, run, run. Festus and his Nurglings can fight there if they want to with the Mortis engine, but you guys need to get away. And we're going to go ahead and drop... Oh, here we go. All right, if we get his Lord again, that's something pretty freaking good. All right, so as far as this goes, Festus can grind here. We're going to get you guys back. We're going to try and get his Lord again if we can. I don't know if that's going to be possible. We need infantry on the field, so let's get some Forsaken coming out too. So let's get the Chosen to engage here, you guys to retreat here, and the Noxbringer needs to get back. We need to keep that thing alive. And Festus, where the hell did his Nurglings go? They abandoned him? Oh, I love it. It's my favorite. All right, so we might need to use Rancid just to get these guys off, as much as I hate to do it. You can't really afford to lose Festus. So chasing you is a mistake. So we're going to take our time, gather our bearings, try and get the heals going. Festus does get a Rancid Visitations on the homies, and now we're going to switch on to healing. And great, so the Chosen Great Weapons can move towards his back point. You guys are here. Let's get the Forsaken to clear you guys out. Noxbringer can shoot right there on those guys, and Festus does survive, thank goodness. All right, so we have the Angels of Decay. You guys could probably be unsummoned right now. Looking good. And are we going to be able to grind this out? I don't know, man. It's kind of sketchy. Norska got a lot stronger in this matchup since the last update here, and these are going to be Kurgans with Great Weapons, so we can do this. Go ahead and attack them with all these guys. We're going to do a little bit of that. We're going to slow them down, so they're going to get punished. Yeah, the Great Weapons are on their way over, and we do got the Rotflies creeping. You're going to go ahead and run back this way. Try and get away from that, but those Kurgans did get folded over there, which is nice. Yeah, not really found any good targets yet, so you're going to retreat, and let's get some infantry coming up. Yeah, we need to deal with those damn javelins, because my frickin' dudes here are having a really bad time, but the Kurgans are getting torn up, and Festus is about to get some Chosen support, which is going to be nice. If he stabilizes, I think we might have a chance. There's a good opportunity for my opponent to snipe Festus, which sucks, but here comes the Forsaken. Noxbringer's there, and now we have a Chosen Great Open unit, which we should be able to partially dodge that Chain Lightning. Yeah, like dodge most of it. Do we have enough for another heal? No, we don't, unfortunately, so nothing good's coming our way here. And the Angels of Decay can go ahead and throw and try and get a cheeky little snipe on his Lord. And let's get those Hounds. Noxbringer's going to come up and get a little bit of bump and grind going, and we do get the Unholy Hand Grenades on the Lord. All right. In the meantime, those Norscan Ice Wolves are being fed to us there. Good, good, good. Okay. So those are Kurgans with dual weapons. His Lord is... We're missing all our shots, unfortunately. Shit. That's probably a throw. Letting my Angels of Decay die for nothing is so bad. All right. So you guys keep grinding. In the meantime, these are Kurgans with dual weapons. They're going to be pretty terrible against my big guys. I guess we just use the Angels of Decay defensively in the back and just grind with them there. I think has got to be the play. Let's call it another Chosen with the shield. And yeah, I mean, he's piling in to fight me with a bunch of dual weapons. I'm happy with that, I think. The Chosen should hang on to that pretty damn well. So we're going to get you guys in the mix. Yeah, grind him down here. I'm hoping old Festus is going to be able to heal. We're going to keep you guys really, really deep set. Get Marauders to go right there. And get these Marauders to come up here also. All right, so he is losing a lot of stuff here. Like, a lot of these Kurgan horsemen are just going into the trash. We do have the healing elixirs on the Noxbringer. Kazak the Befoul did get hunted down and killed. Feels bad. We could take the Death's Head over there as well and do a little bit of grind, but we do have a scary core here. I don't know if he's going to be able to handle it. With another Chosen coming too, I mean, the Chosen will get there eventually. He's going to be there one of those years. And as long as these Javelins are tied down, we can use you guys to clear out those Marauder. Great weapon there. All right, let's get into these guys here. The Skin Wolves, not going to have the best of times. We're going to get on these Javelins right now. And the Festus healing is starting to come into the picture a little bit. You know, it's starting to do a little something, something. All right, call-ins for now. I think I need mobility. I don't know if we can afford to wait around too much longer, so we're going to get all you guys. Yeah, because it's becoming one of those close games again, but man, this healing Death Star is very, very scary, you know? It's very, very scary. All right, so let's get up on the point, make sure we're fighting there. Festus is doing it. Noxbringer is trying to grind where it can. These guys do get punched offline, and cool. So you guys are going to come over here, do a little bit of nibbling. We can slow you guys down. I know what they want. They want to kill the Noxbringer, so we're going to slow them down there and get the Noxbringer coming this way. Festus and company are up on the back point. We have the Chosen and some Forsaken, and they are getting drained down. Yeah, let's get you guys coming over here, you guys coming over here. And are we going to have to play all 3 objectives? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the case. All right, let's get the Skin Wolves. Let's get you guys. Call in some of the Marauder Horsemen. And, yeah, what do we got? Great Weapons versus Miststalkers, kind of sketchy, but at least they are Chosen Great Weapons, so they're pretty damn strong. Those guys are grinding the good fight, and the Noxbringer, it needs to live, so we're going to call in a bunch of doggies to try and chase them down. Come on, Noxbringer. You got 1,500 HP. Festus would love to heal you. The Poison Hounds are going to be a pretty good peeling piece here, too, but sadly it looks like it's going to die. Yeah, we'll fight. We'll see if we can break those Skin Wolves at least. All right, so we're going for the home point. We need to get it soon, though. The Chosen are sort of winning their fight. Sort of. Not really. Horsemen coming too. And the Hound units will clean those guys out. I think we just barely lost again, man. Yeah. Hard matchup. It is, but this was a really good match. I know I need a double cap. I'm trying. Trust me, I'm trying. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. All right, let's get you guys in. Get you guys in. These guys are coming. We have the Angels of Decay, who've been a little bit lackluster here today, but they've been trying their best. You got to give them credit where credit is due. Rotting Riders gave it their all also, and the Great Weapons finally got pushed back. So I think the Famir... Do we need Plague Ogres? I don't know. Plague Ogres feel a little bit weak, you know? So you guys get in. You guys get the throwing weapons right there. I have a little bit of time. I guess I have more time than I think. Yeah, Festus is healing. I could do a Mortis Engine effect. These guys are going to get blitzed there, and then we're going to charge you guys, so you guys can be in control group 1. Hound units need to shut down these Kurgans here, so we're going to do a little bit of this. And do we have to start split pushing, like, all the objectives? I think we might need to consider doing that. Anyways, we'll call in some Furies. Festus needs to go Mortis Engine, I think, to get through the density of those units there. These Kurgans do get trapped and messed up. And the Furies can come up and get these Javelins offline there. All right. So how is this looking here? I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, the Chosen are trying their best. I'm out of Bones of Magic. Mortis Engine is doing great work, though. Although it's only really hitting 1 unit. A little bit sad. Furies can help finish off Skin Wolves. And the Hounds are actually good against Skin Wolves, too. Should have had more Hound units, probably. We can go back to healing elixirs soon. The Chosen are, I think, getting worn down there. And we're going to need to send Marauders, I think, to the side point here. Yeah, we gotta just go. We just got to put our faith in old Festus and hope he's going to be able to do it to it. All right, so let's come over here. He has the home point advantage. The Mortis Engine is doing all right, but I think healing elixirs might be a little bit better. Let's go ahead and throw there. Do this. And what do we have here? All right, Furies have cleaned up some of the scraps. We're going to do that. And then we just got to go all in on trying to get this back point. Yeah, I'm surprised. I guess his build was just a lot better than mine, because the fact that he was able to come back, it means his units just traded better, you know, on the board. Let's get those guys, wear them down. Festus and company are trying their best. The Famir finally do go down, which is nice, but we're dealing with Marauder Chosen, or with scary units there for sure. All right, the Marauders, did they never move? Oh, that's not good. Okay. So we're going to go right there. We're going to slow down the Famir. Festus is trying his bump and grind here. What the hell? What terrified him? Wait, how did Festus just get terrified? Is there something that terrified him there? I don't know what that was. All right, so yeah, GG, well played. He played a great game, though. Good games, man. Even though we lost, it was still really good games. And, you know, we took a hard matchup, too. This is not a good matchup for Nurgle, but it is one that can be won, I think, with a little bit cleaner play. Yeah, Marauder Berserker's up-traded pretty hard. I think even, I know it might sound like some crazy talk, but I think another set of Chosen, like 3 Chosen, would have been good. Granted, the Famir do take them to Pound Town, so you have to, like, account for that. Yeah, GG. GG, dog. Dog. Great games until we meet again. Okay. It's good to get these practice sessions in, though. Relearn the meta. Close matches. We can play again another time. Yes, you can. Okay, perfect. Well played to him. But how did our build do? Festus was really good, actually, the Rancids. But, like, here's the thing. I don't think our build actually was good. And the reason being is that the only reason we were kind of having a good chance that game is because he blundered his Lord so hard early on. Like, if he didn't blunder the Lord like that, I think we just lose. Like, we just lose kind of hard. You know? Like, I feel like that's just bad for us. The Angels of Decay, you have to have them to deal with Mammoths. Rotting Riders got 2,000 value. The Chosen did pretty good, too. So maybe we just need more, like... You do need Kha'Zix. Yeah, cut the Festering Stooges, I think. No, you need... Because if they go Mammoth and you don't have a big character to fight it, then you're going to lose. Yeah. You're going to lose. Let's redo the build real quick before we jump to the next game. So if I were to run that one back and, like, knowing what I know now, I probably would go for, like, a double Chosen type opening, I think, for the starters. And then for reinforcements, I think the reinforcements are mostly fine. Do we want to index into triple Chosen? That's a lot of eggs in, you know, a couple baskets here. But, like, a triple Chosen opening could be kind of Chad. And then you figure it out from there. Yeah, Kha'Zix could start in reserve. That is true. You could, like, do something like this and this. Slap Kha'Zix in reserve and then just get a little bit of a, you know, Vanguard pressure. Some Marauder Horsemen out of the gates. Something. Yeah, GG, well played. Fun times, man. Fun times. Valnir says, it's tough to win when your faction loses the immobility, the range, the monster, and the infantry matchups. Yeah, it is. Deal. Okay. So now we have another match. It's going to be Potatoes Devil versus Wildfire. Where is he? Potatoes Devil, Potatoes Devil. Where's your lobby? Is it tax evasion advice for free? I think it's this one. Is it? Let me check. Is it a dreaded 1234 password? I think it is. Oh. The gray weapons on the Chosen probably to fight Famir, yeah. I think so. Plague Ogres are just a little bit flimsy, I think. Okay, so we have this matchup here. Well played to Pope Patty. Played a great game. I'll break my losing streak one of these days. At least we're losing in style, you know? That's what it's all about. That's what I get for playing all this campaign lately. Losing my edge. Ricochet. And then on this side we have... It's going to be... Let's see. So that is going to be Ricochet, Wildfire. Why do we always seem to get this matchup, I feel like? You like the Great Unclean one, really? Against Norsko? I could see that. If you could shut down the Javelins, you could do pretty well. Yeah. Well, Javelins will also eat up a Great Unclean one, too. Nurgle and Suffering, name a more iconic duo. Yeah, Nurgle's the quickest way to lose a best of series. It really is. They go into the pits pretty fast. All right, so it begins. The greatest battle of our time, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the High Elves versus the Dark Elves here on Proving Grounds. And let's go ahead and break down the armies and have some fun. Spawning in on the south side of the map, it is going to be a battle line of Ship's Company. So Ship's Company versus Bleak Swords. I think Bleak Swords are slightly favored, but yeah, again, bit of a wet noodle contest there. Spearmen and Spearmen, and then on the backside we do have the Everqueen's Court Guard, as well as... Oh, so Elite Sisters of Avalorn, with another Sister of Avalorn, and Sea Lord Iceland is going to be here, trying to use the Master of the Mists to buff those guys and give them some downtown shooting. Not bad at all. Yeah, Bile Trolls could be an option too, actually. Yeah, I think Bile Trolls would be viable. It's just tricky because the Javelins really shut down your monster's infantry, you know? I'm surprised. I'm really surprised I lost that last game, though. In the beginning, we had a pick on his Lord and also his, like, Miststalkers. Like, just 1-2 punch. I think maybe we overstayed our welcome with Festus over there, too. Yeah. Jackson, not too often, no. All right, so it's going to be Caradhran. So fairly elite build. We have Ship's Company, 2 Elite Sisters of Avalorn with Sea Lord Iceland, and then also Caradhran with his anti-large poking stick as well. It's Potatoes Devil. Oh, it's Potatoes Devil, not Wild. Oh, that's right. Potatoes Devil. Thank you. We'll do Potato for now. Okay, so we got Potato versus Ricochet. Sorry. Thank you. All right, guys, and for the battle lines of Potatoes Devil here. Wait, no, do I have them backwards? No, I don't. I think I'm in the right spot. It's going to be bleak swords, and a bunch of dark shards. So he's doing like a... This is like a turn 15 campaign army. This is like your roll-in campaign. You're on turn 15. You know, that's what you got cooking. All right, on top of that, we do have a High Beastmaster. High Beastmaster is here with the Tormentor Sword, which is very, very good. And the Dark Shards do have Silver Shield, so if you try and focus fire them with archers, they can endure it pretty damn well. All right, who do you guys want to win, and who do you think is going to win? Let me know. What lurks in the hearts of man? What lurks in the hearts of all of you folks hanging out in our chat? Do you guys think that the Druki are going to pull it out, or the High Elves are going to do it? The classic Duel of Fates. And yes, let's see what's cooking. Dark Riders over here. Dark Riders over here. They're going to be heading up towards Objective Trace to get the capture weight over there, whereas the High Elves are a little bit more elite, so they're going to have to play a more tight build, kind of keeping their army together. On the outside, the Mage of Life with the Starwood Staff is there. So Starwood Staff gives you a bunch of reserves. So the High Elves are trying to cook with that Winds of Magic if they can. And what do we got back here? Bleak Swords, Dread Spears waiting in the woods. The Hydras are so hot right now. They're making all the comebacks, man. Yes, they are. You can see the Chill of Sontar stands at the ready to get in and do its glorious, glorious breath attack. All right, on the other side, the big dog is coming over. Caradhran trying to hunt down that High Beastmaster. He's not going to have much success, though. The Beastmaster has the Tormentor Sword and does have these dreaded horses to pull him around, so he should be able to lock them down. All right, so High Beastmaster, is he going to go try and get some capture weight in the middle? He's honestly doing very good. You can see out of the gates the Beastmaster has actually done some good damage to Caradhran using his big anti-large bolt thrower, so that's not bad at all. Retreating back are the Dark Riders, and advancing up are the Illyrian Reavers. Illyrian Reavers will beat Dark Riders in combat. They just have much better stats. All right, got to be careful with the High Beastmaster. Potatoes Devil potentially going to get caught here. Flying in is Caradhran with the Phoenix Blade. And he does pop it like it's hot. And Tormentor Sword is going to be the response. So basically, the High Elf player, Death by Ricochet, just traded his Phoenix Blade for the Tormentor Sword. Honestly, a pretty fine trade. So the Dark Elves have not advanced out of the trees here. They're I don't know if their lines are disciplined, but they're ruthless lines of infantry, waiting to see how the fighting develops elsewhere on the battlefield. Have not advanced out. I think they're a little bit nervous about the Sisters of Avalorn. We're going to have to see. But man, oh man, is this High Chadmaster putting in work and just showing Caradhran, who is freaking boss right now, man. Yeah, not doing bad at all. Now, it looks like we might get a fight over here. We do see some Velociraptor Cav. So here's what you would want to do. You would want to engage with your main battle line like this. And then Caradhran has to decide, am I going to spend my 2,000 gold hero over here just to fight some, chaff Cav, or do I bring him over to the main fight? Tough choices, but yeah, the High Elves look like they're going to get a triple cap, man, which is pretty rough for the old Dark Elves. We'll see how it plays out. So objectives number 3, we have Illyrian Reavers and Reavers hanging out right there. Those bad boys going to be chilling out on the point, screening out the Coldo Knights. Caradhran thinking about hitting the High Beastmaster again. The High Beastmaster shooting his dreaded Scourge Runner here. And is he going to get caught? Tormentor Sword is probably on cooldown right now. Caradhran getting some work done, and it looks like the High Beastmaster is like, oh shit, I didn't see him coming. I'm going to have to flee. Advancing out of the woods are the Bleak Swords and the Elven Archers. The Sisters of Avalorn are going to be unleashing a torrent of armor-piercing fire. Not that it matters against the Bleak Swords. They don't really care too much about those type of things. But yeah, the Dark Shards are going to be the real breadwinners. Those Dark Shards hit really hard. I mean, yes, their weapon strength is only 20, but like the volume of fire they put out, it's pretty incredible. All right, so here comes the battle lines. Oh god, that burning head. Oh my god, that's got to be like a top 5 burning head I've ever seen in terms of value. Literally took the perfect Tokyo drift through those 2 archer units. Now, here's the thing. It didn't kill a single model. So the firing capacity of these Sisters is still going to be very good, but god damn, that was a very good burning head. But now the Archer's going to be shooting into the Dark Shards here, while the Dark Shards are trying to close the distance and get in range, and they do. So right now you got to get these Sisters back. You got to retreat them. Ricochet needs to retreat them and heal them. Regrowth them. They still have a ton of their models, but as they get shot, they're going to be hemorrhaging units right there. Yeah, it was pretty painful right there. Caradhran shutting down 1 Archer. He's getting pretty balls deep in the formation, and it does look like the Dark Elves are going to be calling out the Beasts now. So the Feral Manticore as well as the Chill of Sontar are coming out now. Master of the Mist activated to give a little bit of a buff. Reload skill, base damage, and range. And looks like they're going to be machine gutting into the Hydra. Not really worth it, though, honestly. Man, brutal work here by Potato. He's been able to really shut down the Archers. And now there is going to be another Burning Head coming in. And basically, that's why Sea Lord sucks. When you put like your whole gimmick in this like weird Archer build and then it just kind of gets like compromised like that, you just kind of lose. You know, you just kind of lose. Fireborn charging in, trying to isolate the old Hydra here, but the Hydra is teaming up with the homies. The Bleak Swords, giving it a little bit of buffering on the ground against the Spearman. Although the Chill of Sontar does take some really bad attack animations, it moves forward and gets surrounded by the Fireborn. This is an opportunity for the High Elves to get back in the game because, man, oh man, they are potentially in some danger. So Chill of Sontar, 5,300 HP, dropping very, very rapidly. Elsewhere on the battlefield, it does look like the Velociraptor Cav and the Cold Ones able to win their respective fight, but now there's 2 Spearmen in the mix here, so the Spearmen are going to be able to defend them off pretty easily and keep them at bay. So the Druki are pretty much all in on trying to win this fight here, and they do get the objective. Some of the Dark Shards are back online too, and the Fireborn managed somehow to get a surround on that frickin' Hydra. And they are going to be taking down a 2,000 gold unit. So a game that I was going to say the High Elves were definitely going to lose, now is a little bit more contested, assuming they can finish off their prize. And it looks like they do. The Hydra does fall, and that is a very, very nice pick right there. But Dark Shards are back online, guys. They're going to be unleashing a lot of bolt fire. Oh, we got the Mark of Asaurian? Is it on yet? No, it's not. So we might actually get some very, very rare tech here this game. Ricochet might be able to get the Mark of Asaurian on Caradhran, and is that going to be going down? Yes, it's very close. It might actually be active, but it looks like he's going to be healing Caradhran, so not going to be going for that. Now, Fireborn are in saturated combat with chaff units, not what you want. You want to get the Fireborn out and have them go run down these archers right now if you can. Oh, man. Oh, the Mark of Asaurian. Oh, but the regrowth got rid of it. No. He had the Mark of Asaurian. That means he had like the most broken Mortis engine in the entire game, but he healed him, so he lost it. I mean, the Dark Shards will maybe bring it back right now. We're going to have to see. All right, so Caradhran is currently not doing his OP Mortis engine. He's not. Elsewhere, the Dark Elves are winning some of the mobility fights. The Cold One Knights are doing very, very good work for Potato. The Silver Helms coming in to try and contest them, but Silver Helms get basically pancaked by Velociraptors. They don't have good armor piercing, and they're fighting a dedicated anti-large unit. It's going to be bad news bears for them, as we do see the Silver Helms flee the old scene over there. On the backside here, Shades and Dark Shards shooting away. The Caradhran engine should be online now. So yes, look at this. The Mark of Asaurian is here, draining 50 to 100 HP off a unit per second. It's pretty cracked and really good at breaking positions. But Caradhran gets pincushion. The Dark Shards and the Shades able to take him down. He does fall, and he does pay the troll toll. Now, looking at value trading, Potato's Devil is pretty far ahead in this particular game. Some of the fights on the flanks, though, his mobility core able to do well. They are probably now going to retreat over towards Objective 2, away from those Spearmen to get this point. The Dark Elves holding on to this objective quite well also. We see Oceanids being called in, Fireborn with healing. We'll see if they're going to be able to carry the game. But Shades popping out of the woods, very, very thematic. The Dark Elf Shades doing a beautiful ambush right here. Going to be shooting into the backs of the Fireborn. Fireborn getting afflicted by Tormentor Sword. Really, really nice combo. They get locked down by the High Beastmaster, then the Shades pull back, and they're going to be able to turn around and start shooting. All right, this objective being pressured by the Oceanids. Sea Lord Iceland is a good melee fighter. You know, he's got good grinding stats. The Druki able to get the middle objective with some Dread Spears and a mass amount of Cav units, and should be able to hold on to that. Maintaining a value lead is Potato's Devil at 9,200 against 7,000 for Death by Ricochet, and his Shades are feasting like the Heathen Kings of old. They're living their best life. They're setting up shop. They're going to be ripping some shots into these units here and melting down those Fireborn, no problemo. And now some big scary Velociraptor Cav going to be coming from across the map. And though the Fireborn will get a decent engagement, Shades do have okay combat stats, and the Velociraptors with the Whiplash ability are going to be able to put some work in. We'll see how it goes. So, objectives. Dark Elves own Objective 1. Objective 3 is... Oh no, do they own that one? It's about to flip, actually. Yeah, the High Elves are about to flip this one, it looks like. It's very, very close. So we will take inventory in just a second. But the Fireborn most likely going to get folded here, but doing very good work against the Shades with the support of the Oceanids and Sea Lord Iceland as well. This objective just barely being held onto. Over here, Dark Riders going to be trying to ninja that point right there. Cold Ones having to run away from the Spearman units. And Death by Ricochet didn't hear no bell, dude. The High Elves are kind of rallying a little bit here in the fourth quarter, you know? Just a little bit. So over here in the pits, Sea Lord Iceland grinding it out. Cold One Knights fighting against Oceanids, which is a good trade for the Cold One Knights. Some of the Shades have re-rallied and are putting some armor-piercing shots into the zero armor of the Oceanids. Pretty funny stuff, but even still, it does matter. And I believe the Fireborn did get taken down, but not before they were able to crush those archers back there, so not bad. All right, so middle objective. It looks like the Druki are going to have trouble getting through the Spearmen, and the High Elf player is playing the objectives very well. Definitely being a little bit of a trash goblin on the points, which I love. And the Spearmen are really making all the difference. Ricochet having these Just rank and file spears out here, man. Doing the humble work of the gods. Just got to be sitting on objective 3, man. It is not bad at all. So this is still a close game. Honestly, the High Elves are starting to catch up a little bit. We do see Death by Ricochet starting to value trade very effectively. And a lot of it came down to this fighting over here. The Shades getting caught and run down by the Elite Knights and by the Oceanids and not really having a good trade there, I think has actually gotten Sea Lord back in the game, which is incredibly impressive. Very much reminds me of my series, where one player goes off to a very decisive early start, but then the other player is able to slowly grind value back and pull the game back. Very, very impressive, honestly. It's great stuff. So yeah, Sea Lord is going to be a bit more of a carry probably than a High Beastmaster with no ammo in the late game. Here, the Spearmen holding on to the point. High Elf Spearmen holding on here. So High Elves actually have a couple points here and are getting 2 victory tickets per second against the Druchii and are about to get a triple cap. Oh, the Sisters of Avalorn coming back. They didn't hear no bell. Shooting at the High Beastmaster, going to be fighting while more Oceanids come in, making a very stalwart, difficult to break line. And I actually think the High Elves have rallied this game. Just their grindiness, their attrition, the Oceanids, the Fireborn, pulling a lot of big plays out of the pocket, taking down those Shade units. I think that was it. Yeah, man. GG. That is a tricky one, but it is going to be a game getting dropped here by Potatoes Devil, and a victory for Ricochet most likely. The Burning Head to finish off the 5 Sisters of Avalorn is pretty hilarious. High Elves holding on to the middle here with their Spearmen. Should be able to re-rotate their Silver Helms and their other Silver Helms over here to stabilize on this point. Bleak Swords and Bleak Swords coming out for Potatoes Devil, but now I think he has truly fallen behind. Sea Lord Iceland hanging it down with his Oceanid homies. The Oceanids, of course, struggling probably against these big cav. And these are the Knights of the Ebon Claw. Is there any chance that the Druchii are going to be able to pull this game back? I don't know. On the backside, Ship's Company, and it looks like just infantry spam for the Dark Elves, trying to capture it where they can. Some Oceanids eating the shots here, but the Dark Elves are going to need to get points very, very quickly, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. The High Elves have the mobile advantage right now. Some Dark Riders are coming up, but Silver Helms will be able to respond very well, and Silver Helms are good units. They have decent killing power, especially against Chaff. So there they are. That's going to be those Bleak Swords getting rolled over very, very badly. Murderous Prowess is no longer active, so the Steroids of the Dark Elf army is going to be offline. Chadlord, the Chadlord of the Seas, sitting at about 1100 HP here, going to be fighting tooth and nail, while the High Beastmaster is rear charging into the back of the Oceans there. Unstable Binding, and man, oh man. It looks like High Elves going to be approaching 1400 points here. Dark Elves getting a little bit of momentum over here on this side. The High Chadmaster trying to take down the Sea Lord. But now the High Elves are just going to probably Helms Deep on 1 point. They're going to send everything they have over to 1 or 2 points over here and probably be able to get it. Reavers will beat Dark Riders too, so that is one aspect of the matchup. It's kind of an interesting rock, paper, scissors, because in this matchup, Reavers defeat Dark Riders, but Cold Moon Knights defeat most of the cav that the High Elves have. So like the skirmish cav game does go to the High Elves, but the heavy cav game goes to the Dark Elves typically, with the exception of Fireborn, of course. So Sea Lord is going to get broken here, and he does not have a Murworm to save him. He's going to get punted and run over. The High Elves only need to hold for another 40 seconds, and then they're going to be able to win the game. And Ship's Company here, planting their feet down with their martial prowess, not evil, murderous prowess. And they also have Ship's Company and what appears to be more Ship's Company coming in. Mass Dark Rider Vanguard, it makes sense. Using the Dark Riders, you're trying to overwhelm the capture weight on that objective and going for the middle as well. Now there's only 20 seconds left for them to get it done. Dark Riders are here. Knights of the Ebon Claw trying to chew through those Elves. And oh my goodness, are we going to see a close comeback? Is he going to do it? That objective actually flips. The Druchii infantry make it there in time, but he needs to get this objective in about 10 seconds. Oh my god. 8, 7, oh, he's got the capture weight. 6, 5, or 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh man, and look at that. Kalidor just barely winning the game. Holy shit, after that start, I thought they were cooked. I thought they were cooked, man. Jeez Louise. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, a good match, a fun match, back and forth. And I got to say, we've had some really good games today. Every single matchup, I think, has had some great matches. Okay, so let's go here, and we're going to go ahead and do a victory for Death by Ricochet and his High Elves here. There they go. All right, all right. Value on Sea Lord about 1200. The Sisters of Avalorn got bullied pretty bad. I'm surprised he still won the game after that. But the Fire... Oh, this is what did it. The Fireborn... Yeah, you guys got to remember the Hydra died too. Like, there was a couple Haggard things that also cost the Dark Elves a bit when they lost their Hydra early on. We saw that make a big deal too. But yeah, 3600 here. Beastmaster with 2,300. Dark Shards did pretty damn good. Hydra only got 200 value. That is probably the weak link that cost him. All right, so we are on Norscan Rise, and we have Grand Cathay versus Dark Elves this time around. Fireborn got 3,600 value, man. Not bad at all. So this is going to be round 3 today. This is going to be Potato versus Ricochet. And then after this, we have Martinius versus Gotrek. Yes, yes. Martinius versus Gotrek. And Mr. Hill versus Darren Dimwits. Blood Penguin versus Attack Speed Enjoyer, and Harrison versus Hobo Honkers is going to be the closer tonight. So even after this one, guys, we got 4 more best of 3s. It's going to be good. Yeah, 3,600 off 1 Fireborn call-in, yeah. 3,600, not bad at all. The Hydras can be all right against High Elves, because they're like a damage sponge, and if you don't finish it off and its heads regrow and comes back and gets you, it's like you have a lot of sunken value in it, you know? It's kind of the dreaded Pontyclaw style of play with the Hydras, you know? He likes to work with them. He does indeed. All right, so Grand Cathay versus Dark Elves. It's a fun matchup. Yeah. Kind of similar in some ways. Whereas the Dark Elves will win the cav fight, but Grand Cathay has the artillery advantage and the infantry advantage, I would say. Cathay infantry are very cost effective. Oh my god, it's going to be... Dude, the Hydras are all the hotness right now, I'm telling you guys. Do we have Beastmen playing? I should have played some Beastmen, actually. Yeah, Beastmen are fun. Yeah. All right, so it begins. It is time. Let the boy watch. Let the boy watch. We'll see the builds in a second. We'll break it down. Currently 1-0 in the series for Ricochet. We're doing very good, Mr. Grumpy. Thank you, thank you. So, for the Dark Elves, it's going to be a Bleak Sword... Or no, I thought this was Dark Elves for a second. The color scheme looks so similar. For Potatoes Devil, it's going to be Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Bowmen, or Long Spearmen. And the backline's going to be Jade Warrior Crossbows and Angau Grenadiers. Crossbows is going to be very useful here. And we do also have a Crane Gunner as well. So Crane Gunners, of course, Hawk and Long Rifles, Giselles. They do good damage against, you know, any of those big targets are going to be ideal for them. And Rakarth is going to be on a little Hellsteed, or no. Oh my god, I keep thinking it's Dark Elves because of the damn color scheme. And I saw Rakarth's face over there. Jeez, I'm getting all confused right now. All right. Dragon-Blooded Shugengin Lord with the Breath Attack. This is the Daniken Trop special. He loves to use this. It's not Daniken playing, of course, but we see him just crush matchups with this spell. It's very, very good against Elven Infantry. And then it's going to be a Metal Caster with Plague of Rust, and that is going to be it. So just kind of a classic Cathay Infantry formation with some gun and bow support. All right, so for the Dark Elves, it's going to be Spearmen, Dread Spears with some Bleak Swords. Burning Head is really not bad against Cathay. They do bring a fair amount of peasants. And Rakarth is off meta for sure, but a very Chad pick by Ricochet. And then we got 2 War Hydras. I think there's one in the bushes as well. So we got the Chill of Santar in the bushes. And elsewhere, guys, it is going to be the War Hydra hanging over there. All right. Let's frickin' get it. Hydras, yeah, they're fun, man. I used to think they were a meme unit. I remember I was playing in a tournament with the Empire, and I was like 3 wins and no losses in this Empire tournament. I thought I was hot shit, and I ran into Ponty, and he brings double Hydra against my Empire, and I was laughing internally when I saw him. I was just chortling. I was like, yes, my Hawklands will kill them. And he just karate chopped me with them. I couldn't kill them. They got away. All that value was wasted while the rest of his army was putting in work. I am telling you, dude. I am telling you. Oh yeah, Valinor. Warhammer 2 Dark Elves with the Scourge Hunters. Oh yeah, they were pretty obnoxious. That was not a fun time in the game. That is for sure. The end of Warhammer 2 was a bit of a like the Grom the Paunch, Vampire Coast, Dark Elf Scourge Hunter meta. Yeah. That's a long time ago, dude. That was freaking 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago, I think was when that was going down. Yeah, Hydras are cool, man. They are cool, and they're going to be surging forward. The Boomers, yes. I know. The Boomer meta. Cathay going to be using a couple Peasant Horsemen to grab the high ground, but Peasant Horsemen, I don't know how they win. Let's see. So 5,000 HP. They have the exact same HP. 26, 26, 28, 24, 24, 28. With a better charge bonus for the Dark Elves. And the Dark Elves also have the Murderous Prowess. So kind of an interesting even fight between those 2 units. Dark Elves going to be taking this objective with their Dread Spears and Bleak Swords and their Chill of Santar. And the middle objective is where Cathay is going to be putting its focus. And there's that freaking spell, the Dragon's Breath. Very good against tight formations of lightly armored troopers. And we can see the Bleak Swords getting it pretty good. All right. Peasants are running, even though they don't really need to. There is going to be some crowmen being called out. The peasants should just turn and fight, although the Dark Elves are going to be getting the charge bonus, unfortunately. But with the peasants being supported by the crows, it should change the dynamic of the fight, and you can see those guys are going to be getting forced back. Meanwhile, Grand Cathay going to be putting its feet down, getting its frickin' crane gunner, and shooting at the War Hydra. And I wonder if the Dark Elves are going to be attacking this army. It looks like they are. The Dark Elves are going to be sounding the Horn of War, using the Hydra damage sponge to allow the rest of the army to advance unimpeded. Rakarth going to be setting up a breath attack most likely here. Another breath attack coming out from the Dragon-Blooded Lord. While these Dark Riders going to be trying to find a way in. How effective is this engagement going to be for Ricochet? Ricochet currently is going to be losing some Dark Riders up here. So Grand Cathay actually winning the skirmish fight. The Empress's Crowmen and the Peasant Horsemen able to clutch it up there and stabilize it. But this is going to be for all the marbles. The Dragon should have done the breath from the side, but he definitely needs to get in there. And it looks like there is going to be a burning head. He was trying to get a little bit of a cheeky 2-for-1 there. He does roast those Peasant Long Spearmen, and now the Hydras are in. So they're in the battle lines, man. And Rakarth is here also. And Grand Cathay doesn't really have things that can fight monsters well outside of their shooting. So if their shooting is shut down, it is going to be sketchy. The burning head ends up doing okay. Chill of Centaur being held up in place by some of these Peasant Spears. So it's going to want to move out of the formation because these haggard farmers with their spears will be able to eventually put a lot of hurt down to the Chill of Centaur, and you don't want to give them those freebies. Right here, Jade Warrior crossbow shooting where they can, and that is going to be another breath attack there. The disciplined lines of Grand Cathay are holding. The Crane Gunners and Iron Hails are online now. Double Iron Hail Gunner being called out. So there you have it. The Iron Hail Gunners are a really good counter against big monsters, and yeah, they're pretty awesome in their formations here. So they're going to be unleashing on the Hydra. 7,200 HP, and let's see what his HP looks like after another volley. Down to 6,200. So literally one volley did about 1,200 damage. Another volley is going to be doing about 1,200 damage as well. And oh, the Hydra is healing, though. It's growing more heads, ladies and gentlemen, as the Monster Mash from Death by Ricochet continues diving. And those Iron Hail Gunners trying their best to last samurai these guys, but I'm telling you, those Hydras are much harder to kill than you think. They are a pain in the butt. So Cathay able to secure the high ground objective, and the Crowmen and their other mobility pieces going to be securing objective number 2. While the Hydras continue rampaging in the backfield, and the Iron Hail Gunners are going to be sent packing, so they are going to run. And the Hydras probably can't really afford to chase them. And you see what I'm saying about the Hydras? You think you're like, oh, I have them dead to rights right here. And then Homie is just able to get back online, start chasing it again, start munching, and giving you a ton of trouble. A ton of trouble. Dark Riders, not Dark Riders, but Jade Lancers, excuse me. He literally is using like a Dark Elf banner. It's so troll. They're going to be charging in to try and take down the Crows of Cain, maybe free up some of the shooting right here. Rakarth bumping and grinding in the fight, and is fighting a bunch of peasants who are harmonious right now, so going to be tough to take them down. I like this play a lot from Potatoes Devil, using the Dragon-Blooded Shugengen Lord to try and assassinate the Sorceress, who's a much weaker wizard there. Cathay, though, holding relatively firm on the high ground objective, but it looks like in the middle, with some Jade Warriors and some Crowmen, is going to be in the process of getting on the point. Crowmen are actually really good against Golden Knights. Golden Knights kind of struggle to kill them without their anti-infantry. You know, they have anti-large, so it's not good for them. Iron Hail Gunners need to just run. The idea here is you run the Iron Hail Gunners back like far, and then you're going to see these guys kind of sit in here, and you can just either lure the Hydra back here, or it stays there, and then you turn around and shoot it once you rally, you know? And what the hell is killing Rakarth, by the way? It looks like Rakarth getting punished by a little bit of Plague of Rust and some light crossfire from some archers. Hard to say, but yeah, Rakarth is losing a fair amount of HP, guys. And up in the high ground fight, we do have the Peasant Horsemen versus Dark Riders. Dark Riders will win that, considering they got the charge off. And down here, the Crowmen and the Jade Warriors trying to flip this objective, but it looks like the Druki are going to be able to stabilize it by calling in another Dark Rider. Plague of Rust activated there, but a little bit too late. Granted, the Jade Warriors will cut through them slightly more effectively now, but yeah, he did not get that objective. Points are not too far out, though. It's still very, very early in the game. Very, very early. All right. So yes, you might say that Grand Cathay has a big value lead, but these Hydras are still healing and causing mischief. Chasing down the Iron Hail Gunners where they can, locking down some of the archers in the backfield. Rakarth, he's probably wishing he was on a different roster right now so he could get some friggin' healing. But Cathay does get the bombardments. The Nangao Grenadiers getting a big salvo of fire here, and it looks like Grand Cathay is going to be able to lock down this objective. Unfortunately for Rakarth, though, he is going to be eating some crossbow fire. Looks like some Jade Warrior crossbows are back online. Dragon-Blooded Lord going to be trying to land on the ground to get away. Granted, he could have just flown away. Should be faster than Rakarth on a dragon. But yes, Cathay does flip this objective. Plague of Rust is going to be activated on Rakarth, putting him down to 12 armor. And then he takes 300 damage from that crossbow volley, man. It's not bad at all. This Hydra back here being mischievous, and it is approaching its healing cap, but we laughed at the Chill of Santar. All of us collectively laughed at him at some point in our lives. And this man is back here ripping and tearing and occupying a lot of Cathay's army, which is very, very troll. All right, Crossbows getting Rakarth very low, though. He's down to 2,000 HP. The Dragon-Blooded Lord is going fisticuffs, choosing to stand and fight with some of the infantry. Could use the Alchemist support as well. And it looks like the Beastmaster with the Plague of Rust might actually get broken. It certainly helped a lot. The Dragon-Blooded Lord hits a lot harder against light armor, and 12 armor is absolutely light armor right there. Beast Lord's Gaze, though, keeping him active. Otherwise, he probably would have broken there. Getting a little bit of ward save as the Dragon-Blooded Lord is going to be fleeing the scene. The other Hydra saw its Overlord in trouble and is coming to shut this down, as what appears to be another Plague of Rust is activated. 1,300 HP here, and now the Hydra in the backfield is going to start getting shot by the Iron Hill Gunners again. And how many times must the Hydra teach these guys a lesson? Or is he just going to run away? The Hydra is healing capped now. It looks like Ricochet may have forgotten about him. I think he's a little bit focused on microing Rakarth here. Looking at the fight, Potatoes Cathay doing quite good at taking down Rakarth. He is steady. And the Dark Elves going to be surging forth with Dread Spears and Bleak Swords, but the Jade Warriors will be able to outtrade the infantry pretty effectively. Jade Warriors have 80 armor, really good defensive stats, and Bleak Swords and Dread Spears and Dark Riders are just, in general, going to struggle at getting through that type of armor. So Objective 1 belongs to Grand Cathay 2 and 3. Looks like the Dark Elves are running out of gas. The Hydras, though they did not die, the Dark Elves lost Rakarth, which is pretty devastating. He's at 2,100 value here, but it looks like we're going to be going to Game 3 in this series, most likely. Yes, moving on in, our Iron Hill Gunners. This objective is owned by Grand Cathay. Jade Lancers are going to hard counter pretty much all these units with the exception of the Dread Spears. So if they can just get on the Bleak Swords and the Dark Riders, they're going to be having a good time. Yep, all three objectives, though, are there, and Rakarth is being chased off the map. It looks like the Crane Gunners are shooting at him just to kind of keep that leadership low and keep Homeboy running and scurrying. Yes, yes. -1 leadership right here on you. And we do see Grand Cathay getting 3 victory tickets a second. They have actually passed the Dark Elves on points. The Druki, though, are the Hydras going to be able to pull something back? With Rakarth being gone, it's very tricky. Breath attack coming in from the Chill of Santar. Oh, damn, dude. Nice breath attack. Not bad against those Jade Lancers. And the Hydra might be able to help flip this point. We are going to have to see. All right, moving on up is the War Hydra. He's going to be trying to get on this objective. We got Crossbows and Crane Gunners who are going to be zeroing in on him. Do the Dark Elves have any infantry coming in? They do have a couple Bleak Swords. I mean, this game is not over yet. I'm telling you guys, the Hydras are a menace, and they still could cause a lot of havoc. These Iron Hill Gunners, though, might be able to end this Hydra's career. We're going to have to see. The Grand Cathay forces normally would have had an advantageous fight there, but considering the Hydra came in and terrorized them, got a charge in their back. The Jade Warriors, as well as the Peasant Long Spearmen, are going to be running for the hills. And the Hydra just needs to hide in the trees right now a little bit or run back. The other one is still online in the middle. Is it at its healing cap? Ooh, man, it actually catches one of the Alchemists, too, and it's not its healing cap. This thing still has a lot of healing right there, guys. It does indeed. So attacks going down. The Alchemists, -37, 358, and wow, Hydra's, he's putting in work right now, man. Are we going to see Rakarth summoned back in? It's going to be Dark Shards and a Sorceress of Fire, which is going to be nice. Breath attack from the Hydra, that was a nice one. Cooks up those Jade Lancers, also hits these units. And now the big dog is going to be heading back in. Granted, there still is a lot of ammo left. And are the Dark Elves going to be playing anything on the high ground? Doesn't look like it. I'm not seeing any Collins over there. And is he moving? Looks like he's just hiding. The Hydra is a little bit sheepish. Doesn't want to get blasted in the face. Grand Cathay did lose the outside objective to the Hydra onslaught. So there's a chance that Death by Ricochet is going to take his big army over here and rotate to the middle and win that fight. But he's rapidly running out of time. I honestly think sending a chaff unit to the high ground right now wouldn't be a bad idea. Just kind of planning ahead like a Bleak Sword or a Dread Spear. You know, get something going up there to try and get that. It's going to be hard to get these Cathay units off the point. There's a little bit of shooting online. Crane Gunners are blasting at the War Hydra. But honestly, the War Hydra has so much room towards its healing cap. It probably will be okay. The biggest issue is its leadership getting broken, considering its current state. All right, so the Hydra and company chasing back these units. The Jade Lancers losing to it with Dread Sphere support. A couple Dark Shards online as well. These guys need to get on the Iron Hill Gunner if they can, and the Dark Elves are going to get some good Burning Head opportunities, and the Dread Spears are on their way over. Close game, guys. Close game. Yeah, Hydra's actual movement speed, I think, is like 48 or something, is it? 46, yeah. It's exhausted right now, so it's going to be a little bit lower right there. All right. The battle is on. There's something hiding in the trees back here. Cathay needs to get those units, man. Oh, no. Cathay has 2 AFK units here. That's such a power Power Spike, Empress's Crowmen, and Peasant Horsemen. He better remember those units, man. I still think that Cathay has this game under control. I mean, very tenuous control, but they do have it. But he needs to get those units back, because now this objective is on the brink of flipping here. We can see the Hydra and the Bleak Swords doing a good job. Burning Head activated, able to cook some of the Jade Warriors over there. Spears and Coldwood Knights are on their way over, and another Hydra is coming, and he can get a big breath attack if he has it. Let's see if he does. Chill of Santar. Oh man, this would be a god tier breath attack. This would literally like KO this unit basically if you were to drop it. Dark Elves got to start playing that high ground point though, man. They do need to start playing that point. All right, so Hydra's creeping up. The Dragon-Blooded Lord looks like it was resummoned to get the Harry Potter back, which is going to be helpful and also good for leadership purposes. This Hydra has approached healing cap. Beautiful breath attack right there. Those Jade Warriors getting karate chops. And the Dragon-Blooded Lord coming after the Sorceress again. The Duel of Fates is on once again. Coldwood Knights being afflicted by Plague of Rust, allowing everything else to do a lot more damage to them, and you can see them getting melted down even by the Haggard Jade Lancers. And Dark Elves got to start playing this point, I think. I think they do. They have to put their faith in the Hydras to win this side, and yeah, and start playing the high ground point, because it's going to be a triple cap situation very, very soon. All right, Sorceress gets bullied again. The Hydra coming in, attacking the Dragon-Blooded Lord, does make a little bit of contact. This Hydra getting broken, though, is pretty massive. So if you're the Cathay player right now, you just get a really raggedy, cab unit like these Jade Lancers and chase those guys off the battlefield and make sure that big old Hydra doesn't come back. And by those guys, I mean the individual heads of the Hydra. They got their own personality. So breath attack on the Dark Shards from the Dragon-Blooded Lord. Not a bad call at all. A good knockdown, rock'em sock'em robot fight here. This has been a great one. And there are going to be some more Coldwood Knights coming here. But it seems like the momentum is starting to shift back to Grand Cathay now a little bit. Their Crane Gunner and Bow line has been effective. One Hydra has actually rallied, and sending that Hydra to the high ground is actually a good idea, because it's going to be away from the bows, and it could probably rout off that Spearman unit, but we'll see if that ends up happening. And yes, it is triple cap now. It has been for a little while. So middle objective is owned by Cathay, the Chill of Santar eating all those bows, and here the Dark Elves, not Dark Elves, the Grand Cathay army moving up, but he knows it's over. So that banner, I'm going to ban that banner when he's playing against Dark Elves, because it's so similar. But yes. The Hydras did all right, man, but he just kind of lost out on points. And Rakarth, if the Hydras, if Rakarth hadn't been beaten down earlier, if he had kind of survived that fray, it could have been a different game. But yeah, GG, well played, guys. Fun match and a victory for Grand Cathay. Their guns did work. Their crossbows, 1900 on the crossbow. Not bad at all. And Iron Hills, 1200 and 400 on the other one as well. And these Crane Gunners ended up getting 1700. So, all right, 1-1 series, guys. We are going to be going to game 3. The Dissenter Lords, I know. It's so troll. All right, Eastern Isle Colony. It's going to be Walk versus Ogre Kingdoms. These banners are at least different. We have like traditional Ogre Kingdoms versus the Puppets of Misrule, which is the Village faction. Yes, yes. Imagine a man-sized crow putting a... Dude, we have a couple crows that have moved onto our property. And what they do is we have like a water bowl outside. We have a water bowl outside for our dog, right? So when our dog is outside, it has its water bowl out there, whatever, has one inside. So the crows have started using our dog's water bowl as like a bath, and they've been dropping gifts in it. So I don't know if the crows understand like transactional stuff, but yeah, Anna and I have been, I guess, learning that they do. And crows will imprint on people who treat them good. Yeah. So the homies have been like just dropping like things like breadcrumbs, and one time they dropped a dead rat one day, or it was a mouse that I had to take out. Yeah. It's wild. Crows are super smart. They'll remember your face forever if you feed them. That's pretty cool. Crows will trade you stuff for stuff they want. Yeah. You should. Yeah, no. Oh, we should train the crows to go thieve coins. Yes. You can teach them to bring back things of value too. That's so freaking cool. That's so cool. Teach them how to pick up money. We live in a bit of a small town, like nature-y town. So I don't know if they would find a lot of coins and things like that, but yeah. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's break down this next matchup. It's going to be the Puppets of Misrule, Warriors of Chaos. And we saw this the other day. I think Death by Ricochet used the exact same build against Ogres, and it didn't work out. We'll see if it works this time, but double Doom Knight with a Chaos Lord of Tzeentch, who's going to be a blue and pink fire. We got Marauders And Forsaken and Marauder Horsemen as well. This is actually, I think, a Warriors of Chaos army. I don't think this is Tzeentch, is it? No, this is a Warriors of Chaos army. Yeah, but very Tzeentchian. Jeez Louise, he just wanted to play Tzeentch Light, basically. Okay. Now, looking at the big dog over here, it is going to be Greasus Goldtooth. Now, he's a deterrent. Greasus is like the ultimate, don't come over here or else I'm going to dunk on you. He is the fat kid chasing the cake. And like I said, when he gets the cake, he will feast. Remember when Greasus like 3-shot somebody's Lord on stream the other day? It was nuts. Ogre Bulls. We got Noblar Scrap Launchers back here, guys. And then we have a Butcher of Heavens, who has Chain Lightning, which is pretty good against Walk, and also the Harmonic Convergence. So yeah, Greasus, it's a Greasus build. It's Greasin time, dude. He's going to be reading Grease all over the boys here, and we will see. Viking in chat saying, I've just read an article about some city installing bins which dispense food to crows who drop trash in them in an effort to keep the city clean. Are you serious? That is awesome. So the crows are just like picking up like litter? Oh, dude, Chad crows. All right. So, guys, we got Knights of Immolation here. They're going to be coming in with the Doom Knights looking to compromise some units early on. And they could charge onto these Noblar Trappers. Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea. The Noblar Trapper is getting Harmonic Convergence, which is pretty funny. Anticipating the attack, I think, which is going to put their stats up to 42 and 50. Pretty good little stat line on those goblins, but even still, the big Doom Knights, despite being anti-large, they're also anti-infantry. CA originally had them as an anti-infantry unit, then eventually changed them to anti-large, but still kept their anti-infantry capabilities, so... Yeah, so they get a nice little charge there, but is it worth it at the end of the day? A lot of Doom Knights do get trapped, and they are kind of getting poked a little bit, so they're going to need to retreat. Looks like the Warriors of Chaos and Ricochet are going to be doing an all-in on his opponent's back objective, so instead of playing the middle, he's going to be diving the Ogre Kingdoms home point here. The Doom Knight's going to be skittering away while the Forsaken do arrive. More and more Forsaken are going to be in the mix here. And so it begins. Forsaken and Forsaken. They are charging. Doom Knights have gotten away from the fight. The Forsaken are really good in this matchup. They trade pretty well into Ogre Bulls. It's a pretty even fight, honestly. And they can cut through a lot of the different units. But Greasus making it rain on the homies. He's cash cascading. So 24 melee attack to all these Ogre units. Going to be pretty freaking sweet. And it looks like Tzeentch, aka Warriors of Chaos here, are thinking about moving in. But they see Greasus. See what I'm saying? Normally they would want to come in and help there. But with big Greasus here, they're like, nah, I can't do that. The Doom Knight's going to be going after the Noblar Scrap Launcher, but immediately going to be intercepted by Pigback Riders and Ogre Bulls. And it does seem like the Ogres are starting to win some of these fights. The Forsaken here getting blasted by the Chain Lightning. Greasus, oh, he wants that booty, dude. Greasus wants it. He's going after the Chaos Sorcerer, trying to rampage him down to the ground, but it's not going to happen. The back objective, though, is in the process of flipping. Ogres, though, are value trading very well, as they are ripping and tearing a couple of these Doom Knight units over here. Forsaken do arrive on the point, going to be butchering Noblars. And it looks like the Warriors of Chaos are going to be changing up their game plan and going for this. Now, here comes the everyone has their price. Greasus has rampaged the Knights of Immolation and is calling in the Thunder Tusk. Okay, so the big dog Thunder Tusk is going to be on its way out. And the Warriors of Chaos probably don't have an excellent answer to deal with that. But rampaging the Immolation Knights, not bad. They're going to be free of that rampage right now, as Greasus is going to be trying to take them down. The Doom Knights here having a bad fight because of the Pigback Riders. So you can see these Pigbacks are getting in there with their old prison shanks, and they are going to be razzling and they are going to be dazzling. They are doing the best they can. So he's hitting at 2,300 right there. On the backside, Saber-Tusk Packs attacking into the Forsaken. And over on Objective 1, the Chaos Reinforcements, the Chaos Warriors and Forsaken starting to pay dividends, as Marauders and the Lord of the Pink Fire are going to come, probably dropping a Pink Fire to bunker bust those guys. But the Ogres do get some okay value here, grinding down several of those Doom Knight units. One of them is at 15 models, the other one is at 18 of the initial 24. But the Thunder Tusk is now in the picture. But for the Ogres, the big thing is going to be getting an objective back. They need to find a way to get an objective back quickly, because the Warriors of Chaos are playing the points a lot stronger. Engine's asking, when's the next Age of Wonders FFA? That's probably going to be Thursday, I'm thinking, but we're not sure. It'll be sometime this week, though. Worst case on the weekend. We'll see. All right, Forsaken and Chaos Warriors able to secure the point against the Noblar defenses. The Thunder Tusk is going to be doing his best to reclaim the home objective with Greasus. And yeah, the Marauders are not going to have a good time versus the Thunder Tusk. It is a very, very killy unit. You guys remember the terror of the launch Thunder Tusk. I think that was definitely one of the more OP units on launch, but he turns about and will be launching his Snowballs of Doom, or maybe just trying to rat off the Marauders. And the Chungus Kingdoms do get their objective back pretty quickly. All right. So the Greasus Death Star is no joke. And remember, Ogres can bring non-healing casters because of the fact that they have Meat Feast. It's a very good ability and does give them some good sustained healing for sure. Oh, you're doing a dragon build. That's super cool, man. I'm working on a subterranean build, Davok. Nice. Nice, nice. All right, Scrap Launcher is scrapping. Surrounded and attacked by the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. The Doom Knights of Tzeentch have also got it surrounded as well, so a very, very nice pick by Death by Ricochet. Getting a pick on a somewhat expensive unit, and also luring some Saber Tusks into a bad fight as well. The Ogres look like they're going to be doing a lane pushing strategy, so they're going to be taking Greasy and the Thunder Tusk and just pushing right down the pipe here. So all those bad boys are going for it, and they're going to be seeing what sort of bread they can butter. Greasus making it rain on the homies once again. All right, Cash Cascade is pretty big. The Hellstriders of Slaanesh are very good in this matchup, but they are going to be in Struggle City here versus the big dog. So the Thunder Tusk is going to be getting a nice AoE attack there, and you can see the Hellstriders getting crushed. And a beautiful Chain Lightning coming out by Potatoes as well. God damn, those two Forsaken got absolutely melted. Hellstriders are probably not the answer here, even though they will do okay. Thunder Tusks are still super heavily armored, and Grease's Goldtooth is supporting them nearby as well. The Ogre's probably eventually going to get this Chaos Home objective. A little bit of unsummoning is needed as well, so we do need to see the Ogre Bulls getting unsummoned here. And for Chaos, are they going to be diving the Ogre's back objective? It kind of looks like they're thinking about it. They do have a couple advantageous fights here. The Doom Knights annihilating the Noblar Trappers, and the Saber Tusks, Iron Guts now being called in, will fare a little bit better. But yeah, Grease's Goldtooth, dude, he is freaking going. He is freaking going. Grease's Goldtooth. The Thunder Tusk attacking into the Hellstriders of Slaanesh. Everyone has their price, it would seem. Monstrous Impact there as well. And that is, yeah, that's true. It's quite a metaphor for life, isn't it? Everyone has their price. Not everyone, but usually there's a bit of a price to most things. All right, Greasus cruising in with the boys. The unstoppable Greasus Death Star, guys. Unstoppable. Nothing can get in its way. The Iron Guts are going to be trying to secure the back point using their big billy clubs. These guys are a pretty solid generalist unit. And Doom Knights don't have good AP either, so they might be able to hold this for a while. Saber Tusk packs coming in to saturate. Chaos Warriors also moving in, and that's going to be the game plan for Death by Ricochet, is to steal the Ogre's back objective, because nobody wants any of this Greasus smoke. So what do you do here? I think you move the Thunder Tusk back. You leave Greasus with a couple units to defend this, but the Thunder Tusk needs to go back to the home point and help out, because the Thunder Tusk is 51 movement speed, Greasus is 34, so not going to be very good for sure. All right, so moving across, as is the Butcher. Meat Feast activated on him to give him a little bit of healing. He has some Ogre Bulls that are going to be trying to protect him. And the Iron Guts trying their best, but being a little bit overwhelmed here. No, they're still hanging in there. Yeah, they're hanging in there. And the Saber Tusks are doing great work also. The Ogres might have come to a position where Potatoes is going to be closing out the series. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight, guys. Thunder Tusk does charge in. 1,300 right there. Grease's Goldtooth lurking in the shadows, waiting in the wings. And yeah, who wants to fight Greasus? Nobody wants that smoke, and especially this Chaos Feral Manticore. Jeez Louise. If Potatoes notices this Manticore and rampages it, that's a free kill. Greasus will like karate chop this thing, like super, super hard. All right, in the back point, it looks like the Ogre Kingdoms, the Chunguses, are stabilizing. The Piggyback Riders doing pretty good. Saber Tusks on their way. Reinforcements as well. The Iron Guts have been able to really club through these Chaos Warriors. They're disoriented right now, which I believe is from the Piggyback Riders or something. I don't know if they get charged. I'd have to double check that. But Pink Fire activated, trying to drag down some Pigbacks, not going to be enough. And the Ogres do not want to fully abandon this point, because if they abandon that point, Chaos is going to have a chance of winning on points. They should have stayed over there. Dude, Greasus is not a meme anymore, dude. He has been used a lot and has been an absolute menace. And I don't know why he's not fighting here. He's going to use Everyone Has Their Price here, but Greasus should have used Everyone Has Their Price and used his big club if he has it. Yeah, he does have the Scepter, so... All right, so the Ogres win that fight. The Chaos Feral Manticore, though, getting a really high-value pick here on this Butcher. Definitely need to send those guys in and run the Butcher away. We'll see if he does. But Greasus is laying a whooping here on the Chaos Sorcerer, guys. Chaos Sorcerer has lost his shields and is losing a fair amount of HP. He's at 3,500 HP. Monster's Impact puts him down to like 20 speed. When Greasus hits you, it slows you down very, very hard. He makes it rain, but unfortunately on the wrong spot. I think a bit of a misclick. It's not going to be the end of the world. A bit of a misplay, but worse misplays have happened. There's a Pink Fire right there, guys. And Greasus Goldtooth sitting at 1,900 HP. Still fighting that Chaos Lord. He has some help nearby. Granted, the Chaos Lord does have a Manticore supporting. And the Thunder Tusk kind of just dominating everything right here. Yeah, just giving it the dirty. And this objective is maintained by the Ogres. And I think we see game over right now, guys. I think Greasus Chadtooth is too strong. He is smashing this Lord of Tzeentch. The Tzeentch Lord at 2,500 HP. Greasus is just... absolutely flexing on him right now. Harmonic Convergence going to put Greasus' stats up to be pretty freaking high. Chaos Sword at 2,300, and Greasy just anchoring it down, not hearing any bell whatsoever. All right, Butcher of Heavens trying to get away. The objective still being held by Ogres. Ogres were pretty close to catching the Warriors of Chaos on points, but Greece is establishing dominance as the alpha male here in this battle, and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is going to be sent packing, and Greasus finishes the job. So now the Warriors of Chaos gotta just gremlin the points, I think. Yeah, maybe, I don't know how you even play this. You pull you back and then just all in on this point and try and win the home field fight? I don't know. I don't know. No, Greasus didn't get buffed in a while, but the fact that he has a Rampage is, on small maps, he's actually quite good. Like on a map like this, Greasus is a menace because it's harder to kite him when the objectives are so close together. Like, you have to come to him eventually, right? So the Tzeentch Lord in big danger, Thunder Tusk is healthy, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Death by Ricochet tap out here soon. Because this game, in my opinion, is 100% over. The Chaos Feral Manscores might be able to go for a kill on Greasus, but honestly what's going to probably end up happening is they're going to get bullied themselves. Yep, looks like the Tzeentch Lord does go down. The Ogres could go for a triple cap if they want to. He thought about shooting a Snowball of Doom, but looks like he is going to be doing it and missing. Hey, Baloo, welcome in. Never catching those live? Yeah, good to have you on stream, man. Good times. All right, Greasy is running from the Manscores. They're going to be diving down. And Greasus, is he going to beat them with his giant shank of meat? Looks like he's going to try. He's holding firm. The Thunder Tusk immediately breaks one of them. And Greasus Chad Tooth, 800 weapon strength, is going to be clubbing this Chaos Feral Manscore. Dude, clubbed. He took him to the club, dude. He took him to the candy shop. You know, he asked him 21 questions. A lot of 50 Cent references. We still got it. All right. Pigback Riders are on their way over. And the Noblar is going to be grabbing the middle objective. And Greasus just too powerful to be left alive. Too powerful to be left alive. That is game over. And yeah, he is not going to be falling this day. His value about 1,700, but the Rampages are what really paid the huge dividends, you know? All right. Thunder Tusk moving in, getting a big charge right there. Pigback Riders with their pointy sticks will counter the Hellstriders. And Greasus, oh my god, is it Meat Feast? Oh, it's the Meat Feast on Greasus. He deserves it, dude. After all those epic fights, Greasus is literally growing into a tree, but yeah, man. Greasus is like Tony Soprano a little bit. He is, yeah. The Gabagool. So good. The standing desk is good, and you know, the thing about the standing desk is that it keeps you from being at the computer too long because you get tired standing, so you're like, I should go do something else. You know, whereas when you're in a chair, it's easier to just sit all day, you know? But that's going to be victory for Potatoes Devil. 2-1 of the series, guys. GG, well played. Greasus definitely carried that game. He did very well. But the Iron Guts also performed very well when they came in. And I don't know, maybe the Thunder Tusk was the true carry there. All right, 1,600 on the Tzeentch Lord. And yeah, honestly, not a bad Chaos Army. Although, honestly, I'm not a big fan of the Doom Knights. I think there's much stronger choices myself. But GG, well played. So now let's get the next game going, and they should be ready. All right, so who's up next? We have Martinius versus Gotrek. It's time. So let's go find their lobby and do that. I don't see a lobby up right now. One of them might have disappeared. I don't know. Oh, you can absolutely win tournaments without DLC. There's a couple of factions where it's actually pretty easy to do. Lizardmen are probably one of the best non-DLC factions because they have a lot of good core units that are very cost-effective. So I think that would be possible for a lot of high-level players. Yeah. All right. Let's see if they're ready. Does Martinius have a lobby up? Let's see. We're going to wait a second. Uno momento. Have you and Pone started the PvP campaign yet? Not yet, no. We're probably going to be focusing more on Heroes of Might and Magic and doing head-to-head there, as well as Age of Wonders, which I am having so much fun with these days. Yeah. Rob Dugan, Club... Dude, I know Rob Dugan, yeah. Furious Angels, bro. I remember that song. Yeah. Yeah, he's got some good stuff. Club to Death was like a goated Matrix soundtrack. Kara's a Karak Arena. And are him and Martinius sitting in different lobbies? I think they literally are. Let me check these guys. Let me check Gotrek Starbreaker. Yo, you here? If nobody's here, I could just go lose another series real quick. That would be fine. I'd be down to do that if his opponent doesn't show up. Hey, Amikasa, thank you. Have you tried Gates of Hell? I haven't. I've been having a lot of people try and get me to play that. A lot of my friends. It is something that is a possibility. Although, next up on the docket, we have Total War campaigns, Total War multiplayer, of course, Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era, more Age of Wonders, and then Dawn of War will be like the next thing that we go really hard in the paint on. Dawn of War 4, we're going to be like all up on that, man. It's going to be fun. I don't know if Gotrek is here. We'll give you 2 minutes. We're going to give him 2 minutes. If he doesn't show, I'll play. If Dow4 sucks, I'm going to riot. Me too, dude. We're all going to riot. I think it'll be all right. Davok will train me, dude. Davok usually becomes a Dark Lord at most games he plays, so he would be a great coach, I'm sure. All right. We're waiting on Gotrek Starbreaker. Okay. And Hobo Honkers is a little ways off. We have Mr. Hill versus Darren Dimwits before that. So we're going to give Gotrek a little bit longer here. And the order for now is going to be Martinius versus maybe me or Gotrek, and then we have Mr. Hill versus Darren, then Hobo versus Harrison. Okay, I think this guy's gone, so I'll just step in and play again, most likely. Okay. Great. Yeah, because I want Martinius has been waiting here for a while, so I want him to get a series, you know. So we'll play against Martinius, guys. It's gonna be fun. Let's go get wrecked again. I need to just lose a bunch of games to shake off the rust. I've been playing too much campaign. It dulls your blade, man. All right, so that's gonna be. All right. Let's play. Wrong chat. Okay. Let's play. The Old Realms is updated. It's great. I will be doing that too. Yeah, I'm excited. So what matchups do you want? So what do we get here? Let's update the names. This is going to be versus Martinius. Last time we played Martinius, we won, but I think he's always a hard challenge. He's probably going to be able to give me a good beating here. Oh, okay. So the big question. So who do we want to play? I would like to maybe play. Do we want to play like a Dark Elf game or something? I think I want to go Tzeentch. Go Tzeentch first. Want to just arrange. I'd like to play Tzeentch, Chorfs, and Empire. So if I go Tzeentch, what would you want to play against them? Okay, so we're going to do Greenskins versus Tzeentch. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not great at Tzeentch, but it's going to be a fun time, regardless. Map was... Yeah, Gotrek fell asleep, unfortunately. I think he lives somewhere in Europe, and it's getting late for him, so... Homie fell asleep. We're going to do a Tzeentch game first. Edge of the Darkwood. Okay. Perfect. All right, we're on the right map, and it's go time. Ah, man, I used to know this matchup. I remember playing it once and feeling like confident in it, but I can't remember what we did. It was so long ago. All right, well, anyways. The bird versus the green, yes. Okay, so let's do this. So a little bit of that, a little bit of this. And then... Oh, Changeling, guys. The Changeling. Did we get him with the Changeling flex? Yeah, so the greenskins are up to no good as usual. Let's get this guy here. So let me find you. No Enden. Yes, there is going to be some Enden here. Yeah, I think this is a good choice. Oh, hell yeah, dude. This build's coming along. All right, fasten your seatbelts, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Let me check here. All right. So that, I think, is along the lines of what we want to be doing in this matchup. And then we want to get some of you guys as well. Perfect. Get you in reserve, you here, you in reserve, and you here. All right. Not bad at all. So those guys are outs. We'll get one more of you guys in the books. I wish the Chaos Knights were good here, but I don't think they are going to be a great choice. Sad as it makes me to say. I think Zangors are just always a solid choice. Yeah, like a durable, cost-effective option. Okay. So 1 and 2. And then with the last of our money here, what do we want to mix in? The spawn rush we saw last time was pretty freaking sweet. You guys remember that? The dreaded chaos spawn coming in, causing havoc. I thought it was really, really fun, man. Oh yeah, you could also go like a Burning Head cultist in this matchup too. I always forget how good that could be. That is certainly not a terrible option. Changeling Grimgore for the maximum flex. I know that's how games are won, dude. That is how games are won. I don't hate that. I don't hate it. And what about like ROR Chariots here? I don't know if that's very good. I don't think it is. All right, so we're going to get a couple little trash goblins here. We got you guys, and that looks good to me. All right, good luck, have fun. Although I have a little bit of money to spend in my starting army, so let's do a little bit of this. Yeah, there you go. There you go, buddy. Changeling Skarsnik. Wow, that's something. That's a powerful build. I'm not sure how this one goes, this matchup on this map. It's pretty big, but I think we have chances. Martinius is very good. He's probably a little bit more practiced on greenskins. I remember this build, like this style working before. Yeah, the greenskins are a menace, man. They are. They're a really fun faction. I always recommend them, not for beginners, but for somebody who wants to invest a lot of time in learning a faction. They can really pay off at a high level. Yeah. All right, so here we are. Should have probably brought something that caused terror. That is one mistake I've made here. So double Chosen Halberd. It's going to be that. We have you, and then the 2 Horse Masters, or Horsemen, going to be getting our home point here. We have the Chaos Lord on a disc, and 2 Zangors are going to be trolling on the back objective here. The Tretch Craventail Changeling, yeah, that's the play. So Chosen Halberds do well against like trolls, squigs, most of their units, honestly. So we'll see if we can make it work. And in reserve, we have Changebringers, Centaurs, Zangors, couple Furies, you know. All that good stuff. Let's put you in 8, and that's great. 8 is great. So will they try and trash goblin my back objective? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Hopefully the Chosen will hold firm. Oh, I should have gone with like a healing build. Yeah, like turn into like Festus or something. That would have been fun. All right, so you're here, and you're going to be here. And it's the classic Grom the Paunch pick. Yeah, Grom is very good here, so no surprises there. To be expected. Is he vanguarding in my woods? He's not. So he's got, yeah, Arrow Boys, War Boy Biggins, Broken Tusk Mob, you know, that sort of thing. We're just going to pop out and grab the objective, and then we're going to run back into the woods, which is going to be the game plan. And yeah, we got our Discmaster with the Chaos Spawn Summon, which is going to be outstanding. Let's reform the ranks here. Hopefully these guys are able to get this objective before Grom gets there and messes them up. Although we could bring our Discmaster over and have him help a little bit. Be really funny to have some like Centaurs hiding in the woods, just like in full-on ambush there. And it looks like we are getting harassed by some goblins. Okay. So you guys, we do get the objective, so now we just run into the trees. Because if he wants to fight us in the trees, it's not going to be ideal for him. And yeah, we got a hell of a lot of goblins pressuring the back objective, so let's just fight them here. Maintain some capture weight while we can. So let's throw at you guys, and the Zangors and the trees are going to keep scurrying, and we can even call in some Sentis to try and mitigate the attacks there. All right, so you guys are gremlining. Yeah, we're trying to maintain capture weight. We have the Exalted Flamer coming. Couple Chosen coming over to the middle. And did Grom the Paunch get in there? He did not. Okay, so we're going. We got to be careful now, and we're going to get our Centaurs of Tzeentch to lurk over here. We didn't care about that too much, but we do have the Exalted Flamer coming over. Hopefully it'll do a little bit of work. And is there anything good here? The Warlords Boys. Okay, so the Warlords Boys are a pretty ideal target for the Exalted Flamer. And yeah, that's fine. So we're going to keep the Zangors there. We're going to keep one back here. Centaurs of Tzeentch can wait here, and the Chosen can pop up on the point. The Exalted Flamers, friendly firing me a little bit. Feels bad. But we're going to want to get some Zangors over on that point now, just for capture weight. So they're going to go there. We do get the Flamethrower of the Gods, cooking the Warlords Boys, and great. So Dismaster is here. Chosen will be up on the point in a moment. The Exalted Flamer Chad, melting them down. Awesome sauce. You got to love to see it. And do we have anything worth roasting here? I don't think so. So yeah, you guys go there. The Zangors are waiting in the bushes. And the Chosen are now up on the point. So we're going to have you hold your position. And yeah, we got the Staff of Change. Couple cool little items that we can mess around here with. The Boarboy Biggins, I would love to get a hunt on them. And the Zangors will arrive soon, which will basically secure that point for us. And outstanding. All right, so here comes the big dogs. I could force a engagement here. You know, just like dive with my Lord or something. And I don't hate that idea. Like, yeah. I don't know if I hate it. Any roasting we want to get, I'm not sure. That objective is going to be squared away for us in a second. And the Exalted Flamer can now start cooking here a little bit. All right, so let's get these guys over there. The Exalted Flamer is going to keep waddling. And we do see the Morgub's Mangy Marauder shooting into our Protoss shield. So that's a little bit troll. These are Ruglud's Armored Orcs. So let's get them with a Searing Doom right there. So we're going to try and do that. We're going to pull you guys back a little bit. And outstanding. All right, so we do get a little something, something. Chosen back, Chosen back. And here we have an opportunity to force a fight. So we're going to try and force a fight right there. We do get a little bit of a roast on them. And you're going to pop out and ambush these boar boys. And I don't think he saw those Centaurs ever, so that's pretty big for us. All right, so that's going to be a dead unit. Let's get you back. And we can go ahead and do a Searing Doom on them. But regardless, should fold them up pretty quick. So just pull back, and value trade. The big thing is going to be making sure we don't lose our flank over here. So we're going to make sure we don't lose that, ideally. Let's get the Halberds to fight Grom the Paunch. And the Boarboy Biggins are going to get folded here by the Halberd units. That's a really, really nice catch for us. And what we can do in the meantime is we can have you guys charge and call in some Furies right there to go for this. All right, so you're going to come across here. Halberds are doing a huge amount of heavy lifting, and we do get a big fold right there. So now let's get the Halberds to keep going. He does get a little Spirit Leech on us, which is pretty cute, but nothing too devastating. All right, so let's get the Senties in the woods, and you guys can come out here, and the Centaurs can go back there and try and help out a little bit. In the meantime, on the back point, it's precarious. It is. The Halberds are heavily overextended and getting picked apart pretty bad, so I'm not loving that. But regardless, let's see if we can fold these guys up with our Marauder Horsemen. You guys pull back. Let's get that Exalted Flamer working over here as well. All right, so how do we deal with this, man? That's hard. That is hard. Yeah, the Orcs got a pretty nasty little position on us here. But we do have our Senties coming. Yeah, where the hell are they? Where are the Centaurs? Did they run? Did he... Oh, I think he Fate Bunted them. Okay, that's unfortunate. All right, so let's go get our back point back. We're going to rotate here a little bit. The Chosen, yeah, just having a bad time. We can go get on the Ruglud's Armored Orcs, although maybe we just advance the Chosen and try and shut down the Archers with a little something, something. A couple of Furies going to go over there, and let's get some Centaurs to come in and try and run over those squigs. Okay, so now we are here. We're going to do a little bit of this. Get the Chosen advancing, and then we can also do a Spawn Summon on these guys in a second. So we're going to do a Spawn Summon. Yeah, lock them down. And we got to pull the trigger now a little bit, guys. We got to go for it. All right, so let's get the Throwing Boys over there. You're going to cook you, and we do start to roll up the Ruglud's Armored Orcs. Chosen are going to advance here, and you're going to advance right here. We do have a Fury we can call out. That'll help a little bit, so let's get the Fury over and have them come and protect the Exalted Flamer there. All right, let's cook. And are we winning this fight? Looks like we are. You guys are parking there. So that back objective should be ours. The spawner on their way over. Let's get you Chosen in. Let's get you Chosen in. Unfortunately, those Chosen have kind of been roasted a little bit, so it feels bad. But we have a couple Zangors as well. I think, do we want to just rotate the Zangors? Because they'll lose to those Squigs, right? That's kind of the problem. A bit of an interesting little stalemate right there. And let's get on the Wolf Riders, call you guys in right here. And those skirmishers are paying the price now. And here the fight does continue to rage on. All right, we're going to do a Searing Doom on you guys. Looking good. And Grom the Paunch, we can cook him up a little bit. Let's get the Halberds to attack him if we can. A couple skirmishers over there. Let's go try and shut you guys down. You guys are going to come right here. You guys are going to come right here. And that objective should be back to us. But we're playing a dangerous game, guys. We are. I'm thinking about calling in Changebringers on the high grounds to try and play that out. You know, the Ruggled's Armored Orcs are getting worn down, and now we have some Furies who can come in and chew them up a little bit, although they're probably just going to get eaten by those squigs. So let's get back up here. And yeah, that's not good. He did manage to catch me slipping there. All right, let's get our Furies to go after the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. This objective is coming to us, and now we can go ahead and sweep around the outside of that formation and try and get it cooking. All right, so we are on these guys here. Grom the Paunch got a little bit low there. He played a bit of a dangerous game. Let's get on the Ruggled's Orcs. And for you guys, we are going to go ahead and call in, I think, a Centaur of Tzeentch, which is going to be better, and align them down there, which is going to be good. All right, Halberds about to get a really, really good engagement, actually. Fury's coming across. Let's see if we can hunt anything down here. A couple Centaurs in the wings, and you guys are at the ready, and you guys can go chase them off and make sure they stay away. All right, so the Halberds are just trading like the Heathen Kings of old here. Grom the Paunch, yeah, I think it's worth it just to be efficient with our magic here. Try and get a little bit of sniping going, and the Centaurs of Tzeentch can think about where they want to go. So that's going to hurt, and then we can also use the Doom Bolt to try and break him. You guys are going to get up on the objective here, and yeah, Grom looking a little bit worse for wear, for sure. All right, so let's get you guys out here, and you guys right here, and then we're going to keep you guys in the wings for an ambush. And yeah, Halberds fighting a bunch of squigs. What's not to love, man? What is not to love? All right. So you guys have done it. Let's move you guys up. The back point is looking safe-ish. Still not perfect, but it's something. And Changebringers getting called out soon here will be, I think, pretty good. So we do have a hell of a lot of units here. So we're going to go ahead and do a overcasted bombardment right there. Let's get you guys up. Call in the Exalted Flamer, who's going to try and cook some of these units here. Let's just get rid of these Haggard Goblins. That Searing Doom was very, very good, but the Chosen are kind of looking a little bit flimsy right now. They've seen better days. Grom is on death's bed too, but he does have a lot of healing. And over here, we do manage to start rolling on this objective, so let's roll on this. Get these Centaurs of Tzeentch sitting right there, and we have a little bit of time. Now, do I call it infantry or Changebringers? I think we need some infantry pressure, man. I think we do. My Lord is a little bit trapped here, so I need to get him away. The Exalted Flamer can come in and try and cook some of these guys, and you dudes, let's get you up here. And now we're going to call out Changebringers, I think. Yeah, it's got to be the play. All right, do we see squigs coming in? We don't. I don't know where the hell the squigs are. Yeah, they're not here. We can wait for Grom, and let's go ahead and unsummon you. Yeah, great. So he's going to get away. Thankfully, just barely weaseling away there. You're going to sit on this back objective. Changebringers are on their way in now. And Grom is pretty freaking low. I was keeping these Senties there as a bit of an ambush point, but I think we might be able to just get him with a little something now. The Zangors, oh my god, what's going on with this other unit of Zangors, man? Holy shit. I don't know why they're not popping out. God damn, dude. All right, so you guys keep fighting. Changebringers are on their way in. We're going to need another objective here real soon to make this less shady. And we're going to get an overcasted one on you, which is going to end your career. So you guys fold up. Let's get these Centaurs of Tzeentch right there. And then on the front, we're going to get a couple little blues just to gremlin up and give us some capture presence. All right, so the Changebringers. Grom should be dead now. He should be gone. Yeah, he's got another 7 seconds of that right now. I think that's going to be good. And these are just Wolf Riders, so we're going to run away with you guys. So Grom the Paunch is gone. The Greenskin leadership should be flimsy. Do we have a Fury we can call in here? These are the Moon Howlers. Yeah, the WOG is active, and we're just looking for opportunities. So let's get the Changebringers back. We got to be very careful with them and make sure every target is like effective. And you're going to get a Fury, yeah, and then we're going to use those Furies to roll you guys up. Yeah, so there we go. Okay. So the Lord is here. We do have some army abilities that we could pop. Squigs are going to be an issue as well. And let's go ahead and roast you guys. We do have army abilities, but man, oh man, it is, yeah, it is sketchy. Changebringers, we got to stay away from the archers, man. Yeah, got to stay away from the archers. All right, let's end some careers right here. You guys come around the top. How are we looking? Ideally, the Discmaster can get a bit of a surround and use the army ability, maybe. So let's get the Discmaster in here. We'll let them surround us, make him think he's got it in the bag there. You do get a good little roast right there on you. Yeah, now we just need to get back, keep those Changebringers nice and effective. These Centaurs are going to charge into the Durkat Squigs. You're going to come here, and oh, we got him with the big army ability. That maybe gives me a fighting chance. That maybe gives me a fighting chance, but it's very much going to be a triple cap. Why do I feel like I'm ahead on value? Tzeentch doesn't really track army value super well, I've noticed. It's something that they certainly lapse in there. All right, so Senties are going to go ahead and smash you, and then we're going to go here. So that was a nice little engagement for us. And yeah, we got a couple little infantry gremlins coming up. Let's get on you guys and get on you guys. And the Changebringers need to come up and under, and we can use them over the top, I think, is going to be a little bit stronger. So do we win this blob fight here is the question. With some Centaurs of Tzeentch, maybe so. We're going to call in another one. Come down here. And this homie needs to get on the goblins there. And then we need to call in another Zangor to make sure we don't lose that. All right, so the blues are up. You horsemen can come around and just try and run down some goblins here. You little gremlins are there. It looks like it's going to be some black orcs. The chosen halberds did okay. Yeah, I'm out of Winds of Magic now. I'm out of Winds of Magic, so we've used it. We did kill Grom the Paunch, but, you know, it's a little bit of a cheeky snipe, but I don't know if that's going to equate to enough to, you know, get us in the game here. So we're going to get Senchis there. We're going to run our Lord in the bushes. We're going to cook you Gorgos, Mangy Marauders up. And you mobility pieces. We're going to need Zangors to make sure we can hold this back point here. All right, they're trying their best, man. They're trying their best. I think I need a different build on a big map like this. Yeah, I think we need a bigger build, or a bigger a map that's more conducive to this map size. All right, so you're going to run into the trees. Centaurs of Tzeentch are going to blitzkrieg out there. And you guys can keep roasting here, although let's get those biggins, and you're going to jump on the Ruglud's Armored Orcs. All right, so the Zangors and company trying to hold on to the back point. Oh my god. Oh, is that Fate Abuna? Oh, and Spirit Leech. Wow. Okay, well, that's one way to kill that unit. GG, I think. I think he's got us. Yeah, it's actually, the value's probably a lot closer. It doesn't, Tzeentch, it doesn't track your army abilities and like your magic and different things like that, but yeah, I usually do lose this matchup. I usually do. But yeah, we tried. We tried our best. Centaurs of Tzeentch are in the mix. Let's get you guys out and do it to it, but I don't think we have the means to do it. GG, well played. Great game from him. Honestly, he played super well. All right, so that's going to be 1-0 there. Okay. We tried so hard and got so far. Yeah, so I think the Chosen on that map were not good. It was just too big. The Exalted Flamer was nice. I think having a second one of those could have been good. It does, Dusty, but not for long. You just watch. Yeah, we played a build that was not good for the map, I think. We didn't play the map well. We needed like a bigger hit and run kind of thing going. GG, dog. GG, dog. Okay, so what you want to play now? We're going to work out the next matchup, and we will figure it out from there. So what is it going to be for Old Martinius? And the map was what? Also, what was other map? Okay, let me scroll up and see what maps we want. Okay. Looking. Yeah, no, Rampage. Oh, Grom is really meta there. He's really good because he counters Forsaken and all of the Tzeentchian infantry stuff except Halberd, so. Yeah. He brought a very meta build. So he wants to do Beastmen. Holy shit, okay. Trying to think of an S-tier faction. Either is good. Okay, cool. So we're going to work this out. Okay, so we're negotiating right now, trying to see what homie wants to cook with. He wants to play Beastmen or Warriors of Chaos. Nurgle is on the menu. But Nurgle is just like throwing the series, basically. I'm not good at them anymore. I feel like I've lost my edge with Nurgle. Empire's fine. We could do Tomb Kings. Kislev is also another one I'd be very interested in playing. I love me some Kislev. Sure, let's do it. All right. Vamps it is. I want to play some Vampires. So we're going to do Vampire counts versus Beastmen. We're going to do an S-tier battle on Itza. Just two really strong factions fighting. Itza it is. Itza it is. All right. If it goes to game 3, we'll whip out, I don't know, something fun. All right, let's get the blocker up. Let's do this. And so it begins. The Vampire. Maybe I'll do Kislev if we go to game 3. Yeah, that'd be fun, like Kislev Warriors of Chaos or something. Do Dwarves? Oh, man. I'm not good at Dwarves. 2, 3, and 4. And then we'll do 2 of you guys. Against the Beastmen, what kind of business do we actually need here? So that's going to be pretty good. So we'll get 2 of these. Outstanding. Okay. Against the Dread Beastmen, what do they do? Just like a bunch of Unga Bunga Raiders, basically? Yeah. That's basically what you're going to be dealing with. Some scariness is afoot. Yeah, Alfredo Manfredo, yeah. I would love an excuse to go Vlad von Karstein. That would be fun. The problem with Vlad is he can't get into the backfield and cause as much havoc as you would like. Okay, so yeah, we don't mess with that. Vampire Lord. Master Necromancer on the cart is always a good choice too. He's just pretty annoying. You just kind of fly him around and drop the dead on things. You can do the same thing with Manfred. All right. That looks pretty good to me for our starting builds. How about the Ogre Chad Greases himself? Yeah. I mean, I think I'm trying to play factions that haven't been seen today. And also match the strength of what our opponent's playing against us. So if they're playing like a really strong S tier faction, you know, we'll play something that's strong too. How are these guys in this matchup? Pretty okay. Pretty okay. It is the vampires. They're coming for you. The vampires are coming to get you. Okay, almost ready. And I think that looks fine for the builds. We can throw one more zombie in there for good measure. Perfect. So we'll get you guys in the mix. Get some of these guys. We got to worry about Corngors. Corngors are a pretty commonly used unit. Okay, and that looks fine. A little bit of fell action. Oh, Blood Knights. I love me some Blood Knights. Dude, Blood Knights are so freaking cool. Yeah, those things are Chad as hell. Huh. Now, what do we need to worry about here? Is that really even a problem? Kind of is. The Von Chadstein Lord, maybe. Yeah. For Storm of the Night, you don't really need in this matchup, though. It's kind of overkill, to be honest with you. Zangors are usually the go-to choice. Yeah, usually the go-to. All right, so Skeleton Spearmen, we'll cut you. I don't know about Cryptors. Like, I guess Cryptors are just kind of generally sticky, annoying things to get rid of. Vargeist in this matchup, do they bring a lot to the table? I don't think they do. I'm trying to think of their applications. Maybe they're good. Maybe they are. All right, Fellbat and Fellbat. And then we can mix in you and just be just short. Damn, dude, I hate when we're just short like that. It's a rough amount of money to have left. All right, so that looks fine. Yes. And then... Cool. I think that about does it for the builds. I feel good about this one. Yeah, I'm probably going to immediately discover that I don't feel good about it once we load in. Like, oh God, what have I done? All right. Put some chevrons on the zombies, dog. That's the big pro gamer plays. Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. We have 150 left. Anything we could do more efficiently with that money? I don't believe so. Chaos Dwarf next? Maybe. I think I want to play a Kislev game. I haven't played Kislev in ages, actually, so we might whip out a Kislev match. No, it's not worth the chevrons, honestly. Yeah, I guess we just sit on that awkward 150 gold and just deal with it. Yes. We can cut you and then throw this guy in instead, but that's still 150 we have in the bank. This is awkward, man. It's real awkward. We got 475. Okay, whatever. That's better. Let's do it. Good luck, have fun. GLHF. Hopefully we don't get obliterated too badly, but I think we have a good chance here. Ghost armies aren't good against Beastmen. They just mass Zangors. You're going to see he's going to have like 5 Zangor units. Because Zangors just dunk on your ethereal units. You can still do it, but it's like... It's not as good as it is in other matchups. Yeah, no dragon. No. The dragon is good, but Beastmen can isolate. I went with something a little bit more disruptive. We brought 2 Wookiees in our build. Yeah, the Vargulfs are like giant Wookiees, so... We have them ready to go. Okay. So... We're going to get you guys out here, ready to grab this. So we got 2 of the gremlins, good to go. So let's get our army together. So we got zombies, zombies. He's going to have like Ungor Raiders and Zangors and like Butchers of Kalkengard. That's probably going to be along the lines of what we're going to be dealing with here. And then we have a bunch of Skeleton Spears. Yes, yes, and yes. We got 2 corpse carts. Obviously, you want the corpse carts to keep the homies going. And then we can take you guys in 2, and you're going to just go sit on that outside objective there. We have a White King in the army for Scab's Graith. Only 1 White King because we hit our SE limit. And we have a Senator Palpatine. He's just there to spam zombies on people. That's it. 2 Vargulfs to fight monsters and single entities, and that's going to be it. And if he tries to contest us up here, we call in Dire Pack or Fellbats and just screen out his senties, basically. So, yeah. We'll see how it goes, man. Hopefully we can get it up here. We need it. We need the morale raised. Do we have some hidden blood chads? Of course we do, Pwn. You know I wouldn't leave home without that. Especially with you watching, dude. I can't disappoint you like that. Evil. The last tournament I won was with vampire counts. Believe it or not, I did win a tournament a couple weeks ago. But it was with the vampire counts. Oh, it's got to be Slangors instead. Okay, I don't hate that. So you're there, you guys are moving up here, and it's going to be Minotaurs with Slangors. Interesting, okay. So we're going to need to get a Mortis Engine out pretty fast. Yeah, but we got the 2 big heavy hitters, the big Harambes, so they can come in. He's got a Beast Lord. That's kind of cool. And yeah, so you guys will gather here. You're going to go around the outside of that unit, get a little bit of a surround there. And the Harambes can move up and get ready to party. And I think we just go straight Mortis Engine against his army. Yeah, you know, I think we do straight Mortis Engine. All right, so the Harambes are going to go in. He does have Bunga Bunga Raiders. Okay, so that answers that question. And I think we just yield the high ground point here. We just retreat. There's no sense in taking that. And we play the low ground here. These guys, thankfully, are very tanky, so they should be all right. Okay, so the Vargulfs can pull back. Mortis Engine, I don't know if we're ready for that quite yet, so maybe let's do some Sternsmen. Get those guys in the mix. Yeah, zombies are here, so we're going to go ahead and get the Zombos to attack, and then we can attack those guys if we have support. Which, are we going to be able to get away here? Yeah, we got to keep scurrying away. We don't want that smoke right now. We don't want it. Granted, I could come provide some support, but I'd rather just pull those guys back and live our best life. Okay, so you guys come over here. You units need to go there. Yeah, perfect. And you guys have been able to weasel away, so we're going to just kind of hide you in the shadows over there. And now the main line battle will begin in earnest. So what we need to do is we need to get you formed up, get the Vargulfs creeping, and we need to go drop some zombie summons on your face. So we're going to do a zombie summon right there. And we can go and boink on these guys a little bit. Yeah, should be fine. And the Sternsmen can come over here. All right, so there they are. Now we just pull back the big guys, get the Skeleton Spearmen to go in there and fight them. 1 zombie summon right there, and these ghouls can now creep over there and start pressuring that point again. All right, so now that the Minotaurs have overextended a little bit, we can go do our thing against them. Let's get you guys right there, and the Sheev Palpatine character is doing it. So the Minotaurs definitely extended too greedily and too deeply. The other archer unit we can get with a lesser Raised Dead summon, so we're going to do that. And yeah, we're grinding down those Minos there, which is very good, and the Sternsmen and company should be able to secure that point. Up on the high ground here, we want to get a triple cap out of the gates, so we're going to call in a Cryptor to come help there and deal with mass. Looks like some evil shenanigans are afoot, so let's get you in there. We got the Raised Deads. We're going to get you guys back, and these Skeleton Spearmen can come up and prepare to buffer. Okay, so now we retreat the Vargulfs. We go attack the Beast Lord. Looking great, and Skeleton Spearmen, just tar pitting them. We can get a Scab's Graith going too. Let's do a little bit of Scab's Graithing on you guys. Looking great. The Beast Lord's getting hammered, and let's get you guys in. Get you guys in on the point there. Great. So far so good. Yeah, we are capped up, but it's gonna be better soon. We're gonna get you guys on the point. We got the Beast Lord getting hammered, and I'm hoping that the grind is going well. So his archers, we just need to keep them constantly tar pitted with summons. You know, that's got to be the play. So there we go. Yeah, hopefully that point will be coming to us. Let's get the zombie summons right there. So Palpatine's gonna drop it like it's hot. We're gonna get you guys back. Get these spearmen fighting you guys. And then we can do a little bit of Cryptor action, and the ghouls can come, and we can get ready to drop some zombie summons as needed. Yeah, Butchers of Chattengard are a menace. They are hanging in there. I think getting a big heal down here is going to be useful. Mortis Engine, obviously, always strong. So let's go here, do a big heal on those guys, keep them all sauced up, and the ghouls and company are going to get that objective, which is great. All right, so keep it going. Yeah, zombie summon here. Do we have any archers that are actually shooting? I don't believe so. Yeah, there's one shooting right there, so that is a problem. So you guys come down to the low ground objective. Now we can get the Mortis Engine coming in. So the Mortis is going to be on its way over. The Vampire Harambes are doing good, and we are in the process of grinding that outside objective, so that is quite sweet. Unfortunately, one of our corpse cards did overextend a little bit and pay the price a little bit. It did. All right, let's get the jump right there. Zombie summon on your face. Yes, the Harambes are here. Our undead line is faltering, so we might need to summon in a little bit more support for the Mortis Engine before it goes in on its own. But that zombie summon there is going to be very good, and yeah, should pay some big old dividends for us. All right, Crypt Ghouls, we need bodies underneath the Mortis Engine, so we're going to get that. And the Harambes are still battling and doing quite well. The Sternsmen should have that outside point soon. Yeah, they're going to get that one soon. Hey, boss, thank you for the donation, man. Seriously, means a lot, brother. Means a lot. All right, so back you go. Crypt Ghouls are on their way in. Let's get the Mortis Engine of the Crypt Ghouls on this side. And we could use the Wand of Jet for the power recharge. And do we get this one? Yeah, the Sternsmen should be able to get it. I could go for the Beast Lord out here and go for like a Lord kill on his army, which isn't a bad idea. How's this fight looking? Yeah, you know what? We can send the Mortis Engine over there. That's going to be fine. And these Crypt Ghouls can come down over the top as well. And we will have another Raised Dead here in a second, so that's going to be nice. Now, the Harambe's, I think we got to keep all of our shit together. So we're going to go ahead and do a Raised Dead on you to keep you from shooting. And the Mortis Engine is now in effect. And the Harambe's can come and attack into the Minotaurs with great weapons. I could attack with the Necromancer, but we got to be very cagey with it. The draining is good. You guys are going to come here, although it looks like he's still trying to play me there. So that's a little bit scary. Beast Lord's causing some havoc. Mortis Engine is online. I think some Fellbats to disrupt would be good, and then also some Ghouls, just to reinforce. All right. Because we have Invos and stuff for the Mortis. It's going to be very strong. All right, Cryptors get in. There's a lot of scary stuff here. Oh, no, don't land in there. What are you doing? Oh, no, what are you doing? All right, Fellbats, go get on the Grog Hooves. And we're going to be using another summon here in a second. The Mortis Engine is going to need some milk. It's eating a lot of firepower right now. So we're going to go ahead and invo that. Keep that bad boy going. And hopefully we can just outgrind the Beastmen here. We're going to see. The Fellbats, though, get a very nice drop on them. And the Sternsmen are going strong. All right, the Harambe's, a little bit unsupported, but they're about to get some Crypt Ghouls in there. Those are Korok's Man Rippers. We need to Mortis Engine the hell out of those. And another Raised Dead back here is going to be very, very good indeed. All right. So we got the double cap. This point is getting a little bit sketchy now. Do we have any play here? There's the Raised Dead. The Mortis Engine is effectively draining now, and the two Gorillas are fighting a good fight. On this side, I think we can call in actually a freaking Graveguard Halberd. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty good. How are we doing on time? We have had him double cap for a minute. The Mortis is draining now, but we got to make sure the Minotaurs don't get it surrounded. That is the problem. And we do get hit with what appears to be a Traderkin. Yeah, Traderkin. Okay. So Ghouls versus Minotaurs. The capture weight's coming for us. I totally forgot about this guy. We're going to go get him in the mix. He's going to come help out. Yeah, Mortis Engine needs to stay up here and drain a little bit. And we'll get a big overcasted invo in a second. I think that will be enough. No. No, my God. All right, heal the Mortis Engine. Heal everybody up. Graveguard great weapons are coming. This side, yeah, the Beast Lord is just slowly wearing us down over there, guys. He's slowly wearing us down. So we do have a good bump and grind coming here. The Fellbat's able to shut down a couple of the Raiders, so let's get the Fellbats right there, get another Fellbat coming over here, and hopefully we will be able to grind him down with the Mortis. Yeah, it's still early-ish in the game. As long as we hold on to one objective, I guess it's okay. We'll call in Dire Pack on the high ground to try and keep things going here. All right, so the Mortis is draining. None of his shooting is online. That's for sure the case. We can take a zombie summon over there, so we're going to go get the zombies on top of you and pull in the Halberds to get on the Minotaurs. Mortis Engine is grinding. The Harambe's are still both pretty healthy. Let's see if we can break these guys, pull you back, and we do have the Raised Dead summon too. All right, so let's get you on the point. And I think we win this one, but we got to make sure that side doesn't flip. You know, that's going to be very bad if it does. All right, so you're going to come up here with the dogs. Mortis Engine's going to get back in. And where's our evil Harry Potter? Okay, he's around somewhere. Capture weight's coming for us now. Yeah, you guys grind here. Good, good. Mortis Engine could use a little bit more healing. Whoa, holy shit, what the hell got us there? God damn, what was that? I don't even know what that was. Oh, a couple raiders from the high ground, I guess? Yeah. I guess frickin' so. All right, let's stroke our business here. The Mortis Engine needs to keep waddling away. And now on this side, we got to play for the long game. We got to do this and this and this. This, and a lot of dudes just coming over there just to play that point. All right, so the Vargulfs almost got the Butchers of Chattengard down. We have the Mortis Engine still alive. A couple Ungor Raiders, yeah, are hunting it right now, you can see. So we need to take our Sheev Palpatine and go drop a summon on him right there. Yeah, because this thing needs to live. I think he just got it with another Traderkin. Unfortunately, it is crumbling. Yeah, Halberds, though, doing good. I don't know if this thing is going to stabilize. Maybe we need to get it in a winning combat here. We'll see. But we do manage to get this point under control. Let's get the dogs coming here. You dogs can go finish this off. And these are going to be another unit of Minotaurs with great weapons. But thankfully, we do have Halberds nearby. So I'm hoping they'll be able to get it done. Let's go ahead and drop a little zombie summon. No. We need to use it somewhere else. Yeah. Oh, well. It is what it is. All right. So these guys are all coming. Might be able to secure that outside point. We have held this high ground for a long time. And we have ghouls coming to get on those Ungas. Oh, my God. And the Mortis stabilizes. That's so clutch. All right. You attack your Palpatine. 35, and yes. You guys come back this way. The Sheev character is doing his thing. And we're going to get a Cryptor coming over here to secure this. I feel like I maybe need more Cryptors, honestly. Yeah, the Minotaur's over there getting a nice little attack. Dire Pack chewing it up. Let's go get on the Butchers of Chattingard here. The Palpatine character can heal himself. Probably not terrible to keep our Lord alive. Graveguard Halberds are trying. And, yeah, I think we get the high ground point, or the low ground one over there. How are these guys looking? Let's change their control group. We have a lot of Beastmen stuff we need to get through. I mean, I could go try and take down the actual Beast Lord himself. I'm pretty sure we will get that side point there. So you guys do this. We're going to take you over there to go help out a little bit. Let's get these spears in the mix, zombies in the mix, and Cryptors in the mix too. All right, so how are the Vampire Gorillas doing? Nothing's taken the high ground point. It's really close. I think he barely wins on one at this point. So we're going to need to probably send in another wave of just dudes. So we're going to get you. Yeah, the White King got killed by something. I don't even know what it was. All right. So how's the Palpatine doing? He's over there. Great. And we should win this fight. We're going to drop a zombie summon on their faces just to make it a little bit harder. And hopefully the capture weight will come for us. The Vampire Harambe is going to go over there, although we might need to take him up here to make sure he doesn't get this one for free. Do I have any ghouls? Yeah, we're going to need a ghoul summon. 100%. All right, so this point comes to us pretty rapidly here. We can go in. The Cryptors are fighting it out. White King is going to be preparing to pressure the middle a little bit. We'll get you here. Let's get some of our dudes over here, and you guys are going to go get on these guys. Look for the freebies, Wand of Jet, and great. So that objective is going to flip to us, and I don't see them getting that one back easily. Do we have any more magic to really bring to the table? Not really, so we'll Scab Scrath you guys. Scab Scrath, however the hell you say that. I think the Gorillas should be able to deal with that, and there are Minotaurs with great weapons coming in. Okay, so he's still reinforcing here a little bit. I do have enough for one more summon. I do not. Okay. So the White King is here. Let's use him to go after this guy. My opponent's coming to the high ground with pretty much all hands on deck. No idea how that's going to go. We have a big old undead blob of doom here. And yeah, the White King Chad is still pressuring. All right, so those Slangors are getting it. We need to run you back. I would love a Dire Pack right now. Jeez Louise, that'd be nice. All right, let's get you guys in. You guys are going to get on the big cows. You guys are going to run here. And my Necromancer basically isn't going to be doing anything right now. He's just a sad boy. He's just very sad. All right, Cryptors pile back in. You're over here. The Scab Scrath man is doing it, and the ghouls have taken the brunt of it. These are Minos with great weapons, so we need to keep luring them around. A Blood Knight unit would be very clutch right now. It'd be very, very good, actually. We could take you guys down to the middle and actually go try and flip the middle objective. I think that's our best bet. But I think he's got us, man. Yeah, my meta knowledge, at least playing, is a little bit rusty. I'm not going to lie. All right. I think the build was okay, though. Maybe you do need a big combat lord with Count Chocula. Maybe you do. Like some big heavy hitter. Like the Vargulfs didn't feel amazing. Like it almost feels like if I just had more width and more grinding, maybe. The Vargulf DPS is not bad. Dire Pack's coming in. The Beast Lord is a really cool tech, though. I love that from him. All right. Cool beans, guys. GG, well played. Yeah, that's pretty solid. He said it was an even matchup. I assumed it'd be Vampire favored, but no, I guess it is. I assumed Vampires would just be able to leadership them, but the Slangors, I think, changed the game. Like, they give you really, really good sustainability. Yeah, Route Knight for our hero it is. I'm sorry, guys. We can't win them all. We can't win them all. We'll be back soon, I promise. All right, guys, GG, well played. And now let's get on to the next series. I'm glad we were able to get Martinius some fun games, though. GG, dog. Well played. So let's go ahead and see who's next. So we have our lobby value right now. Let's see what we got. Yeah, breath attacks would have been nice, but Slangors, yeah, look at this. It's really bad for Beastmen. Okay, Max, I just don't know the build then. You're going to have to teach me the build for next time. He said he thought it was even, though. Maybe when it's you playing, because you're so good at vampires. 1,300, 700. A Ghost Army would have crumped him, yeah, but I assume he's going to bring magic damage. Like, he's going to bring Slangors or Zangors and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, the Vargulfs were bad. They were bad. They didn't pay dividends. But, I mean, the value they got, they paid for themselves, but they were suboptimal, I agree. They felt like the weak link in the build. The Mortis did okay. Graveguard Halberds tried their best. Stearnsmen, they got killed by the Beast Lord. The Beast Lord got him pretty good. I probably should have beelined after his Lord too. So which lobby are we in now? The Dimwit's Residence. Okay. All right, so there we are, and perfect. So let's get the score. GG to my opponent, man. Playing some strong lads today. They're playing real well, and I am not. 0, 0, 0. Okay, and that is going to be... who's in here now? That's going to be... I think we'll do Dim-witted. Okay. And then we have... He is going to be... versus Stinky Beans. Oh, dude, the Dreadlord Stinky Beans. Yes. I think the Palpatine caster wasn't a bad idea, though. He felt good in that last game. Like, just having a cheap Harry Potter to drop, like, skeletons on their archers. Yeah. Oh, yeah, guys, let's get it. By the way, I'm thinking about doing a modded tournament sometime soon. I know there's a couple people in chat who have played in the modded tournament. Which of the modded factions do you think are, like, the closest to the vanilla game balance, in your opinion? You know, what do you guys think? Vargeists. Yeah, we like a dragon. I think this Strigoi anti-large lord would have been very good too. He could have bullied the beast lord with spirit leech and stuff. Yeah, we were missing some oomph in the build. What's up, Dave? You might want to check. Let me check. Yeah, sorry. Yes, Dave, I see you resubscribing, man. Thank you. Sorry, I was in the heat of battle. I do see it, brother. Thank you so much. And Zentis and Raphalopoulos, thank you guys. How you been, man? You been doing all right? We got Ogres versus Elves here. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of these factions. And perfect. Jade Vampires are too strong. Yeah, I think they're too strong. The Druid faction didn't seem too unbalanced. Very strong passive, though. Yeah, that didn't seem too bad. The Albion faction, is that what you're talking about? Albion? Albion did seem reasonably balanced. Like Albion, Araby, Southern Realms, and Marienburg, ironically all the human factions, it's the monsters that are a little bit OP. Like Famir, Albion, or Southern Realms if you ban the Golden Lions. Yeah, the Golden Lions are very good at 1500. But like I think there's enough weakness elsewhere that it's... Yeah, I don't know. The Golden Lions, I'd have to think about that. They could use a price increase for sure. Or maybe you just limit them to 1 or something. When will the modded campaign be? The Southern Realms campaign is up on the channel right now. Episode 1 went up yesterday. We have Borgio. Yeah. Oh, Slangors are lawnmowers, dude. They really are. Those guys are savage. All right. Let's do it, boys. Let's have some fun. Welcome to the Thunderdome. It is going to be dim-witted versus Stinky Beans. We have... Yeah, a couple more matches after this. We're going to be cutting it close, but I think I should be good. And let's break it down. So, for the Ogre army, dude, the Greasus meta, man. Everybody's using Greasus. He's all over the place. A Butcher of Death with Fadabuna as well. And then we have a bunch of Pigback Riders, and on the backside it is going to be Powder Guts and some other gremlins here. Okay, so just a combined arms force. Flingers, just for being annoying. Pigback Riders, Steven Seagal, oh my god, Steven Seagal and Greasus Goldtooth. We got Guy Fieri, or Fieri, however the hell you say his name, and Steven Seagal teaming up only in Total War Warhammer. Fadabuna against Elves is very good, and the Powder Guts are a good choice too because of their effectiveness against single entities. So, all right, on the other side for the High Elves and Stinky Beans, he loves Tyrion. He's a big Tyrion enjoyer. So he's got Tyrion, Spirit Leech, Earthblood Caster, Lothar and Seaguard Battle Line, and Silvern Guard. Homie's playing turn 10 campaign, straight up. Like turn 10, he got Tyrion, he's got Caradhran from a quest battle somehow, and Lore Master of Hoth is here. Yes, cave trolling it is. It is, absolutely. No, I do want to do another modded tournament. Those were really fun, man. I had a blast. We could do like an SFT or maybe a double elimination mod tournament where you could include normal factions also. So people could play regular factions and we add in Araby. I want to add... I think the Hung would be fine. The Chaos faction, the Hung. They didn't seem too strong. They felt like they had a lot of glaring weaknesses, actually. Yeah, we'd have to see. We'd have to see. The Famir are like borderline okay, but I think they're a little bit overpowered too, like some of their stuff. Yeah, maybe we can get away with Famir. I don't know. All right, anyways, Tyrion and Caradhran, a very, very powerful goon squad here. Going to be grabbing objective number 2, so those bad boys going to be grabbing it. And on the backside, the rest of the Heil formation, led by Henry Cavill here, the Lore Master of Hoth, are going to be securing the ground, so here they go. They are moving, and they are grooving. They're going to be getting that point. So High Elves off to a double cap. Ogres, Leadbelchers are one of their best friends in this matchup. High Elves hate Leadbelchers. And it looks like there's going to be a fat Flamespire Phoenix being called in as well. Okay. Yeah, Maximilianer, once we move and get settled in, I haven't been playing much Total War outside of the campaigns. And we've got a lot going on in our life right now, but the faction war, I'll be able to organize it in the next like couple weeks probably. Yeah. Okay, so the battle lines are on, and we do have the Pigback Riders actually surging forth. The Lead Belcher is going to be ripping shots into the Flamespire Phoenix, and the Powder Gut's going to be intercepting Tyrion and Caradhran. But it is a dangerous fight. Basically, you assign one of these characters to each of the high-value assets. So, you know, Tyrion here. Although, oh, the Greasus! Nobody wants any of that Greasus smoke, dude. Nobody wants it. All right. Flamespire Phoenix gets in. We do see the Lead Belchers now getting swarmed by Tyrion and Caradhran, so they are getting in there. These guys are paying the price. Okay, so back on objective 1 or 3, what do we have being called in? The Butcher, looking for some Fate of Una targets, but alas, there are not any. But yeah, Tyrion, the Flamespire Phoenix, and Caradhran 3v1ing the Lead Belchers. This is where you're going to be needing some sort of a Crusher or like a Mournfang Cav Great Weapon or something that can fight these guys, because otherwise they're just going to bully you in your backfield like this. Oh, Greasus is going. He's running the wrong direction. Run towards Greasus. Yeah, run towards Greasus. All right, so what do we see here? The Powder Guts, the Man-Eaters with their pistols, dropping some hot shots. Dash and Man-Eater going to be charging forth and using his Steven Seagal powers. You guys ready for his weave tactics? He's got it. He's gonna pull out his body pillow and start clubbing these guys right now. That's going to be the plan. Oh, okay, just a karate chop right there. That's fine. Flinger's trading pretty well into Lothern Seaguard. Steven Seagal using his AoE disappearance ability. And Greasus Goldtooth is enough to chase away Caradhran as well as Tyrion. People have been traumatized by Greasus a little bit. They're afraid of him, myself included. And Fate of Una being used on the Seaguard is probably a mistake. I should have saved it, because you know Fireborn are going to come out eventually. So using that on the Seaguard, it's not the worst play in the world, but certainly much better choices in my opinion. All right, Tyrion is hunting down the Butcher. I played against Stinky Beans a lot in tournaments, and he loves doing this kind of stuff. He loves it. Flamespire Phoenix attacking into the Butcher right there, and the Flingers are going to be flinging away, crushing down these Lothern Seaguard, whereas the Lead Belchers in the back are planting their feet and just ripping shots into whatever they can see. So yeah, so far, a lot of the high value trading is just SE hunting, but you can also see the Flamespire Phoenix is getting really smashed up from the Powder Guts, although they've changed their focus, and the Butcher is actually just going to go down. So the High Elf Goon Squad able to get its prize. So you can see feathers flying everywhere as these birds continue ripping and tearing at the Ogres. So the Ogre's Butcher is now shattered, so no need to chase him anymore. You can turn around and do some other things. Pretty even little fight here on this side. We see a couple Noblars and Pigback Riders. No, just Noblars and some Mournfang Cav with Great Weapons coming out to intercept the Silverhelm. So the Ogres are sitting comfortably on a double cap. So I wonder if Caradhran and Tyrion and the Flamespire Phoenix are... What is Greasus doing back here? Why is Greasus just AFK in the back? All right, he's going to be moving back in. The Powder Gut's going to be shooting at the Flamespire Phoenix. Now, remember, this thing does have a Phoenix Rebirth ability, so there is a chance it's going to get a huge... Oh, use the Rampage! Get him in range! Oh, I think he had him with the Rampage. Let me check if he had him in range. No, not quite. Pretty close. So Powder Gut's going to pile in and fight Tyrion and Caradhran. And the Phoenix gets its Rebirth, it looks like, or at least a partial heal. It did get the green Rebirth thing there. I don't know if the healing went off, but yeah, come on, Rampage him! Rampage them! Do it! And pop the Scepter! Go deep! Oh, grease in time, dude. It's time. He's got his meat stick, and Homie is going to be taking these guys to the club right now. He is going to be dropping it like it's hot. Caradhran is taking a shit ton of damage from Greasus, and the Powder Guts are able to escape, but, you know, Greasus is taking some damage back as well. The Ogre is able to win kind of in the front, it looks like. Steven Seagal able to take down some infantry, and the Pigback Riders with some support outgrinding those spears. But, dude, Caradhran's getting that butt kicked right now by Greasus. God damn, dude, he just got baptized again. So now Greasus is going to be turning about face, be like, all right, you want some, dog? You're next. So he's going to be fighting Tyrion from his mobility scooter, and Tyrion will for sure lose that fight. Greasus is a bit of a better duelist against big targets. Caradhran is broken, actually, eating some Powder Gut fire. So taking down Caradhran is pretty big, but he does have his OP Mortis Engine as well. And now the duel is on. I mean, Tyrion is happy to sit in the fight. Meat Feast is going to be on the table soon for Greasus. I don't think we need to focus on any of the tactics this game. We're just going to watch this. So, oh, grease in time. Hell yeah, dude. Grease them boys up. So he's taking them to the club here, sitting at 2 leadership. Homeboy is going to be broken. And the Powder Guts are now retreating back, which they can honestly take on Chip's Company, so not that big of a deal. But Tyrion's broken now too, dude. Goldtooth strikes again. Tyrion does get his heal, though. Caradhran is also online. This is still a scary game for the Ogres, because Caradhran now has his OP Mortis Engine, and Tyrion is going to come back and be able to provide a lot to the battle. Down on the low ground, the High Elves move up the Keepers of the Flame, so those bad boys are there. We got 2 of them in the mix, ready to go. Mournfang Cav chasing down the Silverhelms using Dismember to make sure they can capture them. And here we got Noblars being wrecked by these guys. Although Lead Belchers might be able to change the tide of that fight over there. So Tyrion and Caradhran do rally. The points are favoring the Chunguses as it currently stands, I think. Although no, the High Elves actually took that outside point. So now the tide has turned a little bit in terms of the objective play. Blood Vulture is going to be called in to intercept those Reavers. And the Mournfang Cav with Crushers doing some huge lifting. But damn, dude, Lead Belchers are baptizing. They're doing a ton of heavy lifting here against the Keepers of the Flame. Not bad at all, as we do see the old Vultures descending. There they go. All right, so on the back here, Powder Guts doing great work. The High Elves are looking a little bit routed on both sides. The Ogres have a lot of stuff here, including Greasus, a gun line that's moving forward, a vulnerable objective. Over here, the defenders of this objective, the Keepers of the Flame, are getting shreked horribly by that shooting. And the Mournfang Cav with the great weapons are going to be able to protect these Lead Belchers to an extent, although the Silverhelms getting a big charge in their back will be a little bit problematic for sure. I mean, Tyrion is strong, but no, he doesn't suck. Greasus is just like a next level duelist. He's supposed to be. Like, Greasus is, like, super slow, but when he catches you, he's supposed to just annihilate you. And, I mean, Greasus in lore is, like, obscenely strong, too. Yeah, I think, like, in the lore, Greasus actually is, like, beating Grimgor in a duel, but, like, there's some bullshit where Grimgor gets, like, some help or something interferes, and then he ends up beating Greasus after that. But Greasus can take on, like, the strongest characters in the setting. Probably not all of them. Like, Skarbrand in lore would probably annihilate Greasus, but, you know, there's a lot of, like, normal characters that he can take on and do pretty well. But yeah, the Mournfang Cav actually get broken back here by the Rahagra's Pride. The Sabertusks and Gnoblars trying to fight it out, but a big win here for Stinky Beans. Actually able to fold his flank, securing the objective, but Greasus, Goldtooth, and his homies do manage to roll dirty up to objective 1, and they are able to get that. All right, so close game on our hands. Score is very, very tight. Value is close. A little bit of healing on both sides. Tyrion able to get his fat heal was pretty gross. Keepers of the Flame are still in the picture, and these Lead Belchers have come back. So probably what you do with those Lead Belchers is you keep running them into the trees. Kolek is pretty freaking strong in lore, but he duels... In the lore, Cetra duels Cetra the Imperishable for like 3 days straight. And I think in the end, Cetra ends up beating him. It's like a colossal duel for like 3 days or something. It's like one of those absurd, like high fantasy, you know, epic duels between titans for like, you know, long periods of time. But I think Cetra ends up taking him on. I can't remember, but yeah, Kolek could beat a lot of characters. Like Kolek would probably be able to take on, I would imagine Tyrion in a duel. I don't know how Tyrion would handle him, but I'm not sure. But you got to take like the end times lore with a grain of salt, because Games Workshop like threw a lot of their existing lore and like power scaling into the trash can, you know, when they wanted to do end times, because they just wanted to end the setting. They weren't really like thinking about like the lore of their characters as much. They're just kind of rushing everything from what I've seen and read. So yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. All right. So Greasus holding on to objectives 1 and 2, and that points lead is coming into his favor, guys. It is creeping over his way. Maneaters with Great Weapons going to be cruising up, getting ready to hold down the point here. That's a really good choice against Fireborn and Tyrion and Hounds. I mean, Fireborn will beat them, but with Greasus helping, it's going to be a bit of a different story here. Who is the strongest human character in lore? Definitely not Karl Franz. Karl Franz is like a regular dude who's a really good fighter and has a magical weapon and a huge mount. King Lewin is actually probably a better fighter than Karl Franz and would win in a fight. If Franz and Lewin were to fight, unless you want to get into like bullshit end time stuff where like Karl Franz transforms into like Sigmar in the end times and becomes his manifestation, like, yeah, then Lewin would probably lose. But like, if we're just talking in like the setting before end times, I think Lewin would probably beat Karl Franz in a duel. Sigmar at the time of the current setting is not around. He is gone and presumed dead. People don't know. People don't know. Anyways, Greasus in the pits, fighting it out with the Powder Guts. And we do see the Maneaters with Great Weapons coming on down. A big old pit fight, which is probably going to favor the Chunguses if they have Meat Feast, which it looks like they don't, actually, so he could be in some trouble. Greasus getting whooped on a little bit. Caradhran, oh my god, there's so much damage coming in on Greasus. But Greasus is laying a beating down on Tyrion as well. A little bit hard to tell what's happening because of the Caradhran aura. But if we look back here, the Maneaters with Great Weapons are smashing, and it does look like the Chunguses are probably going to win this block fight. Dude, Greasus is unholy today, guys. Unholy. He is just taking on all the bros and putting all the hurt down. The Butcher is out, trying to finish off Caradhran. Greasus at 1400 HP with his Maneaters, able to win that fight. The Fireborn being broken. And the Lead Belchers are setting up on the hill. And man, oh man, are they ready to shoot. Tyrion scurrying away. Here comes a nice volley. Tyrion getting poked at healing cap. And Chad Greasus, man, unstoppable in these duels. Sitting at 1300 HP. This is like complete deja vu from the previous games. Yeah, Archaon is another one of the strongest human fighters in the lore. Yeah, Archaon is, if we're talking humans. Grimgor is also one of the top fighters in the setting. Yeah, there's a whole bunch. Tyrion is also another top fighter in the setting, I would say. He's like, you know, Tyrion, I would even put my money on Tyrion to beat Grimgor in a fight. I don't know. In the lore. It's hard to say. Like, in a duel, like, that's Tyrion's whole forte. We'll see, though. Maybe it'll happen someday. You guys could ask Lore Master of Sotek. He'll probably know. All right. So Saber Tusks are trying to steal the side objective, and it looks like they might actually have success of doing it. So the Ogre's definitely in a commanding position. After the rout of Tyrion actually broken, is running for the hills. And he's going to be getting chased by Blood Vultures. Balu, I got you. After this game, homie, I will give you all the books that you need to read if you want to get into fantasy stuff. All right, so Powder Guts actually taking down Caradhran in melee. Tyrion being chased off by vultures. This game is over. Greasus is going to be able to carry this one. The Saber Tusks engaging against the Heralds of the Wind. And we do have Ogre Bulls over here coming across to rear charge in. Yeah, the Phoenix Guard are going to be a problem, but the Ogres have Greasus on the field. They have Powder Guts. They still have a Fate of Buna, if I'm not mistaken. It's really, really tricky. Yeah, so now that the game's basically over, I mean, we can talk a little bit about books. I recommend to anybody wanting to get into Warhammer Fantasy lore, read the Gotrek and Felix books. They are basically two heroes of the old world, a man of the Empire and a dwarf of, the Dwarven Empire, obviously. Karaza Karak. And they adventure around the old world. They go to the Vampire Lands. They go fight Throg. They go to Karak Doom. They go to Karak Eight Peaks. They go to Araby in a couple short stories. They go to Araby, which is really a super cool short story. Gotrek fights a chimera with his bare hands in a gladiator pit. It's a super cool scene. Yeah, ogres are basically just Helm's Deeping back here. So, yeah, the Gotrek and Felix books are the best entry into the universe because you start to see the universe from these characters' perspectives, and you get to every book is fighting a different type of villain. Dude, the audiobooks, I believe some of them are narrated by Brian Blessed, or is that only the Age of Sigmar ones? Yeah, the Gotrek voice actor, I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't know about the audiobooks for the old Gotrek and Felix books, but yeah. There's no way. It's impossible for the Hiles to crack this, honestly. The Hiles should probably just drop out at this point. Stinky Beans is cooked. Greasus was just too thick. You know, Greasus was just too powerful to be left alive. He held it down, guys, and yeah, that's it. Deacon asking, can small characters in lore beat big monsters? Yeah, there's a situation where Gotrek, who is the size of a Slayer, takes on he fights a Chimera by himself. He fights a Bloodthirster by himself in the halls of Karak Doom. Well, with a little bit of help, but mainly by himself. Yeah, small characters can take on big monsters in this setting, 100%. Yeah, 100%. All right, so Greasus is going to be taking his mobility scooters and moving on over to Objective 1. And yeah, he doesn't even need to do this. He could have just out on his home point, but he's trying to drive the nail home a little bit faster. But I'll show you the book after this game. We'll minimize, and I'll show you the one I'm talking about. You want to get the Gotrek and Felix Omnibus, which is the first 3 books. The first Gotrek and Felix book is like written like short stories, and then it becomes like novels. After the first one, it becomes like a proper novel. So yeah, just be aware of that. He fights the Bloodthirster with Grimnir's axe. Yeah, he does. No, let's not give spoilers, even though it's 100 years old. It sounds like some homies in chat do want to read it. So, yeah. Hyle's trying to ninja the back point. Greasus at 454 HP. That man doesn't have any quit in him. And the ogres are just doing it. All right. Yeah, I mean, Hyle's trying to grab this, but the Blood Vultures will probably rip them up. And they can just call in a Saber Tusk. And I think on this side even too, it's looking good for them. The Lead Vultures kiting the Keepers of the Flame. Ogre Bulls coming around to grab that. And that is that. All right, guys. GG. Well played. A long, grindy match. A full-on 15-minute Duel of Fates. And I can probably update the score now. That's going to be a victory for Dimwitted. It's one of our tournament regulars. Very, very solid player. And he got the job done with the grease. 3,400 value Greasus. That might be a record. Damn, son. That's really good. Okay. Nice. And the Powder Guts also got 2,600 too. Okay. Looking good. And now we're going to get the next match going. The dreaded Stinky Beans, man, he has done it. Okay. Waiting here. Okay, outstanding. You agree? He got greased up. He did. The grease was rubbed on him, dude. It was. So let me look here and show you the Gotrek. Yeah, this one here. This is going to be what you're looking for. Hold on. It's the Gotrek and Felix the First Omnibus. This is what it looks like, the cover here. You can see. Yeah. Just look for that cover art. It's the one I have. It's a great book. It's really fun. And it's written like very simplistically. It's not like some hard read where you have to like... You can pick it up and just kind of get a grasp of what's going on. It's not too bad. Yeah. It was a good day. Yeah, Balu. Well, good times, man. Good times. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Yes, I do. Got a little bit of time, though. Okay, and let's do this. Corn Grove one. Okay, so they're going to be switching up the map. Yeah, I think I gave him the wrong map. All right, Blood Grove. Yeah, Blood Grove is supposed to be the map, yes. So we got Chaos Dwarves versus Grand Cathay, and we got to switch this back here. Yeah, I'm going to be playing my Red Brigade tonight. I don't know what we're playing it against, but we'll find out. Most likely going to be playing against the Iron Sultanate or maybe the Pilgrims. Yeah, we will see. We will see. Do it. Do it to it. All right, so Stinky Beans with Grand Cathay against Chaos Dwarves. Usually this is a cannon fight. It's cannons versus the Dowizar March. We'll see if that's what it's going to be. Fasten your seatbelts. The Chaos Dwarfs in this matchup, a couple cool ways to play it. You know, you can just go wide and armor check them. Cathay's always hated that. They're going to hate that until they get their Tiger Men, and then they're not going to care. Cathay will probably become an S tier faction, honestly. If Cathay can address its like infantry pushing weakness, I think they could become a top tier faction. Greasus is the 6th Chaos God. He kind of is, dude. I know. Man, who would have thought Greasus would be so dominant tonight? But he has been. All right, perfect. And there we are. Grand Cathay is ready for Stinky Beans. We can take a look at the builds. They're not going to cheat. So he's got, yeah, cannons, Zhangu War Drum. Dude, he loves his Pimp Magistrate, by the way. Yeah, he did this last time. He brought the Magistrate, remember, on the Pimp Blimp? And then he's got a Metal Caster with Final Transmutation, yeah. So he's got a Blimp box with a couple cannons and a Zhangu War Drum. And then the Dowizar are going Dreadquake. Dreadquake is unironically good on this map because you can hide it from cannons in the back area. It's really good here. So Darren is playing... You on this map, if you look, there's like a little like hole in the trees where you can put your Dreadquake, and the cannons will not be able to hit it. So it's very, very good. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Okay. Any other matchups? I think we have Blood Penguin versus Attack Speed after this, and then we have Harrison versus Hobo Honkers as our final matchup of the night. Is going to be the tail of the tape. Whole bunch of casted games today, which is fun. We'll go back to doing some regular tournaments soon, some SFTs and whatnot. I think I want to play a Kislev SFT. I've been kind of fiending to get some games in with them. Kislev feels like a really good faction. I feel pretty balanced now after all the changes. Still pack a punch, some of the best cav in the game. Yeah, Dreadquake is a forbidden tech on this matchup. It is. But it only works on this map. Oh, he switched it up. He went more meta. He went double Deathstreaker. That's the smarter play, because if Deathstreakers are good enough against infantry, and if they have like a blimp, for example, you just shoot it out of the sky. It's pretty brutal. Yeah. All right, cool. Looks fine to me. And yeah, Dowies are with some elite infantry. They got Infernal Guard, Blazing Beards, a fairly old school meta build. Yeah, I think the meta for Chaos Dwarves has kind of shifted. I'm still trapped in the past. I play Chaos Dwarves with artillery builds, and I tend to lose on objectives. It's my play style with them, but there was a time where that was how they were played. But yeah, now it's more about like their melee, their mobility, and like the Fireborn and stuff like that, the Kadai. No Dreadquake, though. You guys got Dreadquake blueballed. It's what's happening here. I'm sorry. I can't save you. All right, so this is the Blood Grove. Chaos Dwarves going to be armor checking with Infernal Guard and Blazing Beards. 2 Deathreaker rocket launchers. You're going to hide them right here. And then they can shoot up and over, and they can pretty much cover the entire map. This is like a Chaos Dwarf Power Fantasy map. It really is. And for the forces of Grand Cathay, it's going to be a battle line of Jade Warriors, Nangao just for a little bit of infantry support. Alchemist, Final Transmutation is always good, but even if there's no blobs, you can just use Searing Doom. And we have a Zhangu War Drum, which is great. It really lets your blobs fight a lot longer, and the Magistrate is going to have a really, really, really bad time. A really, really bad time. It is going to get Death Shrieked out of the sky, and what you need to do with the Pimp Magistrate is probably just stay out of range of those Death Shriekers and just keep your leadership on the battlefield. He does have 275 range on his shooting, so the Magistrate just wants the range. Like, the Death Shriekers can reach to, like, right here. So if you just sit here, 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 and just provide supporting fire from downtown, it's better than doing nothing. You know, it's better than doing nothing. All right, let us know your predictions. Who do you guys think is going to win? You rooting for Grand Cathay or the Dowies are? Let us know in the chat. I'd be curious to see who the homies are following. And so it begins. Do it to it. Cannon number 1. Cannon number 2. Going to be zeroing in on the Lord, which is good. That Sorcerer Prophet could also have a terrible time. I mean, Cathay cannons shooting him in the face, not going to be fun. And here they come, the first cannon volleys, and oh, he's getting boinks. He's getting hit. A couple cannon shots hit him there, but he does dodge a couple of those. I'm always on the fence about like being able to dodge in this game. It makes sense though, right? Like, you know, you're on a flying beast, you know there's cannon shooting at you, so you try and dodge where you think they're aiming, or where they were aiming. I wonder how that's going to be in like, are we going to see some bullshit in Warhammer 40k where it's like bolter fire shooting at a flying unit and they can just like fly back and forth and the bolters will just never hit them? Like, how are they going to play that, I wonder? All right. The cannons are singing and doing good damage against the Infernal Guard as well. So the Dowies infantry are now the target of the cannons. Stinky Beans needs to move up his formation and grab this objective. And the Death Shriekers, oh no, he mismicroed the Death Shriekers a little bit. Are they going to hit the trees? They might be in an okay position, but it looks like they're going to be targeting the Jade Warrior Halberds. So those Death Shriekers are far enough forward that the cannons can probably hit them. They're right at the edge of the tree line. So if I'm the Cathay player, I might even scoot up these cannons. Yeah, look, you're almost in range right now, guys. Yeah, you should be able to shoot these Death Shriekers and end their careers. And this is a big mistake by the Chaos Dwarf player. We're going to see if he gets punished for it, though. Because if Stinky Beans isn't paying attention, you know. Oh, he's paying attention. Let the boy watch. Oh, what a mistake. He's trying to artillery trade. No, the Death Shriekers lose that so bad usually. All right, so the cannon's coming in. The Death Shriekers is getting pounded, and it is not having a good time at all. Down to about half health. Leadership is almost broken from all the shock damage. Grand Cathay going to be sitting on the objective here, and somehow some Wolf Riders have gotten through, but they're immediately going to be intercepted by Jade Lancers, and it looks like, oh, Flames of Chadgor? Is that what that is? Oh, yeah, Flames of Asgore. Cooking your own hobgoblins to take down the enemy is like the most lore-accurate shit ever. I love that so much. And the cannon might actually stabilize, though. Yeah, it probably will. Unfortunately for the Dowies. The other cannon got taken offline by hobgoblins also, so the Dowies might be able to get away with that because of the fact that they dove and they did successfully knock both cannons offline. We'll see if it ends up mattering. All right, so we do see the big Lord coming back here to try and shut down ye old Crane Gunners. The cannons are offline for now, but should be re-microed in a second. The Chaos Dwarves are sitting on the middle objective. And they also have the far side one saturated with mostly their unpaid interns. But yeah, the Chaos Dwarf Warriors and the Blazing Beards of Basharik, Infernal Guard are basically almost dead. The Death Reaker are going for the Blimp Snipe, which is a good idea. It's such a vulnerable target, so you might as well. So the Sorcerer Prophet juking back here, making sure that none of the artillery or the ranged assets come back online is a good idea. But he needs to finish the job and take down those Crane Gunners. I don't know why he's just not attacking them. They're very vulnerable here. A clash in the front. Dawizar Infantry versus the Chadley Jade Warriors, who have all the buffs, the Inspired Defense. Although the grenades, you know, that's not really a Cathay thing, but they do friendly fire themselves. And remember, the Chaos Dwarves do have fire resistance, so they don't care that much about the grenades. Jade Lancers coming for that booty. Going to be creeping around, trying to get on the Death Shriekers. And there are going to be some Bull Centaur Renders called out right now. So they are here, and they will be protecting the Death Shriekers. And the Death Shriekers are running, but they might as well finish the job and take him down before they run. On the backside, Hobgoblins get the job done here. This should not happen. Stinky Beans with a big blunder. You should just have Peasant Horsemen, Crowmen, any number of other things to stop this. And it looks like there are going to be some Righteous Lances of Wei Jin called out. So there they are going to go. All right, so Flames of Asgore are going to be pretty devastating here as well. A lot of blobbed up Cathay infantry. The Death Shriekers are now under pressure, though. This is a good play. Sending a single halberd back after the Death Shriekers is big. Because right now, this is 2,600 gold that is not doing anything right now. You know, not doing anything. Here comes the unpaid interns charging up the hill. They got their big axes or clubs or whatever the hell those things are. And they're actually going to trade uber cost effectively here. I mean, they'll do very well into those halberds because they have good AP and decent melee attack. And halberds are not really good at clearing chaff. So this is a huge uptrade for the Chaos Dwarves. All right, Death Shrieker rocket launchers shooting in. Final transmutation activated on the Dawizar. And we do see the Cathay Pimp Lord getting nailed down by the rockets. On the backside, the cannon has been stabilized. Both cannons are coming back online. This could be a comeback for ye old Stinky Beans, guys. It could be. Now, the Chaos Dwarves running their Death Shriekers back. The Pimp Lord up in the sky, looking a little bit worse for wear. Flames of Asgore, nice one right there. Damn, son. Those Jade Warriors got taken to Pound Town as more unpaid unturns come in. And also the Blazing Beards of Basharak with their blasting charges will be in the mix soon. And the Bull Centaur Renders. As long as they stay away from the halberds, they should have a decent fight. Cathay Lord is about to go down. You guys want to watch the Haggard blimp falling animation. Come on, fire the rockets. That's a 1, and that's a 2. And here goes the Righteous Lances to try and shut down the Arty. All right, you guys want the cinematic shot? Oh, the blimp. One more shot, and it should go down. Oh, no. The Magistrate has fallen. He is down, and the blimp comes crashing down to the ground. It's kind of sad, actually. The Magistrate, he had such a cool run, but alas, it was not enough. So the Blazing Chads of Basharak melting a lot of those units off, although they are getting crane gunnered right now. Dimwitted needs to get his units here and go shut that shit down. And also try and slip a Hobgoblin from the Vanguard point to shut down those cannons. If those cannons are allowed to stay online, it's going to be a big problem. Crowmen landing here too. Need to see some Hobgoblins coming out, and they are. The Hobgoblins will probably be able to push off the Empress's units with some help. But losing both Death Shriekers will probably be a death sentence for the Dimwitted one. We'll see if it comes into play. All right. Big old Final Transmutation activated. Not a bad one. Going to be hitting a lot of the Dawizar stuff. Capture Weight is coming back to the Chaos Dwarves. And Bull Centaur Renders breaking free from the melee. And they are going to be jumping these freaking Crane Gunners and potentially taking them down, which is pretty big. All right, so the Hobgoblins are clearing off the Haggard Crows. Slowly but surely. The unpaid interns took a Jade Warrior down to half health. That's not a bad run for those guys. Sorcerer Prophet of Hashut is on the run, probably just waiting for a little bit of support. And the Death Shriekers are now shooting again. Crane Gunners get taken offline. The middle objective is going to be flipping back to the Dawizar in just a second with the Blazing Beards of Basharak, and it does. But those cannons are going to win the game for the Chaos. Oh, there's only one actually here, so maybe it's not as bad. But he really needs to sweep those cannons offline, man, if he can. Sneaky gets arrived. Blazing Chads of Basharak fighting it out in the middle. And the backfield, the Dawizar Lord lands, and Bull Centaur Renders come in. One Death Shrieker, I believe, is running. If he can stabilize his Death Shriekers, I think Dimwitted will probably be able to win this game. We're going to see, because he is grinding out the Cathay army a little bit on the objective. I know, I feel bad calling him Dim. There's a couple people who have names that are very, like, self-deprecating, and I always feel bad. There's a couple players who have names like that. I'm like, man. Yeah, Flames of Asgore is pretty good. It sees a bit of meta play now. It's not bad for bunker-busting positions, and, yeah, it looks super, super cool. All right, advancing up are the Hobgoblins and the Bull Centaur Renders to reinforce the middle objective. Cannons still shooting away, doing some good damage, but the Bull Centaurs, even going out on their shield here, are going to take the Jade Lancers down to about half health. Bull Centaurs are very good against those type of targets, and we have some unpaid interns actually going to shut down the cannon. It's only one cannon. Crowmen probably going to be able to dispatch them, but yeah, a good disruption piece there for sure. The blimps are a bit of a meme unit, Balu. Yeah, you're not wrong. Your instincts are correct. They are a meme unit, but they do give nice AoE buffs, and there are a couple matchups in which they can do okay, but they're never really the ideal choice, I would say, but they're not the worst in every matchup. They can be playable for sure. All right, the unpaid interns get back here, but they get scattered. The cannon going to be staying online. The Crowmen going to be stabilizing it. We got Sneaky Gits coming for the other cannon, which is good, because I believe is there 4 cannons here? It says there's 4. Oh, he's not remanned it. Oof. I don't know if he remanned that cannon. Maybe he did, maybe he's shooting. But I think the Chaos Dwarves got this one in the bag. The Sorcerer Prophet was able to kite the Righteous Lances away Shin down onto the ground where the Bull Centaur Renders will make quick work. Hobgoblin's going to be moving in, and the point-blank Deathstreaker Rocket Launcher shooting into the Righteous Lances is a pretty pro-gamer play. Cathay has a little bit of capture weight on the middle, just a little bit. The cannon's going to get taken offline as the big flying Asgore caster. I think he should have one more Flames of Asgore in the bag. I don't know if he does. Flames of Asgore. Yeah, he might have it cooking. We're going to have to see. Deathstreaker rocket launchers unleashing some nice volley fire here. And hopefully they won't friendly fire their blazing beards. But is Cathay on the comeback path? They needed a hero, and here he is. The Blimp Magistrate has arrived, and he's going to be giving all the sweet buffs to his homies on the ground. But those Deathstreakers do pack quite a punch. And there is going to be an onslaught of Chaos Dwarves that will advance out now after having secured their backfield. The Sneaky Gits ambushing the cannon, it was taken down, so they were successful there. So now you want to send those Sneaky Gits to that objective if you can and try and grab that. Cathay can sometimes struggle a little bit on objective mobility. However, if you play them like Anticity with a bunch of mass mobility pieces, it can be a bit of a different story. All right, the Lord Magistrate with the disdain of the Dragon Emperor. He's hanging there, staring with his disdain at the opposing forces. Multiple skirmish cav riding up here. There's going to be a Searing Doom coming down from the Alchemist, but it will be dodged by the Hobgoblins, mostly. We'll be tickling the pickle ever so slightly. Just kind of, stroking it just on the tip there, but not quite able to connect. Over here, Chaos Dwarf Warrior is going to be very tough to uproot. The Peasant Horseman will not have a good time versus them. And the Sorcerer Prophet, sitting at about 600 HP, looking very, very rough as the Righteous Lances get in and bully him. A potential win-back, a win condition for Grand Cathay, actually. If they can get the Sorcerer Prophet off the battlefield, leadership penalty on Hobgoblins is really substantial. Both Deathstreakers, though, still shooting, and I think the Cathay Lord might die for the second time. However, I think the Drum might be more of an impactful target. It's hard to say. And we got a big pit fight going down. Hobgoblins versus the Empress's Crowmen, but Sneaky Gits and Unpaid Interns are coming over there as well. All right, points. Chaos Dwarves are a little bit favored on the objective game. The Peasant Horsemen here sacrificed into the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Bull Centaur Renders and double Deathstreakers are a big problem, and the Sorcerer Prophet has returned? No, he has not. Righteous Lances away Jin, and most likely going to be able to chase them off the battlefield. This is not a good use of ammo. I mean, you might be able to save the Lord and break these guys, but yeah, those Deathstreakers need to be shooting at the Drum and shooting at the Magistrate. I would go maybe 1-to-1 even, because I think you have enough ammo to finish the job. All right, so where are the Deathstreakers going to go now? They are switching back into the formation. And here the Chaos Dwarves secure the point. The Peasant Cav chased back by the ravenous hordes of goblins here, as well as the Goblin Laborers. A couple Crowmen thinking about dropping a bombardment there, but the Chaos Dwarves looking pretty solid. And there's a big wall of armored infantry coming in. A big old wall of armored infantry. That is going to be a problem. All right, Bull Centaur Renders in the mix are crumping away. Their attacks will be very tough to stop, and the Blimp is going to be in trouble again. Will the Blimp go down for a second time? The Magistrate was like, I'm going to go get another Blimp. I'll BRB, guys. And it just gets shot out of the sky again. The brilliant face-to-foot style. You got to love seeing it. All right, Bull Centaurs cleaving through the Jade Warriors. Advancing up are the Chaos Dwarf Warriors as well. And guys, it is on. The crumping, it continues. The objective begins to flip. The Magistrate is going to go down soon. Those rockets are not showing any sign of relenting. And the Giga Chad Hobgoblin Sneaky gets able to secure the outside point as well. Pretty much probably GG. We'll see. I mean, we have 2 unpaid interns coming, which will help them fight these Jade Warrior Halberds. The middle objective does flip to the Chaos Dwarves right about now. And the cannons in the back are going to be able to finish off the Magistrate. And the Sorcerer Prophet also alive, too. That's like another thing that's really working against him. He never got the kill here, so 1700 HP, cinematic shots. Let's go ahead and see some Dread Rockets. Yeah, see, that's a problem. The Deathstreakers are in the trees, so sometimes they will hit the trees if they take those angles. All right, 1250 points. It's going to be on the Eclipse soon. We do see Stinky Beans fighting tooth and nail here to try and get back in the series, as his Jade Lancers are going to be securing this objective, so they're going for it. There they go. They're going to be grabbing it. Over here, Lord Magistrate flying overhead and just floating on his pimp blimp. He knows he's not long for this world. How much value has he got? And he's got about 700 value from 2 summons. Could be worse. One more rocket's going to do him in. Oh, never mind. That did enough damage. And down goes the Magistrate again. Twice over, he goes in the trash, and his Haggard Balloon is going to be crashing on the ground. The Chaos Dwarves are like, we'll steal that technology. That's great. Yeah, the value on those rockets has got to be pretty obscene. Stinky Beans controlling the side objective here, but he's going to be tapping out. Victory for Darren 2-0 in the series. GG, well played. All right, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the limp biscuit, yes, it was here. Value on the cannons, 1100 and 600, and the Death Streakers got 1700 and 1700. Yeah, pretty fun stuff. GG, well played, guys. Pretty neat build there. Let's get our next game going, yeah? So we're going to do that. We're going to do this. And it is time. So where are we? So this is going to be Penguin up next. Okay, so we're going to do Penguin here. We're going to do that. Spectate. And outstanding. Why don't Chowie have flying machines? They're more evil on the ground is usually their plan, right? The Pimp Biscuit. Yeah, that works too, actually. All right, let's reset the scores. This is our new series. It's going to be Plague Penguin versus Attack Speed Enjoyer. This is honestly a matchup you can see in a World Championship series. These guys are both really, really good. All right, so it's going to be Malagor. I was about to type Malagor. I didn't see who was who. I think this is Penguin. And on the other side, it is going to be Attack Speed. Great. I think that fits, right? That'll do, Pig. Have you seen the hero? I don't know if I've seen those, Daryl. Hashut got it done. He did. Anu, he did. So prepare yourselves for, I would say, a world champion adjacent caliber match. It's going to be Dark Elves versus Beastmen. Corsair Handbows, maybe. A little bit of Beastmaster action, always fun. Yeah, the Chaos Dwarves don't use the gyrocopters because of their tall hats. That's right. They're worried about their tall hats getting caught in the rotor blades, I guess. Would be what I would speculate there. Okay, let me do this. Check something real quick there. All right. Looking all good in the neighborhood. And we're about ready. Go Dark Elves, yes. Dark Elves are fun to watch for sure. I think they're a very high skill cap faction. You know, Dark Elves in general have a lot of low AP, a lot of hard hitting units, but a bit glass cannon. So if you're like a newer player, Dark Elves can be a bit tricky to play, unless you just want to go like Hydra and play that way. But Dark Elves is a hard faction to pick up, I think. But, you know, in the hands of experts, they can do very well. They can do very, very well for themselves. Do we have any tournament players hanging out in chat? If we do, I'd be curious to see what your assessments would be of the worst factions in the game right now. What do you guys think are the worst factions in the game as it currently stands? Yeah, always curious to hear opinions. Plague Penguin, he typically takes a long time to load, but is a very, very big time menace when he eventually does load in here. Okay, let me check here. Okay, all set. What else give them buffs? Campaign Skaven are great. Oh my god, Skaven are such a menacing campaign, dude. I have been battling with Borgio the Besieger. I had been locked in freaking Mortal Kombat with Ikit Claw for like 3 episodes, dude. It is just so troll. I thought I had him, but dude, he's just like always coming back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down. Spawning in on the west side of the map, it is going to be Plague Penguin and the Beastman. Malagor with a Enfeebling Foe. Ooh, a buff build. So Mantle of Gorok and Enfeebling Foe combo. That's very, very cool. And then we also have Butchers of Kalkengard and a Dreaded Chimera, which is, you know, pretty meta. Chimeras are very disruptive and tough to deal with. The rest of the build is going to be Unga Bungas and just chaff units with a couple Centaurs to try and grab the objectives. And for the Druchii and Attack Speed Enjoyer, yeah, Corsair Handbows are so hot right now. They're very popular, and I love the Medusas. The Medusas are one of my favorite units. Like Medusas, like Tzeentch, Screamers of Tzeentch, not Screamers of Tzeentch, but the Exalted Flamers of Tzeentch. Those kind of units are so fun. And he has Witch Elves to defend his Corsair handline there. So he's going to try and kind of split the Beastmen up by taking the middle. And then whichever way he has an opportunity, he will then bounce. All right, here comes the High Beastmaster. Shooting at the Chimera certainly is going to be a worthy target. Is the High Beastmaster going to charge in? He did actually hit Malagor with his first arrow, which is pretty funny. But yeah, these things wreck infantry pretty bad. One shot going down there. The other... Oh, he just friendly fired his High Beastmaster. Oh, it was in line of sight. LOL, that was pretty funny. Yeah, you got laser beamed, but at least he does get one of the Unga Bungas down a little bit here. Backside Colin is going to be Cold One Knight, seeing that his opponent is indexed into some monsters. That is not a bad idea. I love the Medusa like kiting style. It's very fun. Like Corsair handbows, Medusa is like kiting your opponent. And Corsairs are pretty tanky too. They do have 80 armor, so like Sentis aren't going to punish them super badly on the charge even. And Medusas are anti-large fighters too. With their halberds, they can actually fight Centaurs. Cold One Knight's going to be on their way in. A little bit of kiting going as the Beastmen are going to be the aggressors here in this battle, immediately claiming all 3 objectives. But Attack Speed Enjoyer is going to be the counterpuncher, getting some good value trading while playing on the defense. Laser beams, frickin' laser beams shooting at the Chimera up in the sky. Witch Elves on the outside going to be swarming across, so there they go. Tormentor Sword activated on the Centaurs. Very, very nice Tormentor Sword, by the way. Trapping them up, allowing them to get dragged down a little bit. And looking here, we do actually see the Cold One Knights getting folded up and the Blackheart Corsair handbows. This could actually be a very quick game. I didn't expect that flank to get folded, but it looks like somehow Palpatine returned. He must have used the Mantle of Gorok when I wasn't looking and got a big buff on those guys. All right, so he's on the back foot, being harried and pushed by the Beastmen very, very heavily. The Witch Elves going to be using their Crunk Juice. Meanwhile, the Beastmen still going to be surging forward and diving into the Corsair handbows. Most likely going to be seeing, okay, Flock of Doomcaster, but I was going to expect maybe more Knights to try and provide some mass. We'll have to see. And the thing about the Bloodrack Medusas is they're really good at poking and harassing, but when your entire army is poke and harass, it might be a little bit too much. Like the Dark Elves might have indexed too heavily into kiting. We're going to see how this ends up playing out, but right now the Dark Elves are really on the back foot. They're being pushed back very, very heavily. And the problem is the Beastmen are trading evenly with you while you're kiting them. That is not good at all. Okay, Medusa shot down the pipe from Attack Speed Enjoyer. Not terrible. Plague Penguin able to fold the flank over here. Another Corsair or Witch Elf unit does go in the trash. Now the Chimera is going to be attacking the Medusa with some infantry support or Centaur support, which might even be able to overwhelm it. Yeah, I think it was a badass build, but Plague Penguin was able to rush him down too easily. There needed to be something probably to get in front of the Beastmen to allow you to kite them more effectively, but yeah, this was looking pretty bleak. Looking pretty bleak right there. But it was it was the Chimera Breath Attack. Yeah, it makes sense. Chimera's Breath Attacks are very, very good. All right, Corsair Handbow shooting, but yep, the entire line is folded, and that's going to be game over. Attack Speed Enjoyer is a longtime veteran of tournaments. Homie is going to know better than to drag this game out. He'll probably be tapping out here in just a second. Beastmen, incredibly strong, as we saw earlier. You know, very, very good faction. I think Beastmen are top 5. Probably you go for Vampire Counts, Beastmen, Slaanesh. Wood Elves are top 4 factions in multiplayer, I would say. I'm probably missing somebody just off the top of my head, but those just like immediate snap reaction would be what I would say are like the strongest factions. All right, and yep, that's going to be the end of the Medusa. The Butchers of Kalkengard getting the job done, and no mercy, and Norska too, yeah, Norska, yeah. Thank you, I was missing Norska. I knew something was missing there, but we ended up getting it with your help. Thank you. Cold One Knights countercharging the Centaurs, obviously will win there. Looks like the Mantle of Gorok activated on them. Just a casual 70 melee attack, not bad at all. And yeah, kind of cool for like an all-in type unit there. We do see the Chimera getting afflicted by the Tormentor Sword. Attack Speed Enjoyer hasn't left yet. I don't know why, because man, oh man, it is looking very, very bleak for him. He's like, you know, getting a swirly right now. This is like some 80s bullying shit right here. Cold One Knights getting chopped up. I would imagine that he's going to probably mix in some Wood Elves in this best of series to try and get back in it. Blood Penguin will probably go to his Bretonians in the next game, or Plague Penguin. It's confusing because he goes by Blood Penguin in Discord and Plague Penguin in game, so it's always a little bit trickier to keep track of his aliases and things like that. Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't tapped out. This game is unwinnable, dude. It's unwinnable. The Beastmen are up like 3,000 value on you, and they have you triple caps. Just absolutely unwinnable. I guess he just wanted to have his fun with his freaking Medusas. Medusa's going to be retreating back that way. And coming across is Malagor the Dark Omen. All right, so nice little charge right there. And ladies and gentlemen of the old world, that is going to be it. Penguin is very scary. Yeah. I would say like we've had some back and forths. He usually beats me though. I think when we're really playing super sweaty, I think I'm like probably 7-3 against him in our last 10 games, maybe 8-2. He's very, very good. He is somebody who could win a world championship. Like, he is that good. Same with the Attack Speed Enjoyer, too, when he's playing his best and, you know, playing his main factions. So Attack Speed Enjoyer absolutely could. All right. He ain't a tapper. That's why he's still in the game. Well, sometimes if you don't tap, you get your leg broken, you know? Sometimes it's wise to tap out. In this case, it would be wise, but yeah. I mean, I don't know what he's even doing right now. He's just kind of gremlining back here, just getting farmed. Maybe he's trying to tap his opponent out, or not tap his opponent out, but tire his opponent out, so then in the next game his opponent will be like a little bit fatigued. I can think of that. Bottom 5 factions in the game, yeah, Skaven, Nurgle for sure. Cathay, I wouldn't say Lizardmen. I think Lizardmen are pretty freaking good in the hands of high-level players. I'd have to think about that. But Skaven and Nurgle and Cathay, as it currently stands, are probably lower-tier factions. Not incapable of winning, mind you, but just on the lower end of the spectrum. Lizardmen are a solid mid-tier faction. They're very solid, yeah. All right, so that's going to be Golden Knights paying the Troll Toll, and yeah, he's just chasing the High Beastmaster. I don't know why he's staying in this game, dog. Oh, man. That was over a long time ago. So let's go ahead and update this. That's going to be a victory for the Penguin. Skaven can win, though. Like, that's the cool part about Total War Competitive. Even the worst factions see play in high level. You know, it's not like they never see play. 2,800 on the Chimera, pretty freaking insane. Butchers did really good, and yeah, the rest of the army performed. This was just too much against a full rush build on a Ragnarok lair. If it was a big map, maybe that's one thing, but yeah, that was not the way. All right, so let's see what they got for the next one. And we prepare for more good battles. So we have one more best of 3 after this one, by the way. We have Hobo Hunkers versus Harrison are going to be duking it out. Yeah, boy. It's going to be very fun. Going to be very fun indeed. Harry Potter. Dwarves are like strange because they're very good in some matchups and just like they just get rolled in other ones. Like ironically, Skaven hard counter dwarves. Warriors of Chaos are still a top tier, not top tier, but a mid tier faction. I think they just have a lot of traps. So when people play them in tournaments, they have a lower win rate because they have so much weird combos you can bring. Yeah. Dusty says, yeah, bringing full kite build against mobile faction like Beastmen is a huge gamble. It is. It is indeed. Man, guys, I want to get my hands on Dawn of War 4. Is there any updates for that game? I'm so excited to dive in and just like get sweaty on it, you know? Just roll around in the sweat. Oh, who called the matchup? The Wood Elves Bretonnia. Both players bringing out their main faction. So right now, you guys are seeing probably the best Bretonian player in the world versus one of the best, if not the best Wood Elf player. He's up there. I don't know if you can confidently call him the best. I think him and Charix and a couple other guys are like in the ballpark too when they're playing, but yeah, rejected from the alpha once again. I know. We're thrown to the dogs, man. We're thrown to the dogs. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. So if if they're still doing the testing alpha for Dawn of War 4, then we are going to have probably an open beta in like June. And then with like a game release in maybe like the end of summer, early fall. Because they said 26, you know. Yeah, well played, Lucas. Well played. Good games, man. Good games. Tomb Kings are a good faction of multiplayer. They see some fringe play in high level. Like, Charix always picks them. In the last World Championship, I think Charix had 2 really good wins. Or not the last one, but like a couple back. He was very, very strong. Yeah, it's a fun matchup. It is. It's pretty even now, too. It used to be super Bretonian favored, but then the Wood Elves got Wild Hunters of Kernus and Stag Knights just all up in their shit, and, you know, that changed everything. All right, so basically, trash Bretonian infantry. Archers to put, you know, peppering pressure down on, you know, lightly armored Hard Elf Wood. Hard Elf Wood. Knights Errant, and you're going to be seeing Knights getting spammed out for the rest of the game. 2 Knights Errant are in the mix. King Lewin is going to be Pegasus Lewin. Interesting. So not going to be on the big beast. I guess he figures he doesn't need the big armor piercing, the big stopping power there. So that's kind of cool. All right. So let me do this real quick. We're going to do that and pull the chat back up. Perfect. Should fix it. And Grey Hour Leaks on the ground. So the cool part about King Lewin is you don't have to bring a life caster with him. I don't know what's going on with that. There we go. Okay. Should be able to reload the chat there. I don't know why it disappeared for a second. Okay. On the other side of the battlefield, Hardwood is going to be doing Glade Rider spam. Spellweaver of Shadows. Lots of archers. Tons of archers. We got Dryads. We got Eternal Guard. And a very well-rounded army. Just like a checkerboard. Homie's basically playing campaign right now. He's just like, I'm just going to play campaign. And do a checkerboard. And then we got a battle line of Dryads and Eternal Guard in the front. And that is going to be that. So let us know your predictions, guys. All the marbles, which are no marbles, are on the table right now. If Penguin wins this series, he will be winning 2-0. And if attack speed loses this, he can join me in the dregs of despair of having been 2-0'd today. I will welcome him with open arms. We can comfort one another. Tell war stories of the days of old, of our youth. Our high school football moments. The one time I won this one game, yes. So the Spellweaver of Shadows is here. Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma activated. And that's going to be very good against the Bretonnian Cav. Very, very good. All right, guys. Let's get it going. Let's have some fun. And once again, thank you guys all so much for joining today. And here we go. It would have been really funny to see a mass trebuchet build. Imagine like 3 trebs just like hammering these archer lines. That shit would be hilarious, dude. All right, King Lewin Leon Kerr creeping over to the middle while the Knights Errant going to be grabbing objective number 3. Big battle line of men-at-arms and battle pilgrims coming, and peasant bowmen as well. So the Wood Elves are going to be playing a more defensive style against the more aggressive Bretonnians who are already fielding cav units, and yeah, an annoying Flying Lord also. Lewin is very tough to kill. He has missile resist built in with the Lion Shield. You have to activate it, but if you get snared, you can pop it. And now we get more Dryads coming out of the back. So the Dryads are on their way up, and in the meantime, Objective 3 taken by the Bretonnians. Objective 2 going to be taken by the Bretonnians, and Objective 1 is secured by the Hardwood. So the Hardwood is here. They put their branches down in this objective. They're like, come at me, dog. Let's see what's cooking. A lot of firepower coming in from the Glade Guard over there, melting into the Men-at-Arms. Meanwhile, guys, the Bretonnians do get this objective, and Pegasus Lewin going to be just being disruptive, really. He won't be as impactful as he is on the big beastie, but he can still chase things down and be annoying, and he's a much smaller target. Incredibly hard to snipe, actually. All right, so here comes the Haggard Bretonnian infantry lines. One of the cav units, the Knights Errant, does get blasted pretty badly. Bretonnia would love to get a triple cap here, but I don't think the Dryads are going to let that happen. I think the Dryads here and here and here are going to put their branches down and not let that objective flip. Lewin just kind of diving archers as it currently stands. So you can see the Glade Guard are getting poked up. Peasant mob surging forward on the flanks. We do see Knights Errant charging. Nice little lance charge into the Dryads. Dryads are weak to shot cav, typically. Objective number 2, owned by the Bretonnians. Objective 3 by the Bretonnians as well. But so far, the Wood Elves are outvalue trading a little bit, but it's only a matter of time before the old Penguin unleashes his Bretonnian cav onslaught. Melkoth's activated somewhere in the back. It looks like it was used on the Knights Errant. These are the Knights Errant that flanked about, and they actually get a good fight, tying down 2 of the archers right now, and more of these Knights in lance formation, mind you, with a little bit more penetration, moving into the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts. And the Haggard Bretonnian unwashed masses, Battle Pilgrims and Grail Reliques and Knights Errant are on their way in with the Flock of Doom caster coming. Flock of Doom, of course, very, very effective here. A great spell. But yeah, the Wood Elves are getting stuffed back a little bit, but are they going to be yielding this objective? It looks like the objective was in flux for a second. Battle Pilgrims versus Dryads. I think Dryads barely win that one. Cav coming in on all sides. Peasant mob screening out the archers. And this battle is really, really starting to heat up, guys. That is for sure. All right, Knights Errant going to be detaching from this fight, charging into the side. The archer formation is looking really ugly. You see like 3 or 4 archers are very, very blobbed up in kind of awkward situations here. As in the outside, Knights Errant going to be coming through with their lances. And once again, getting another square engagement. We got several unprotected archers. I'm wondering where the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are. They must be right here. Yeah, there they are. Okay, so they're in the fight, trying to help flatten down these Knights Errant here. Flock of Doom is so good in these blob fights, by the way. Getting a big flock right there. As these Knights Errant do get on top of the archers. Peasant mob's going to be there as well. Grail Relique's going to keep the Bretonnians fighting incredibly well. So homie's going to be moving those guys up, and he is going to be living his best life. Another nice charge. Eternal Guard are really good against cav, but if they're not braced, then you can still run them down in lance formation and do some great damage. Peasant archers are now shooting into the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, and it does look like Plague Penguin is in a comfortable position as he has triple capped the hardwood. They have been pushed back by the unwashed masses of Bretonnia. And yeah, honestly, just the junk units with the Grail Relique support are going to be up trading. A lot of archers are scattering to the winds. Haggard peasant mobs also causing disruption. And we do see some Knights Errant here who could be used to run down the rallying archers on that side. Peasant bowmen running. Knights chasing down some Eternal Guard with some cycle charging. Lewin helping out against the Wild Hunters of Kurnus where he can. You know, he does have 450 weapon strength, so his attacks certainly can get a little bit of a pick here and there. Nice volley on the Damsel of Beasts. Damsel of Beasts going to be getting cooked up. The Holy Wardens of Montasol coming in, and also Knights of the Realm for round 2. Peasant Archers have rallied back here. Battle Pilgrims should be able to hold those flank objectives. And so far, those victory tickets are still going, man. They're still going. The Wood Elves are trading a little bit better in value overall, but I don't know. If they can get a pick on Lewin, that's going to be pretty big. We do see King Lewin surrounded by the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. The anti-large attacks are starting to punch through his armor. I think Lewin needs a little bit of help. You're going to have to bring some units over to help him out. Losing Lewin would be pretty disastrous. Bretonnia doesn't have high leadership in general on their chaff, so that penalty, I think, would be very, very devastating. So, Knights of the Realm coming. Lewin just needs to hold on a little bit longer. He's at 19 leadership. The ladies' champions are on their way. That's going to give them charge speed, acceleration, and a bunch of other goodies. And the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, are they going to take the counter charge? Right now, attack speed is pulling ahead on value from his surround. The objectives are now being counterpunched a little bit, as we see Great Stag Knights taking down the Grail Relique. Here, the Battle Pilgrims trying to free up those bad boys, and the Knights of the Realm do get in, but Lewin actually breaks. That is a game-changing play, because now it forces these Knights of the Realm into an awkward situation deep in enemy lines, where they're going to get concaved by like 2 or 3 archers and really, really start to get lit up. This could be the changing of the momentum for sure. Wild Riders coming in, Grail Elite coming to try and support the homies. They're going to be getting the Grail Devotion, which is going to make them much stronger. Lewin's still trying to run away, and the Hardwood is actually threatening all the objectives right now. Now, are we going to see heavy cav called out? We are, but the Knights of the Realm are just committing over here to this fight. All 3 objectives are in flux, and Lewin does get away, but has to sacrifice, a 900 gold unit for that. So it's very, very tough, guys. Very, very tough. All right, so Knights of the Realm broken and fleeing. Mounted yeomen cleaning up archers where they can. Now the Wood Elves are starting to take over the fight a little bit, but if Lewin rallies, we still have a game on our hands. We're going to see what these cav are going to be capable of. The Battle Pilgrims going to be trying to hold it, and they are the Holy Wardens of Montesal, which are a very killy anti-infantry unit. So they'll be able to take these Eternal Guard to pound town pretty effectively with their Chad Friar Tuck haircuts. You gotta love it. All right, Grail Relique is here. It's going to be moving across. We do see the Battle Pilgrims tying up archers, and there's a Yeoman unit which could feast on a couple archer units here. That'd be very strong. Lewin moving in with Sword of Corone. The Bretonnian's going to be taking a big pit fight, and this is smart because he's got his Holy Wardens here, which is going to give him a lot of backing in this fight. The Knights of the Realm surging forth and collapsing on those Wild Riders there. Value trading still favoring the Hardwood, but it's close enough that this game could go either way. Battle Pilgrims fighting it out versus Great Stag Knights. They're not going to have a good time. Christmas is coming a little bit early today, ladies and gentlemen, as these giant stags, these things are freaking colossal. Yeah, man, they're going to rip those guys up. And Knights of the Realm will do okay against them if they get the charge. We'll have to see. So Bretonnia trying to value trade and win this fight here. And with the Holy Wardens and company and the Flock of Doom and all the debuffing, Lewin doesn't heal anymore because he lost the Blessing of the Lady. That's right. So he no longer is the ladies champion because he ran like a coward from that fight. Okay. So no more healing on Big Lewin, dog, man. That's going to be tough. Knights Errant engaging versus the Great Stag Knights. Great Stag Knights are dominating those Knights Errant. Oh my God, they're getting crushed. To be expected. Great Stag Knights are a different kind of power level of a unit here. But the points are still looking okay for Bretonnia. I mean, they still win on one objective. Both armies are looking raggedy as hell. I mean, everyone's super beat up here. The Knights Errant, at the very least, did drag down a couple of those Stag Knights. They still have a lot of their models. But Lewin's got to be careful not to get picked off. If Lewin goes down, that is going to be an unmitigated disaster here for sure. It is absolutely a triple cap. It absolutely is. The Wood Elves are going to need to get all 3 objectives from the Bretonnians. And it's possible. It's definitely possible. So attack speed saving up for something big. Probably going to be a Wild Rider of some sort. Holy Wardens of Montesal moving in, while the Knights Errant going to run down those Glade Riders on the outside. Lewin and his damsel, who is not in distress at the moment, is going to be trying to shut down these Glade Guard right here, while the Great Stag Knights are probably going to be looping up and around and looking for a big sandwich. They're going to be coming for that blood, and we will see how it works out. All right, the Wood Elves looking resurgent. They're looking like they got some momentum and some tempo, whereas the Bretonnians are looking to be Palpatining right now. I'm too weak. All right, Knights Errant will probably lose the Wild Riders. Wild Riders simply have better combat stats. The Men-at-Arms and the Battle Pilgrims, no more Battle Pilgrims, actually. They kind of got picked apart there. But Lewin, trying to earn the Blessing of the Lady back, could do like a flip side play where he just saves up for like 2 cav units and steals objective 3 with a couple Yeomen and tries to win on points that way. But God, man, he's got a long time before he can get that done. And it looks like Attack Speed Enjoyer wants revenge for last game, and he gets it. Attack Speed Enjoyer is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 1-1 series. Let's frickin' go, baby. He still got it. He still got it. All right, so what do we got here? Perfect, perfect. Yes. All right. Outstanding. So, yeah, man, that was fun. GG. Fun games indeed. And the saga continues, ladies and gentlemen. The saga frickin' continues. The Bretonnians tried. Lewin getting surrounded was kind of the breaking point because it forced the Knights of the Realm sacrifice to free him. And that was, I think, a big momentum shift there. Yeah, it's a good game. So we're going to game 3. It's like I said, a champion level matchup between these two big dogs. Yeah, it's looking good. Got my Trench Crusade game coming up in a couple hours. It's going to be good. Bailey says, do you think after Warhammer 3 is done Yeah, I think we can integrate the OVN factions into the tournaments for sure. We'll see what that looks like when Warhammer 3 is done, man. It depends on what the landscape looks like. I mean, I still think I'll cover Warhammer 3 a little bit, but obviously 40K will be the main focus, and then you know, Dawn of War, other games like that. Yeah. We'll see, though. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? Who the hell knows? 40K could be a huge disaster, right? Could be a huge disaster. I hope not. That would be really depressing, but we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, I do think some of the OVN factions are well enough done that you could just almost just add them right now. Yeah. I think we're close to that point. All right, Attack Speed Enjoyer and the Penguin are prepared. High Elves versus Kislev. Yeah, he's really good at Kislev too. Attack Speed is good at all the elf factions, basically. How's the 40K game development coming along? We haven't really seen much or heard anything, no. We, I did play a demo, like an early alpha play of the 40K game. Can't really talk about it yet, but it was so early, it's really just hard to draw conclusions, like placeholders and like, you know, very, very bare bones back then. It was like early, but some things I really liked and some things that, you know, I would hope would be changed, but we'll see. Yeah, it's CA. It can go either way. You never know with CA. They shoot from the hip, you know. It could be a disaster. It could be awesome. Yeah. Have you never seen a Total War come out as a huge disaster before? Yeah. Well, just in Rome 2. Total War Warhammer 3 was a pretty big disaster, honestly, at launch. It's really good now, but, you know, cutting Immortal Empires out and forcing us into those Haggard arcade campaigns. Yeah. Yeah, Lucas, maybe so. Maybe so, my friend. The OVN team is so freaking good. The mods they make are amazing. I had so much freaking fun with what's it called? What the heck is that? Marienburg. Oh my god, that campaign was great. Like, and the unique nature of having the big dog sitting in the tower was so fun. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go grab some water. All right, guys, we're back. So yeah, Plague Penguin here, Attack Speed Enjoyer, Game 3. Let's see what's cooking. Yeah, Araby's campaign is really fun too. We're going to have the finale for the Araby campaign sometime in the next few days. I don't know when. Most likely close to the weekend is what it's going to be. I think at the end of April, there's supposed to be a big CA live stream going into all the future stuff. We got it. Yeah. And we got Medieval coming too, man. I mean, Medieval could be very fun. Who knows what forbidden fruit that is going to be yielding. Yeah, so end of April, there's something. I mean, I should know this, honestly. I should know if there's... I just like him so out of the loop, man. Anticity hasn't been playing in as many tournaments lately, from what I've seen. Yeah, I think he's in the process of a move right now, and... maybe he's just not as interested in multiplayer at the moment. I don't know. I haven't seen him as much lately. Granted, I've also been branching out doing some other stuff too, so. Wonder if we'll get a Total War 40K before GTA 6. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Yeah, 40K I suspect will come out sooner than we think. Like early next year, early 27, I think is a possibility. Yes. So Kislev, do we see a little Grom? Probably Plague Penguin plays it very similar, like a lot of cav units. Because High Elves have always, you know, they have Fireborn though. Fireborn are going to be a big staple. Do we see a Frostborn maybe with Hawks of Miska for a little bit of crowd clearing of like Rangers and Spearmen and Silver and Guard and those type of things? Who's ready for the overpriced DLC for Total War 40K? Who knows what it's going to look like, man. Holy shit. There's going to be so much on a week off moving. Got it. He's on a week off moving, yeah. Good. The Araby campaign with the Golden Fleet was fun. Yeah, that one looked pretty cool. The Golden Magus Because you get like a Thunder Barge with the Golden Magus. It's like a whole different beast. You could do like a really haggard carpet stack with him. You could have mass flying carpets and like him on his Thunder Barge and just like fly over armies and cackle. That would be very funny. The Magus carpet unstoppable build, dude. Okay, cool. Hopefully it works out for you, man. Hopefully your computer can handle it. I'm pretty sure that 40K is being built on a new engine. Because you have to remember, this game, what year is it? We're in the year of our Wookiee, 2026. And they were probably developing the engine for Total War Warhammer, like the foundation of the skeleton, like in what? Like 2012, 2013, 2014? Like in that time. So man, it is a very, very outdated engine. Granted, it still runs a good game, but it's a long time ago. What are the 4 factions? Yeah, we have no Chaos, ironically. We have Space Marines, Guard, Eldar, and Orcs. I actually don't like the starting factions that much for 40K. I think we need some Chaos in there, some Tyranids, some Necrons, like something that's like truly world-ending and sinister. Like Orcs are just kind of used as a meme that to just like, you know, oh, the Orcs are going to conquer Armageddon eventually, but like Chaos and Tyranids and Necrons are more like galactic scale threats in my opinion. Yeah. So there's that. All right, guys, the battle is on. Yeah. I mean, I understand Eldar, though, because Eldar have a drastically different playstyle to the Imperium, right? Whereas if you put Chaos Space Marines, their style, their units will probably feel similar in some ways to the Loyalist versions. So I understand the contrast that they're trying to get, but yeah. I like the Eldar in there. I think Eldar would be good. Honestly, I would just add Chaos and then we're good. If you could just add like one of the big scary bad guy factions, then I don't care which one. You can add them all eventually, but I think that would be better. Paint your old PC red and it'll go faster, that's right. Yeah. All right, guys, so it begins. Plague Penguin at the ready here. They're going to be battling it out over the object. Cut the Space Marines out? No, that would never happen. The poster children. Yeah, Space Marines, I'm sure will be fun. Very elite. Will probably feel somewhat similar to playing, I don't know, who's like an elite kind of good guy faction in this game? Maybe like Kislev, sort of, like Kossars type of things. Chaos will probably be the first DLC. Yeah, probably. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down. And welcome to Game 3 between Attack Speed Enjoyer and Plague Penguin. This one's for all the Barbles. We got Zargard into the Sunset. A Zargard spam build. That's very interesting. And it's going to be Sled Katarina. So Sled Katarina on Ice Maiden's Kiss and Frostblades. So is he going to be just tar pitting the objectives with elite infantry? Interesting. All right. Griffin Legion on the outside. And Winged Lancers. This is a very unorthodox build, at least. I would expect like a Little Grom, because High Elves hate artillery, like hate it. And a Little Grom would devastate this army pretty badly. But oh my god, what is he doing? Is he doing like a, oh, he's got reload skill. And then also reload skill, so 15 reload skill, and then a Lithanar is going to be rocking the Darking the Skies for another 20, so a massive reload spam build. I don't know if these guys coordinated bringing off-meta weird builds against each other, but it ended up happening here in this game. As we got Spearman, Fire Mage with the, probably going to be Flaming Sword of Ruin in the back. Yep, Flaming Sword of Ruin and Cascading Fire Cloak. And we do also have the Handmaiden of the Everqueen and a Lithanar there as well. That's pretty funny, guys. This is the coolest build you've ever seen. It is pretty sick. A reload speed build. All right. But they are going through a lot of freaking shields. A lot of silver shields and a lot of HP coming out from the Fantasy Slavs. And there go the Zargard. The Zargard going to be advancing up.
And if loyalty means execution.
Griffin Legion on the outside. Winged Lancers. Zarina will be very good at penetrating into that formation, though. She's a bit of an elusive target on her sled, and also the Ice Maiden's Kiss is very good against bunched up archers. So this could be a bit of a disaster for the High Elves if things don't go perfectly. But if anybody can pull it off, it is Attack Speed Enjoyer. You know, he's going to be very good at that. He does also have the Company of Calendarian here, who's giving a AoE buff as well, the Enable Discipline. It's pretty funny. So Kislev grabbing the outside objective with their Winged Lancers. Hobo Honkers in chat says that he's very erect. Me too, man, me too. Zargard coming in from all directions. So Zargard, and Zargard. And here on the outside, we have Illyrian Reavers. So here they come. The Zargard are going to be tough to uproot. The Silver Shield's also very tricky. We see the High Elf Archer blob is moving up. What you want to do with Kislev is pull back and make them advance up further so they're easier to collapse on. That's the basic idea of that. Yeah. So objective 3 goes to Kislev, but the Elves actually able to get 2 objectives here, and a little bit of Archer fire into the Zargard. Their shields are facing the wrong direction, so getting shot in the back, you do not get your shield bonus, which is a little bit precarious there for sure. Here comes the heavy pimp sled of Tsarina Katarine, and it looks like they're going to be sounding the horn of war. This is going to be so hard to stop, right? Am I crazy, or are the High Elves just going to get rolled over right now? Like, that is so much. And we got the Giga Chad Winged Lancers. They are getting lit up pretty. That reload skill is a bit like a machine gun, though. But the Winged Lancers get in, and the problem is Kislev diving you is their units become unbreakable for a period of time, right? Out of the gates, we do see one Sister of Avalorn getting shreked pretty bad by the Winged Lancers. And at the front, these ones are going to be getting it as well. He does have the company of Calendarian in his little box here. They have good armor piercing, can help out a little bit. Tsarina Katarine going to be dropping Frostfang over here, it looks like, or some sort of witchcraft. Is it going to be Frostfang? It is. That is her item, and damn, that does a lot of damage. War Winged Lancers coming in. Flaming Sword of Rune activated on the Everqueen Scorecard and the Sisters of Avalorn, shooting into the Griffin Legion, and honestly, Attack Speed Enjoyer is value trading reasonably well considering the circumstances. But when the Zargard finally get there, it's going to be trouble. Backside is regular Dragon Princes. They will be able to defeat the Winged Lancers. Tsarina Katarine penetrating pretty deeply. Now going to be going after Lithanar, and I wonder if they're going to be trying to target her. Does not look like it. A lot of firepower coming out, but much of the firepower is also compromised. Everqueen's Court Guard standing their ground. Going to need to reposition a little bit. Tsarina in the mix. Value trading is favoring the High Elves a little bit, but I think that will maybe start to change now. Tsarina getting focus fired a little bit by guard mode Sisters of Avalorn. We're going to be spam clicking in melee, trying to get their shots on. Fireborn cleaning up a little bit. And the thing that's good for the High Elves in this is they do maintain objective control, right? So Winged Lancers around the outside, most likely going to be a Fireborn call-in from Attack Speed Enjoyer. And we're about to see a big rundown. As these Winged Lancers get in, they get a big charge right there. And those guys are going to be getting hammered up nice and good like. Tsarina Katarine at about half health. Call-in on the backside is going to be Winged Lancers. There is an Icebane's Kiss on the Spearmen, who are losing slowly to the Zargard. And Zargard are in melee with all these archers now, as well as the Winged Lancers. Although we do see the Dragon Princes providing a little bit of buffering, but now we start to see Plague Penguin pulling the value lead a little bit. Not lead, but pulling the value back. Unsummon's going to be necessary on the outside. Tsarina with an Icebane's Kiss. Did she cast it? I don't think so, but call-in is going to be just more and more Winged Lancers. All right. Run through charge on the Spearmen. The Winged Lancers here are going to be going back after the Everqueen Scorecard. Maybe thinking about it. Looking at the objective situation, objective 2 is in the process of flipping as the Winged Lancer is going to be trying to weasel through. And some of the Elven Archers have actually stabilized. And just like we talked about, Fireborn are going to be a problem. There's not a lot in this Kislev build that can aptly fight the Fireborn. Those bad boys are going to be living their best life and will be absolutely annihilating these Winged Lancers in combat. Zargard, I guess, can hold their own against Fireborn for a while, but even still, it's a bad fight for them. Here is the Sisters of Avalorn getting charged. Icebane's Kiss activated as Tsarina and her sled keep moving on out. The problem is for Kislev, though, they haven't flipped any objectives. I don't think they did flip the middle, actually, and the outside objective is in flux, so it could go either way. Frostblade's activated, giving a big damage buff to the Winged Lancers. It actually helps them against Dragon Princes because it gives them magic damage, so that surpasses the physical resist of the Dragon Princes. Tsarina Katarine is going to need to run. She's getting hunted by the Fireborn. I don't see a Patriarch in the build or on the field. So Tsarina getting karate chops here actually could just end the game. Okay, so this was an even game, and now all it takes is one blunder. Just like in StarCraft, you miss micro and the Banelings get your bio blob and you just lose. And the same thing can happen in Total War as well. He just got hit by the metaphorical Baneling. Well, that would be more like a bloated corpse, but you guys get the idea. Tsarina got hammered. She's going to survive, though. She's going to survive. And the Elves have somehow freaking endured. This is crazy, dude. And Tsarina's probably going to get sniped by Lithanar as well as the Handmaiden here. I did not think in a million years that that Elven Archer build would work, but gosh darn, did that actually work very, very well. All right, outside charge. Griffin Legion going to be retreating back. And now we do see some reinforcements coming in. Winged Lancers. Tsarina Katarine is going to rally, and there is a Patriarch who can actually heal her, so he's probably going to go heal her right now. And move it in. The Winged Lancers pushing, Zargard everywhere. Kislev does have a triple cap. Something I didn't notice when I was getting all hyped and excited here. Tsarina Katarine does get the Salak's Lullaby, so that's going to be healing her up, yeah, pretty good, up to about 1,000 HP. But yeah, uprooting these Zargard, not going to be easy. The Winged Lancers just need to avoid the kite the Fireborn out. Winged Lancers are very quick, but so too are Fireborn, actually. Their base speed, I think, is 84, so similar to the Winged Lancers. So they're coming across. Yes. And now we're going to see the Sisters of Avalorn maybe get run down. Fireborn trying to collapse the Zargard here. Good luck with that. Certainly not easy. Tsarina Katarine on her way back in with her sleds, as more Reavers are called out, but a good charge right there. Sisters of Avalorn going to get folded, taken offline there. You know, even a couple of units of these sisters can do some serious damage, but it does look like the Elves are getting the momentum back. Tsarina Katarine getting sniped by the Shadow King. Dylan Sprouse going balls deep over here. Yeah, he's getting those shots in. I think he voices him, right? Am I wrong, or is it his brother? I can't remember. One of the homies. But yes, Tsarina Katarine getting melted, and she's actually broken. I think that breaks their back, because I don't think the Kislevites are going to be able to hold, and it does look like Attack Speed Enjoyer is going to be bringing back the series. Most likely. I mean, we got Reavers just parking on Objective 3, starting to flip this one. Over here, the Winged Lancers getting folded by the Fireborn. Very, very tough. And I think that probably Plague Penguin is going to be tapping out right now. And after a devastating loss in the first game for Attack Speed Enjoyer, he rallies and brings it back with his two elf factions back-to-back. You know, back-to-back. All right, what else do we got? Attack speed with his hounds, his Warlines of Craze chewing right there. And yeah, not much left. I mean, Streltsy are a good choice. Probably would have been better, a little bit better earlier on. Is there any way Kislev can rally? Tsarina Katarine is alive in the trees. Both Lithanar are in the field. It's so tough. It's so freaking tough. The Streltsy, very nice here. Getting a beautiful volley on the Fireborn, forcing those bad boys back. I actually love Streltsy in this matchup, but they do get wrecked by archers. The Sisters of Avalorn can melt them pretty badly, so. Okay, Winged Lancers dealing with the remnants of the Dragon Princes. The Patriarch going to be trying to contest that point. Zargard in the middle, trying to hold it down where they can, but getting Fireborn pretty bad. Yeah, they're just such a carry unit. I'm trying to think of like the carry units for each faction. Like, what is like one unit for every faction? For Skaven, it's Natty Boobos. For High Elves, it's these guys. For Nurgle, it's probably like, you know, I don't know. I would say like Angels of Decay were at one point, but I don't think so anymore. Yeah, it just depends. I have to think about that one. All right, so shots coming in from Ye Old Streltsy. Triple cap for the High Elves, so they're going to be bleeding the Kislevites pretty dry here. Is back in the woods. Tsarina Katarine is too wounded to return to battle, so the Streltsy battle lines are going to be tasked with returning. Still some archers online, 1, 2, and I think a third elite archer over here could probably collapse in and take down the Streltsy. Rot Knights, maybe. Yeah, Rot Knights, the Rotting Riders are pretty good. Yeah, maybe the Rotting Riders could be considered a carry unit. Like, but that actually carries them like almost all the time, you know. Yeah, High Elves have got this one in the bag though. Lithanar is like healthy. He's got his Handmaiden, who's also a good fighter in melee. She can fight like some of the big stuff that gets called in. And yeah, there's not much of a chance. Streltsy are good here. I do like Streltsy. But don't think they're going to have enough time to get this back. Because like a Dragon Prince and a Reaver just collapsing on these guys, and this whole army collapsing on the other one, it's going to be just a disaster, right? Cascading Fire Cloak to trigger the Kindle Flame. Lithanar going to be getting run down here a little bit. So homie's getting trampled, but, you know, all good. We're about to see the points go for these bad boys. There they are. Flank charge coming in. Dragon Prince is about to get these Streltsy, and that's a problem with handgun units. You know, you got to reform the ranks. They don't just turn and shoot immediately. So the Winged Lancers trying to save the Streltsy. Streltsy are okay in melee, but Dragon Princes are going to fold them up. And these Haggard Archers, every little one of these archers does matter. And they can definitely do some big work. And these Streltsy here trying to provide some supporting fire to the homies. The dreaded Italian Spartacus haircuts on some of them. I don't think they're all bald. I think they're just the ones that do not have hats on are bald. Just strange. All the bald guys were like, yeah, I don't feel like wearing a hat. It's not going to happen. I'm just going to let my bald head freeze in the winter. All right, so the resurgence of Kislev, an attempted comeback here. Are they going to be able to make any ground back? The Tsarina has returned. This would be an epic comeback, man. This would be an epic comeback here. If Tsarina can get out and rally her troops, that would be insane. I mean, look, stranger things have happened. It's still, you know, he had a big points lead, so he certainly earned it. Streltsy about to be rode down by Reavers and another unit of Dragon Princes. I don't know how these two Streltsy units are going to hang. Right here, these two are running away. Tsarina Katarine trying to get a melee and do what she can. Lithanar getting a big sniping shot. Handmaiden of the Ever Queen doing her, no, not really weeb running. She's trying. But she's going to chase the Tsarina and with her halberd, and if she can make contact, especially with not cascading fire. I thought that was Flaming Sword of Ruin, but no. I mean, Definitely could do some big damage. Zarina pretty close to getting sniped. Yes, yes. How do you deal with Fireborn? As Kislev, Little Grom. Little Grom, Streltsy, or Warbear Riders are your best chance. Bald Chads, I know. They are Bald Chads. Is Elithanar going to go for the anime kill? Are we going to get it? Is the sled going to collapse? Or is he going to be honorable and let the Zarina escape? You know, they could be friends in another life, so... Yeah, Buna works good too. Like Death Magic. People usually spam Death Magic against High Elves for a reason, so... Yeah, but Kislev, yeah, you could bring a Hag of Death, right? So I think you can. Streltsy reformed the lines. Zarina Katarine getting run down by some Dragon Princes who just happen to be in the neighborhood, it looks like. Or, no, actually, I think she just shattered. Nope, she shattered over there. Okay, so she is done. Yep, GG, well played. Attack Speed Enjoyer bringing the series back, closing it out, and that's going to be the end of the road. We've had some really good matches today. I think the matches today have been objectively quite a bit closer than the ones on the previous stream, which is always good. But the Streltsy lines march to war. I do think a little Grom would have made a world of difference here. Granted, it could have been sniped maybe by Elithanar. I don't know. Probably not. With the Patriarch killing it, I think it would be okay. So Streltsy gun lines, planting their feet down, ripping shots into the Dragon Princes, but their numbers are just too low. His opponent's going to be closing in on 1,200 points right here. I can see why Plague Penguin is staying in the game, though. It's like both armies are kind of raggedy, so he maybe thinks he has a chance here, but I don't think he is going to have success with it. The Shad Griffin Legion trying to fight where they can, maybe going after the Fire Mage. A little bit hard to tell where they're going. Winged Lancer is going to be charging here, but will be countercharged by the Dragon Princes, which is a losing fight. Dragon Princes do crush Winged Lancers in combat. Winged Lancers are more of like a hybrid between a light and a heavy cav, you know, just like the historical Polish cavalry. And, yep. A little bit of a flip on this side, as the Griffin Legion does manage to fold up that Mage of Fire. Kind of cool to see that there's still a little bit of gas here, but 2 Spearmen coming in is going to seal the deal. The mass mobility from Kislev is not going to be enough. All right, so charge right there, charge right there. GG, well played. They're fighting, but it's pretty much a ceremony at this point. All right, so that's a 2-0 victory for Attack Speed, man. Well played. I mean, after getting hammered in that first game, I would certainly be down on morale, but homie stayed calm in the pocket, showing why he's a high-level competitive player and brought the series back. Well played to him, dude. Honestly, super impressed. He won with that freaking build, too. That was like a wild-ass build, and he made it work, dude. He worked it. And Zarina Katarine getting 3,000 value is not bad either. All right, so we got the last one here. It's going to be Hobo versus Harrison. And so it begins. Let's lock it up. Reset these scores, 0-0. And we're going to see whose lobby it is. Occam's Mind Razor is all right. People use it sometimes. It's fringe. All right, looks like we got a timeout right here. The dreaded timeout. Hobo. There we go. Can we not get into the lobby? Is it cursed? Might be one of the cursed lobbies. All right, all right. Okay. Still timed out. Okay, we're gonna go jump out and we're gonna come back here. Sometimes lobbies in this game get like bugged and you gotta remake them. We'll try one more time. We'll try one more time. Come on, get me in there. We might need to remake the lobby. Hobo Honkers, we need a new lobby. This one's bugged. And he is playing Harrison. We need a new lobby. Yeah, this one's not gonna work. So they'll make a new one and then we'll join that one in a second. No problemo. One sec here. Let me check this. Out freaking standing. So yeah, Kislev though is pretty strong faction. I wonder how they're doing this season on the win rates. On Yield Total Tavern. We could set up a Total Tavern equivalent for Dawn of War 4 when that comes out. Run some tournaments on there. I think that could be a very fun way to do it. I don't know if the updated version of the website will be ready. Yeah, Kislev's sitting pretty middle of the road. You can see they're just sitting at a 50% win rate. I mean, solid. Against High Elves, how do they do? Their bad matchups are apparently Empire. I could see Hawklands giving them a lot of trouble, actually. But they apparently do decent against High Elves, like a 50-50 matchup, but there's only like 10 games played, so it's not a whole bunch. Yeah. All right, so did they remake a lobby? Can we get into it? Yes. Tzeentch vs. Beastmen. All right, awesome. Good luck, have fun on the Pit of Treasures. It is going to be a knockdown drag-out game. Yeah, knowing Bill, he's probably going to bring a friggin' spawn rush or something. Against Ungors, it'd be pretty terrible, but it could work. All right, guys, fasten your seatbelts. I can't say much, but you should look forward. Yeah, sounds good, Hellgas. I'm glad you got in, man. I'm glad you got in. I am pumped. The patch, yeah, every time there's a bounce patch, we reset the stats. All right. So it begins. The battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be Bill, and he's got a Exalted Pinks, and some Chromatic Abomination, so a lot of Tzeentchian firepower. We have a Cultist of Tzeentch with Flaming Sword, Burning Head and Cascading Firecloak. Exalted Flamers of Tzeentch. So very much like a poking build, but this build, if you rushed this man with the Beastman, just balls deep, all in, like Centaur, Minotaur rush, this shit would get folded like a piece of paper. But if your opponent's playing more cagey and defensively, oh my god, double Cygor from Hobo Honkers. Oh my god, the Cygor mind games. Hobo Honkers, Ungor Spearman, Raiders, Malagor the Dark Omen, and double Giga Chad Cygor. I actually love this. The Cygors are going to be incredibly good against those Exalted Pinks, but they will give up some agency on the battlefield. So we're going to see what happens, guys. We are going to see what freaking happens. All right, all right. Let us know your predictions. Who do you want to win, and who do you think is going to win? Who in your heart do you think is going to win? Bray Shaman with, oh my god, it's mass Cygor summons. So last time he did a mass Manticore summon. Now this man is doing a mass Cygor summon. It is getting real crazy here. All right. I have more Sleeb and Cygors preparing to throw their boulders. The Cultists of Tzeentch are going to be pretty god tier with those burning heads. Those are going to be very good. When in doubt, throw boulders. Yeah, when in doubt, Unga Bunga, man. That's really the way to do it. All right. Chromatic Abominations and Exalted Pinks are here. Rock beats paper. We'll see about that. I mean, I'm so excited for this build. The boulders, he needs to be a little bit better with his ammo. You can't just be throwing boulders randomly. You got to wait for those guys to advance up. And honestly, the Beastmen should scatter their formation a little bit so they don't just get burning head roasted. We'll have to see. But anyways, the two summoners waiting in the woods. You got to wait for the Tzeentch army to move out. And Malagor's moving up. Malagor can fight a Chaos Lord pretty easily. The Chaos Lord is not good at killing infantry. So yeah, you need to partition your army a little bit. Like send two Unga Bungas over there, scatter out the archers, cover some ground. Don't throw boulders until your opponent comes out of the trees. That's essentially what needs to happen. All right, guys. So advancing up is Morgr the Shadow Gave. He's heading up towards objective number 1. He's maybe going to get roasted by the Exalted Flamers. We're going to have to see how this goes. This is not a sweaty Beastman build at all. This is like heavy meme build. But sometimes Cygors can work. I've actually seen them succeed in competitive games from time to time. So it's not that they're a useless unit. The points are ticking. Somehow Tzeentch has 2 objectives. The Beastmen are misplaying a little bit. They should just get a little something on that point, man. Just grab it. Don't let them have all the fun. The Cygors are advancing up. You got to be careful. Keep the Cygors back. You don't want to advance them up like this. That is for sure. Because then you're going to have to spend time running while your opponent is advancing. Otherwise, you can hit them while they're advancing on you, right? So Boulder's going downtown on Forsaken. Or what the hell? Is he throwing boulders at the freaking Flamer of Tzeentch? That is some haggard shit. Oh my god. No, you don't want to be doing that. No, that is a complete waste of ammunition. Because Cygors are really bad when they're out of ammo. They're really haggard. As far as like fighting units go, I mean, yeah, they're a little bit rough. Although, I mean, look, 2 Cygors and Morgr could probably win the fight versus the Chaos Lord. It wouldn't be a problem. All right, so the Centaurs are going to get the point. The Bray Shamans are coming out of the woods. And it does look like the Forces of Chaos are going to be trying to contest this one. Cygors are moving forward, but might get roasted by the Flamethrowers. The Exalted Flamer is thinking about cooking, and they do get a flame volley on the Senties there. Not bad, able to make a connection. And dude, throwing boulders, I don't know what he is on right now, dude. Don't throw boulders at a freaking Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Yes, it is one way to establish dominance, but yeah, you don't want to do that. It's not the play. So now the Chaos Army is going to come, and this is the problem with advancing your Cygors up for Hobo Honkers, because now you have to spend time running instead of throwing boulders while they advance. These type of units should always be kept deep set. Should have just moved up with some Ungor Spear or something like that. Would have been a lot stronger. But he does get the triple cap. You know, there's that. And the boulders, are they going to throw? No, they're going to need to run, so they're going to have to spend time running. And are we going to see Cygor summons right now? Now would be a good time to summon them. When your opponent's coming out like this, drop those summons and do it to it. So what the hell is he doing with that warp gaze, bro? What is this shit? He's charging the Eye of Morsleep into that gun line. No! He throws a boulder at it. No, dude. Come on, dog. Come on. All right, so Morker the Pimp Cave is doing it. This is just like, I like meme builds, but you know, you gotta like try and play it well. So he's got a bunch of Cygors that he's face tanking with, including one of the real ones. The Eye of Morsleep is gonna want to retreat right now, and it looks like Morker is gonna be dropping a spawn summon as well. The boulder does do some damage against the Exalted Flamer, but really the Exalted Pinks should have been the appropriate target here. Burning Head activated right there, and on the backside we do see some Slangors in the mix, so some OP units are now here. And the Cygors are throwing boulders at the Exalted Flamer, which, I mean, maybe it will get it eventually. I mean, they are killing it. They are killing it, but he's got to micro back the other ones, man. This, like, Cygor has so much to give, and it's going to die before it can blow its payload here. Ungor Spearman on the way in. The boulders on the Exalted Flamer. It is going down. It looks like here, Bill is getting some good firepower with all of his Exalted units, poking back the Cygors. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Slangors are going to be engaging versus the Forsaken. And with the Razorgors and Razorgors, they should be able to win those respective fights. We're going to have to see. So Cygor summons are here. This is a good play by Hobo Honkers. He does manage to get the other Cygor back. And the Eye of Morsleep is also able to escape. So from the clutches of a bad situation, he does manage to at least get both of his Cygors back. The boulders are taking down that Exalted Flamer, but again, I think it would have been much more value if he was just throwing into these guys. Oh, dude, the MLG boulder throws. He might actually get that guy to crumble. Negative 17, stabilized at 3 leadership right there. Both Cygors do retreat. And Morger, the Pimp Cave, is just continuing to fight here where he can. Cygor summons, we should have a couple more in the books. Oh, man, but Hobo Honkers throws away his Bray Shamans. He puts them in melee, and then the Forsaken chew them up. That's really, really painful. We'll see if they rally. So the Forsaken retreating here. A couple of them getting wrecked by the Slangors and by the Razorgor herds. More Cygor summons. Now they're throwing at the right targets. Should have been throwing at these pinks the entire time. But, I mean, does he even get that Exalted Flamer? He doesn't. See, that's the problem. So now that thing's going to come back, and it's all just, like, sunken value, basically. But the Beastmen are a strong enough faction that they might be able to cheese their way out of this by just having really, really strong units. Retreating back is the Bray Shaman. So one Bray Shaman is there. The Eye of Morsleep is marching up into melee again. I don't know why he's got such a hard-on for getting up close, but he wants it. Maybe just those close-range throws. We'll have to see. Slangors coming in for reinforcements, and that's the one thing. I think like maybe the Slangors just being cost-effective with the Beastmen front line might be able to kind of pull this game out despite the haggard Cygor plays. And a lot of the value that the Tzeentch army does have is tied up in the Cygors, to be fair. This guy, he does have a Cygor summon in the back pocket. Most likely will drop it, and I think the other guy did get cooked out. All right, here comes the Exalted Flamer. Is he going to get bouldered again? It seems like Hobo is trying to take down enemy single entities by throwing boulders at them, which is pretty awesome and pretty epic. Seems very, very hard to do, though. So boulder shots and boulder shots. So this guy's going to be at 23 leadership, and for some reason this demon just will not break. We'll see. Maybe he will eventually. Another spawn summon to the pits. The Beastmen are holding on to the 2 points, and honestly, Beastmen might still be favored just because of how they play in this matchup. I think their infantry are just trading so well. Okay, more boulder shots right there, and it does hit the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch. Death by 1,000 boulders, man. I mean, it's one way to do it. And we do see the Exalted Flamer getting bouldered by the Cygors. Really heavy memeing. Slangors here getting lit up pretty good, but now the boulders, double Cygor summon is here. So 2 more Cygors were summoned out. The Bray Shaman's blowing their full payload. Meanwhile, on the flanks, Razorgor herds up trading into Forsaken super effectively. And Centaur's fighting Furies, which is fine for them. And the onslaught does continue, guys. He did get one, and now the boulders are going to be going for the other one. So the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch is going to be getting nailed. And, yeah, he loses his shields. It seems like he's got a hard-on for that unit, but you just got to ignore it, dude. The Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch has, like, 2 shots left. It's not worth your boulders. Just throwing into these pinks, which would be so good. It'd be so good. Morker dueling the Chaos Lord here. He does have some Unga Bunga Spearmen helping him out, and they are getting some nice prison shanks in there. Burning Head activated from Tzeentch, which does some good damage against the Slangors, as we do have some Marauder Horsemen coming in as well. And it looks like Tzeentch might be able to get a little bit of ground here. They have multiple Forsaken units, some which are very tattered, but some healthy ones, who can threaten Objective 3. And is Tzeentch army ability going to be activated here? It looks like a little bit hard to tell. But the Cygor summons are still throwing at that Exalted Flamer, I think, which I honestly think is going to cost him the game. Like, if he had used Cygors, I think these guys would be dead right now. They would be gone. And the other Exalted Flamer would just be out of ammo, most likely. Yeah. All right, he's throwing boulders at the enemy lord. Oh my god, it's so haggard. Look at this, the boulders into the Chaos Lord. Nobody expects that shit. Nobody expects it. It is so weird and janky that you're just like, he's not going to click on my lord with all 4 Cygors right now. That's not going to happen. But it is. And oh my god, he's not moving. He's not expecting it. It's catching him off guard. 2,000 HP, and it is applying the attacked by artillery debuff as well. Yeah, I mean, look, the Chaos Lord dying to boulders would be a game-winning play. That would absolutely get him back in the game. And the Chaos Lord is wavering. Nobody expects that. That is so funny. Holy shit. All right, over here on this point, we do see the Centaurs and the... probably Butchers of Kalkengard? Yeah, they're going to be a problem. And the Chaos Lord is getting bouldered into the face. This is so funny, dude. That's so funny. All right, so he's wavering, and now he's going to be running. I don't think he realized what was happening until it was a little bit too late. Although, nope, he managed to get behind the pillar. He's playing World of Warcraft Arena. Where's his Resto Druid to heal him right now? Nice burning head right there. The Butchers of Kalkengard are weak to fire, if I'm not mistaken, because they do regenerate, so they're flammable. So all of the blue and pink fire is going to be very, very good. But the Cygor summons are going to be dissipating right now. Will the Butchers of Chatengard be able to hold this? And will it be a triple cap situation? We're going to find out soon. So macro look at the battlefield. The Chromatic Abominations are cruising up to help out. They'll be very, very strong here. The 2 Cygors still have some boulders to throw and are throwing at the Blazing Squealers, who, by the way, replenish ammunition. Oh, he's replenishing the ammo on his Exalted Flamer with the Chromatic Abominations, dude. That is sick. Replenishing ammo and Exalted Flamers is such a pro gamer play. I love that. I love that so much. It's almost as cool as the boulders to the face, but the Haggard bronze boulders are just too strong. And right now, he is throwing the boulders into the tower, which is pretty mean. So yeah, no, Tzeentch will win on just 2 objectives. They could just sit on 2 for the rest of the game. They don't need a triple cap, so... The Beastmen are going to have to find their way up and advance. Butchers of Chatengard going to be coming around the flank. Slangor's reinforcing in. Can the Beastmen use their OP units to claw their way back in the game? The value trading is ironically kind of close, and yeah, with the Chaos Lord being offline, I mean, maybe there's something cooking there. That's going to be a good burning head, though. Oh, with Warp Flame activated, too? Additional fire weakness? Dude, the Slangors just got roasted. That's a very cathartic feeling for all of our homies in multiplayer, seeing the OP Slangors get bullied. But yes, charging in, Butchers of Kalkengard, more Centaurs are coming across as well, and a big chungus of boulders are thrown in. Nice shot there in the Exalted Pinks, knocking down their shields. Will the Minotaurs be able to drag them down? Find out on today's episode. The Exalted Pinks shooting, they do have silver shields, but the Blazing Squealers are going to be blazing, and they are going to be squealing in the situation, but that crossfire from the Exalted Pinks might be enough. Oh my god, another Cygor summon. Did he resummon it? I think he did. Oh my god, the Bronzodia Cygor summon is back. It's back, baby. He's going to be throwing boulders at those Forsaken, I would wager. Nope, going after the Exalted Pinks, a good target, but these Forsaken might be a better target here. The Butchers of Chatengard coming back to clear these guys off. As Tzeentch is really putting the fire squeeze on him, man. There's a lot of firepower coming from every angle, just all sides. Really, really doing it. I think we need 2 more Cygors. Okay, well, you got 1 more Cygor. You at least got 1. Butchers of Kalkengard trying to hold the line. I love the ammo replenishment on the Exalted Flamer strategy. That's really, really fun. Cool tech, man. Cool thing about domination mode, there's so many weird styles and builds that work, you know? I mean, of course there is a meta at the highest level, but yeah, in general, even the highest level meta can be kind of strange sometimes. Another Exalted Flamer coming in that will be very effective at roasting the Beastmen troopers. And yeah, Tzeentch just kind of chilling out on 2 points. This map is a very brawler map. I really like this map. It kind of creates just like a brawl around the center. Kind of land battle-esque in a way. Old school. This Cygor, with its current summon, has gotten about 300 value. He's throwing boulders to help out Morker. Morker is able to endure. And Morker still has a lot of room before he hits his healing cap, too. So, going to be a tricky pickle. 1 Cygor pulling back, the Eye of Morsleep as well. It's going to be thrown right there. And on the outside, Centaurs coming to chase and try and shut down some of the shooting units. But the thing about Exalted Pinks is they're okay in fighting, too. They do have almost 40 melee defense, so they'll probably be able to hang with these Centaurs and maybe even win with the Horseman support. We'll have to see. But yeah, Tzeentch hanging in there. Exalted Flamer taking pot shots. The pro gamer Cygor dodge still gets roasted a little bit right there. These Exalted Pinks are shooting at Morker, trying to get him down. Meanwhile, on the outside, the Exalted Pinks fail to protect the Horsemen, actually. It's a really cost-effective fight for the Centaurs from Hobo Hunkers. Yeah, they do chase him down right there. All right, how are we looking on this objective? The Tzeentch army ability is activated right there. That is a very, very unfortunate one because he just blows up his own unit. Oof. And yeah, everything's kind of in flux right now. Beastmen rotating over to Objective 3, and the problem is Beastmen still have a good enough points lead that, yeah, they might be able to rat this game back, man. You never freaking know. What a knockdown, drag-out fight, dude. This is pretty insane. And the Cygors are still alive. Morker is sustainable. The Tzeentch Chaos Lord, you know, hiding in the trees, looking extra cowardly, which you gotta love. And now Tzeentch going to be making a play for this objective, but the Beastmen going to be swarming with their Centaurs, and the Chadley Cygors going to be dropping boulders on people's faces. Kaboink! Looks like he didn't kill a single Forsaken there, which is kind of depressing. You'd think a giant boulder would squash those guys, but Forsaken are pretty quick. I suppose they could dodge those attacks. So Beastmen concaving in with a whole bunch of Ungor Raiders and Centaurs trying to get that objective. And this objective is held by Tzeentch, but it is in flux. The Eye of Morsleeve, a respectable fighter with the Butchers of Kalkengard, trying to rout off the Tzeentchian forces. We'll see if it matters. And it does look like the Beastmen are going to be able to stabilize on this point. And by the way, this game's going to be very close. Like, right now, like, yeah, so Tzeentch does win on 2, but they would win by, like, 10 points. It would be that close. Real nail-biter. So if anything flips for, like, even a second, it's very sketchy. All right, one Cygor is broken. The Exalted Flamers and the firepower of Tzeentch able to cook these bad boys up, so we do see the Cygor getting routed back. Centaurs enveloping on the Flamer of Tzeentch right here, so they do get a little bit of a surround there, which is quite nice. And what do we got cooking here? Yeah, looks like the old Cygor and the Minotaurs grinding down these units with Slangors coming in. Maybe have an opportunity to steal this objective, and the Beastmen have also stabilized this one. Could Hobo Honkers pull back this game? It's very, very tight, guys. This is a real razor close game. Now, Slangors might be the big MVP coming in because they're incredibly strong. They're going to be able to bully a lot of units, although Forsaken also hit really hard too. Forsaken Slangors is a very bloody fight. Cygor trying to terror out what he can. Some ITP, obviously. I think the demons don't really care about being terror-outed, obviously. So one Cygor returns. He does have 5 ammo left. That's pretty clutch. You could use that ammo to throw here. But Tzeentch is in the process of stealing this objective. Morker and his Haggard Ungors are not able to hold it down, and it looks like they are going to be overwhelmed by the Forsaken. And Tzeentch gets enough here that they should be able to hold this down. So the Forsaken and the Chaff units and the Exalted Flamers should take down the Slangors. Really nice volume fire there. And I think that Bill has just barely secured this absolute just royal rumble of a game. Beastmen are out of gas. Victory for the Flaming Scribes. Really fun match, guys. I do think if the Cygors didn't waste time throwing boulders at single entities, he probably would have won that game. It would have been close, but it did send a message. He did establish dominance. There is that. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one here. We need to fix this. And that is going to be... one sec. Let me get the players' names fixed. That's going to be Bill versus Hobo. Hobo Honk can be his name for now. And we can do Bill. We'll just do Durag for now. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and update that. It's a victory for Durag Bill. Did this game make sense? No. Was it fun? Yes. That's probably the most accurate description you could have. Oh my god, they have another game ready already. Holy shit. So this time, Hobo Honkers is going to be on Tzeentch, and Durag is going to be on the Lizardmen. And we have a Changeling build, guys. Sir, a Changeling is here. It is time. Yeah, I'm excited for this. All right, so we got a tic-tac-toe game with Tzeentch Corruption. Very cool choice of map. Clossodon Hunters, Spirit of Tepak. We got Tic-Tac-Toe being a homie up in here, and a Skink Priest of Heavens with Chain Lightning. So massive Air Force with the Quaddle, by the way. It does have the Master of Sacred Places, so it only hides grounded units. I don't know if he knows that. Unless he has another way to make them stealth that I'm missing. I'm pretty sure that it only hides ground-based units. Yeah. Well, nonetheless, that is a big Air Force with Saurus Warriors as well as Skink Cohorts with Javelins. And on the other side, looking at Hobo Honkers, he's got a fairly standard Tzeentch army. Marauders, Chaos Warrior Halberds to fight Croxagors and stuff, and Blues for a little bit of support. And looking at the Changeling, all right, let's get some guesses. Before he transforms, let me know the guesses. Who do you guys think it is? You got like 20, 30 seconds to guess. Whoever gets it right gets the accolades. All right, what's it going to be? What do you guys think? Who is it going to be? Bellacore says Jackson. YouTube has a delayed chat, so it takes a little bit longer there. All right, so 1 sec. One moment, guys. Let me do this. And we're going to do that, and we'll do this. All right, perfect. Sorry about that. We enjoy your enthusiasm, Abby, but yeah. Grimgore, Balthazar, Orion. Okay. Tretch, Craventail time. Snagla, Gobspit. Yeah, okay. We see some cool checks. Let's see if anybody got it right. It is Be'lakor. The big dog Be'lakor is coming out to play, baby. And here is the Prince of Darkness. All right. You did call it. Jackson with the win. So the Tzeentch army is advancing up. Be'lakor is going to be leading this army. And he does have to bring every single spell. So he's incredibly overcosted, but very, very Chad for sure. Very, very Chad. All right. Marauders and Blues are going to be moving up here. Pink Hordes of Tzeentch lurking. And, yeah, well played, Jackson, dude. You called it. That's a big Air Force, though. Bellacor's got to be careful. He will not win that fight in the skies. He will not. Now, it's a style map. There's 3 objectives down the pipe. So we got 1, 2, and 3, just like this. So, yeah. You can bounce between the objectives pretty damn quickly. I'm really curious how this Air Force is going to be working out. Now, Tic-Tac-Toe does have Master of the Skies. So he can buff flying units. Yeah, so nearby flying units can get armor and melee defense. Ooh, that's really actually 10 melee defense and 23 armor. That's not bad at all, dude. And then I think he can also give them, yeah, terror-causing units in range. He gets the Blade of the Ancient Skies. Okay. Be'lakor causes terror, so there's that. No fly zone. I know he's putting an embargo on the demons here. Right here on the flanks, we do see the Ripperdactyls circling the back of the Tzeentchian army. Really curious how they're going to go about it. You got to be careful because the Tzeentch army does have a lot of crossfire. Now we get some Chaos Spawn being called in. Spawn are a good tech against Horus. They bring their armor down to 30, and then they allow your warriors and other units to do very, very well. So it begins. Be'lakor walking on the ground, not wanting any of that smoke up in the sky. Whispers in the darkness. He's there whispering in the dark. Chaos Warrior Halberds are here. We got a lot of the blues lurking about. And ladies and gentlemen, a call-in on the far side is going to be some Sacred Crocsgores. We played at a friend's house, Raksha. Yeah, we played at a friend's house. He's got a big table, and I printed all the terrain and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just going to be the Lizardmen figuring out how they want to crack this nut, because Tzeentch has the objective now. They're sitting on 3 and 2, and they're just going to say, come at me, dude. Attack this this formation. The Marauders stand at the ready. The Blues and Pinks stand in the back with fire support. It's not going to be easy to crack. It is not going to be easy to crack. All right, what do we got? More units on the way. Skin cohorts are cruising across. Sacred Crocsagores going to be lining up behind. There they go. And all is calm before the storm. Sacred Crocsagores are an excellent choice here, though. They have missile resist. They have heavy armor. They do magic damage against demons. I mean, they're very, very meta in this matchup and very, very good in my experience. So we will see. We will see. So question from chat. You asked because I've seen the game. Oh, it's a pretty new game too, Raksha. Yeah, it's a pretty new game. It is pretty new. Yeah, he's got a full stack. Be'lakor is really pricey, but his army's mostly chaff. I mean, he does have some halberds, but you know, he's got marauders and you know, some chaff-centric units. Plus, he's also been calling units in. Lizardmen are going to be doing the dreaded RTK build-up, the old-school Tim build. I think Tim is. I haven't seen him playing. He's, you know, people play for years straight and burn out. You know, I get it. You know, I keep myself sane by playing different games and then also, you know, casting instead of playing, because then that builds up the desire to play again. But I totally get it. If you're one of those guys who's like practicing Total War competitive off, you know, outside of streams to win tournaments and stuff, it's so easy to burn out after like 2, 3, 4 years, you know. That is for sure. All right. Yeah, for now, Royd, but we'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. I love Bar. Bar's an amazing game. All right. Red Crested Skinks will be very effective against the Chaos Warrior Halberds, and there are going to be some Ripperdactyls coming, and the Lizardmen are going to be sounding the Horn of War. So it is on. Be'lakor, Pit of Shades, Pendulum. I mean, he's got Occam's Mindrazor as well if he wants to get real crunk. Some Forsaken on the outsides, very vulnerable to being run down by Ripperdactyls. That is pretty much a hard counter against them. And the Air Force squad is encircling. Lizardmen advancing up on the point right there. So we got 1, 2 with a skink cohort going to be trying to weasel through the openings in the formation. Red Crested Skinks onto halberds is incredibly cost effective. So some favored engagements here as the Air Force prepares. But this is a disastrous fight for the Chaos Warriors. They probably would just barely win it, but the red-crested skinks will trade up into them super hard. Halberds are pretty awful at clearing out chaff, and you're going to see that in just a moment here. Spawn surging forward, and the Dark Prince Be'lakor has engaged in the front. Saurus Warriors, 9-foot-tall Jack steroid lizards, are going to be fighting the big man. And Be'lakor, you forget how massive that dude is. Yeah, he's Jack, dude. But yeah, he's going to be putting some debuffs down, lowering the leadership of the Saurus. But Saurus have like a bajillion leaderships. They don't care too much about that. They are so hard to break. Over here, though, Skinks, on the other hand, a little bit easier to fold up. We do see a Terror Route going down as Ripperdactyls land on top of the Blues. And it is a full onslaught. But the Lizards are going to have to commit their Air Force soon. A lot of firepower. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He's trying to keep his blob together, though, because he wants to make sure that he gets the tic-tac-toe buffs. All right, so big fight right there. We can see the Curse of the Midnight Wind. Oh, interesting. So he's using a big Air Force blob with AoE curses. And the curse coming from the Skink Priest here is not bad at all. So we do see the Forsaken getting chewed up a little bit. Not too badly. The Clossodon Hunters detaching to try and take down the Shrieking Sky Rays, but Be'lakor, the Dark Prince, is going to be moving over there, and he could turn the tide of the fight. Barona's Time Warp activated as well. Withering? Who the hell uses that spell? What the hell is that shit? Jesus. At least use Enfeebling Foe. Come on, man. Elsewhere on the field, we do see the Lizards actually crumping the Tzeentch front line a little bit. The Halberds are getting ripped up by the anti-infantry, as well as the red-crested skinks. The Sacred Croxagors are taking these guys to Pound Town, and as long as the Lizard Air Force doesn't get battered too badly back here, they should be in a winning position as the game does progress. All right, more buffs. Barona's Time Warp still activated, giving a huge melee attack buff to the boys. The Red-Crested Skink Priest is, not Red-Crested, just the Skink Priest, flying to get away, while the Coatl is like, help me, Anakin, my attack animations are too weak, CA, please. He moves back in and does get a nice charge there, and we do see a bit of the Tzeentch force getting folded up. Even the Halberds are taking some considerable damage. It's because of the Red-Crested Skinks, though. Those guys are putting in work. All right, so over here, Lizards and Bill, they could close this game out pretty quickly if they just move over this way. If he gets these units around the top, secures that objective, he should have the game in the bag. We'll see if he ends up doing it, though. Yeah, lots of Chain Lightnings. Be'lakor versus the Spirit of Tepok, the Duel of Duels, the greatest fight we've seen in an age, is underway. And the Lizardmen should easily be able to claim this point, but a bit of a lapse in micro from Bill. He needs to pay better attention here and get that objective, because that would just basically clinch him the game if he gets that triple cap. But we'll see if he does it. Maybe he won't. His opponent will get back in the match. All right, tic-tac-toe, duking it out with the boys here. The Spirit of Tepok is getting smashed as well. Tzeentch got absolutely rolled up in the front line, but is value trading reasonably well on the back here. Tic-tac-toe going to be trying to escape right now. The Clossodon Hunter is trying to escape as well. Waves and waves of Forsaken are moving in. Saurus Warriors going to be trying to do a full court press and keep them off the objectives. And it does look like a Tzeentch army ability is going to be activated, but mostly going to be dodged. It will hit one unit of Skinks here, but not too bad. Croxagor's also going to help finish taking those guys to Pound Town. So Forsaken are coming, but they're going to be walking into counters. Sacred Croxagors, though, man, they got lit up by that freaking spell, though. Man, I didn't think it would do that well against Monstrous Infantry, but it sure did. Yeah, Tzeentch is looking pretty cooked up. Be'lakor versus tic-tac-toe is pretty mean, because you have a 4,000 gold lord chasing like a little 1,200 gold chitter around the map, right? And tic-tac-toe is more than happy to just like run circles and play the yakety sax music while Be'lakor chases him, right? So that's a triple cap. You're going to start seeing the victory tickets going very, very quickly. And if you're the Lizard player, you spam nothing but infantry for the rest of the game. You basically just tarp hit every objective with as much trash as you can and say, come at me, bro. All right, Tic-Tac trying to escape, being hunted by Furies. The Dark Prince wants that booty. He wants to get that kill and pay for himself. Value on the Changeling so far, he's got about 1,200, so not a bad run from Be'lakor, probably mostly from his magic. And we do see Tic-Tac-Toe getting routed and broken there, while the triple cap is in full effect, and it looks like there is going to be some Chain Lightning action on the Forsaken. And the Infantry Corps of Tzeentch is just getting whooped on by these crocodiles, dude. These crocodiles with their Space Marine Power Fist, they're using like technology from 40,000 years in the future. I mean, honestly, you look at a Power Fist on a Space Marine, I mean, this tech is probably just as strong, right? Like a giant reptile beast wielding it. Like, it's pretty wild how that works. All right, Banishment activated. Pretty good. I don't know where that came from, actually. Was that from, not from Be'lakor, but was that from the Lizardmen banishing themselves on accident? I don't know. Some sort of witchcraft. Or maybe that was a Pit of Shades and it just had a funky animation glitch. That would make a little bit more sense. But yeah, still, Tzeentch is having trouble getting by. And we see waves of reinforcements. Golden Riders is a great choice as well. And did Tic-Tac-Toe get killed? Looking around for Tic-Tac-Toe. He did not, but this is not cost-effective for Big Dog Be'lakor. To be chasing Tic-Tac-Toe all the way across the map feels so freaking bad, man. It feels so freaking bad. Yeah, the Zinchian atmosphere, yeah, looks really good. We had some of the mod makers corrupt their own maps. So the maps ended up looking like Tzeentch Corruption, Nurgle Corruption. Looks great. Sacred Croxagors taking the pink horse to town. The other Sacred Croxagors here going hard in the paint. Golden Riders are moving up, and Tzeentch is a little bit resurgent here, but also we got some rallying beasties. As the Spirit of Tephok, it's not done yet. We have to see the haggard animations of the gods as it just kind of floats there. I don't know if it's trying to attack them or not. Okay, there we go. Looks like it like tail whipped him or something. The animations in the Quaddle have always been pretty terrible. All right, on the backside, Be'lakor does finish the job, and Tic-Tac-Toe does get chased off the battlefield. Tzeentch is going to start playing the points here pretty hard, but I would imagine the Lizards are going to swarm the battlefield pretty hard with cap weight. No, he calls out Colossedon Hunters, which is a big blunder, I think. Because his victory is on the objectives, not on killing Be'lakor. Although, I mean, Be'lakor are not going to be happy to fight this. Yep, they're Toad Raged, and they do have a shit ton of damage. But Be'lakor, I think, can kite them a little bit. They have similar speeds. He's taking some damage, but yeah, that was not the correct play in my opinion. But we'll see if it ends up mattering. Full health Red-Crested Skink, full health Croxagors over here for Durag Bill. And the rest of the army is bumping and grinding to their heart's content. Croxagor here is going to be spanking paddling on these guys. Yeah, lots of Golden Riders. They'll be pretty excellent against the Tzeentch infantry with their armor and their cudgels, making them good fighters. We do see Be'lakor getting whooped on a little bit by the Toad Rage. I mean, he would lose in a straight fight against Colossedons. If they just sit and fight, Be'lakor will lose that. Those guys are dedicated anti-large beatdown units. 1,100 points. The victory tickets are going very, very quickly here. The Tzeentch army resurging on this side with a couple Marauders. So you want to intercept them with the Saurus if you can. Get in front of them if you can. Understandably, this objective, one, it's going to be flipping. So if you are the Lizardmen, you need to start game planning for the high ground objectives if you can. The Croxagors need to get on the objectives and make sure to play the points, because that is going to be how you win the game. All right, Dark Master activated, and the Colossedons could go over here and try and rip up those spawn of Tzeentch. That would not be a bad idea. We do see Hobo Honkers playing the late game, so Homie's going to be going out and doing this and this. And, yeah, the fighting continues to rage on, guys. So Colossedons moving after Be'lakor. Furies and Spawn up on this point. And the Lizardmen have some Ripperdactyls in the corner being called out, but they're not going to be able to contest the objectives very much. Some Red-Crested Skinks, do they get there in time to help out? Be'lakor getting afflicted by the Curse of the Midnight Wind. The Croxagor party is here. And it does look like the Lizards stabilize that objective, which is pretty freaking clutch. Elsewhere on the low ground, these Marauders are going to get annihilated by the Rippers, but they might be able to get the objective in the meantime. Although there are some Golden Riders coming down there to try and mitigate that. These Giga Chad Skinks, they didn't hear no bell, holding and fighting the Dark Master, while the Croxagors try and hold it down as well. But yeah, maybe this Air Force can Shrek these Marauders before they get the capture weight. I seriously doubt it, though. The Lizards do need some cap weight on the battlefield, and they finally start to call some out. Because the middle's sketchy. It's definitely very sketchy. These Skink cohorts doing all right. High ground objective is going to be flipping. It looks like the Weird Spawn will get that one in their clutches. And it's obviously a single cap victory. Why is he not attacking with these guys? What is he doing? It looks like he's going to be Helm's Deeping in the middle. Yeah, so he's going to be calling those guys over to try and win this fight. Be'lakor and company, he does get the Terror Route on the Skinks. Ripperdactyls pulling in. They will rip up the Furies, but are going to take some big damage in the process. So he only needed to hold for another 80 seconds. We're going to see if Durag is going to be able to pull this one out. He does have a lot of Skinks coming. Yeah, that's what needed to happen earlier. Just like a million capture weight units and living your best life. Unsummoning on the Skink Priest. I think probably keeping him on the battlefield would be the correct play, but you know, he's still a combat stick. I mean, you're not going to get much of a refund. I don't see why you unsummon him. That doesn't make sense. Rippers fighting it out. Golden Riders are there, and there's a metric shit ton of Skink capture weight coming in, but Be'lakor might be able to just terror out them and just cause a lot of problems that way. Yeah, the Ripperdactyls having a bad-ish time. The Golden Riders, though, trading pretty well into some of these gremlins. Be'lakor versus the Colossedons could be a duel right now that's going to go down, but the terror routes from Be'lakor in tandem with lowering leadership is going to be insanely good. And yeah, it does look like everything is going to be decided on this objective. Do they have Toad Rage? They do have Toad Rage, so their stats are going to be steroided. They will be ripping and tearing. Skinks piling in to help, but Furies actually do a lot of damage here. These Ripperdactyls coming in, but going to be intercepted by the Shrieking Sky Rays. And yeah, Lizards got to just go all in. Use these Croxagors as a roadblock here and screen those guys at bay. Or keep them at bay. Man, brains all over the place. All right, so these guys moving in. Skink cohorts arriving. That's going to be a little bit more capture weight, although these ones are wavering. They should be able to come back. Colossedon Hunters doing okay against Be'lakor, but trying to kill Be'lakor is a bit of a sketchy game plan. He is so freaking hard to kill. All right, Croxagor's running some interference. Meanwhile, this objective is going to be flipping, but he's going to need to hold it for a while. He does have Another wave of infantry coming in, and he is going to get that capture weight. Colossadon Hunters are right there, ripping and tearing on the big man, who does use the Shadow Shroud. But yeah, Lizards flip it. So now they just need to hold for another minute, and they win the game. If they can sit here for 1 minute and hold, they will win the match, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be the end of the frickin' road. More and more Skinks coming in, and now, due to desperation, you could try a split push on the high ground, but no. He left a unit of Halberds over there, so no, you don't try that. Warriors, Ripperdactyls, and Croxagors are here fighting it out. Only about 30 seconds left to hold. It's going to be 35 seconds to be specific. Be'lakor trying his best, and he has gotten 3,600 value this game. I mean, Be'lakor has been a little bit of a pimp, but Tzeentch doesn't seem to have the troopers here to flip the objective. You know, sometimes the little man is who wins the games. And for the Dinos, they're probably going to call it a cab unit next. But that's going to be another 19 seconds. I don't think it's going to be possible for Tzeentch. There could be some big terror routes. That is a lot of capture weight coming in on the blues. That's going to be probably like 6 or 7 capture weight right there. And we see lots of dudes coming, but they're not going to be making it. And that is going to be a 2-0 victory for the forces of Duragabil. The Lizardmen getting it done. GG, well played. And that will conclude tonight's set of best of threes. Really, really fun, guys. I had a great time hanging with you all. Now, if you guys enjoyed the stream, 120 to 0, yes. If you enjoyed the stream, now's a great time to drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. Thank you to everybody who does that, as well as to the folks who donated as well tonight. Thank you guys so much for your support, as always. So, yeah, that will be it. I got to run. I'm running a little bit late for my tabletop little tourney thing we're doing tonight. So I will be back streaming in the next few days. But thank you guys so much for joining. And for those of you guys on YouTube, please drop a like. It helps out a lot. And for those of you guys on Twitch, consider following if you enjoyed what you saw. And Trevader, thank you for the bits, man. Hey, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys enjoyed seeing me get wrecked today. Don't worry. We'll shake off the rust. We'll get back. We'll get a tournament win soon. And yes, that's right. We'll do some fun stuff. See you guys around. Take care of yourselves. Sigmar bless this ravaged body. And that is it for tonight. Cheers, my friends.